Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the most mind-shocking series in MINDSHOCK history so far. The Steven Seagal series, The Man, The Myth, The Legend, Part 3, possibly the most prolific entity to ever exist in our realm. I mean, Steven Seagal really does appear to be the master of just about every trade out there. We are now entering our 10th hour of examining Steven Seagal in the most comprehensive, exhaustive, objective, and logical analysis into the life and times and alleged crimes of the one and only Steven Seagal. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative, want to help support the podcast, want to help logic and reason return to a world where anti-Seagal propaganda even exists, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications if you're not getting them. Just like and comment on more videos. And, of course, share them. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunks of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. Okay, first of all, there seems to be a concerted effort to even prevent Steven Seagal truth from being on the internet. I used a custom AI to recover long purged videos of Seagal on Alex Jones's show blowing the whistle on the Illuminati. I mean, is there anything this guy isn't amazing at? I mean, martial arts master, guitar master, sword master, marksman master, actor, a master at acting. He's even a master at whistleblowing on the CIA and the Illuminati. He's a master of testifying against the mob and single-handedly dismantling the mob influence in America with his testimony, after which he didn't even have to go into witness protection for. I mean, there's probably a Seagal protection agency where the mobsters have to hire people so that Seagal, they could feel safer from Seagal coming after them. I mean, is there anything this guy can't do? But anyway, when I put up scheduled notifications of streams, there seem to be a lot more issues than when I just launched them immediately. I mean, it's a strange thing. But who is ready for even more receipts? I mean, we've been dissecting every claim against Seagal and knocking them all down like dominoes. I mean, the amount of receipts that exist supporting this man is just absolutely staggering. All the Seagal haters are probably on suicide watch right now with the amount of receipts they're drowning in. And we're going to get to the big ones today, finally. We're going to start off with the one and only Gene LaBelle. This guy that appears to be a complete fraud, talking trash about Steven Seagal. I mean, Gene LaBelle is this fruity individual who apparently no official judo body even recognizes LaBelle's alleged judo belts or accomplishments. I mean, it's really weird. I mean, this guy talks trash about so many people, and the goof, I mean, we can't even find any verification of the goof's alleged credentials. I mean, this is the guy. Now, here's the thing. He didn't even claim to choke out Seagal. I mean, listen to these claims. We're going through all the receipts right now. Every last one of them. No stone will be left unturned in this complete examinations of the propaganda smear campaign against the one and only Master Seagal. So Viking Samurai actually put in some work here on analyzing this situation of LaBelle versus Seagal.
You're saying that someone has...
And a few people were asked about this. Viking Samurai was doing his homework. Shout out to the one and only Viking Samurai.
Saying that someone has created this sort of fable, this myth of an altercation that never even happened.
All lies and false propaganda.
Hey guys, in today's video we'll be answering the question, did Steven Seagal really get choked out by Judo Gene LaBelle? Well, if you heard the story, he got a little more than just choked out. I'll give you a quick summary of events just to catch everyone up to speed, and I'll be showing some video clips of different people who say it happened. None of them were there, by the way. There are also various interviews with Steven Seagal denying the claims.
Walks around telling everybody he's Judo Gene LaBelle, tells everybody he beat me up, he choked me out, and the guy is a pathological liar.
I've also found articles online, and there's also a book written by stuntman Stephen Lambert who talks about the story, but it's a little bit different than what you've heard. But anyway, I'll be analyzing all the data and then give you my theory and what I believe is the most logical conclusion to the story.
Oh my God.
Don't worry, Steven, I'm going to be fair, unlike so many other guys on YouTube. Make sure to stay until the end of the video, by the way, because I'll be going over the good, the bad, and the ugly. Different comments I came across on the channel. You won't want to miss that. One of them is from a pretty famous YouTuber. Another one is from a guy... Oh, make sure to hit that thumbs up button and like the video once you made the determination that you actually do like the video. But you can always assume I'm fine if you want to just click it now. And if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, go ahead and click subscribe so you can be part of making the 80s and 90s great again. The story of Gene LaBelle choking out Steven Seagal, which allegedly resulted in Seagal relieving himself, aka crapping his pants.
Well, if a guy soils himself, you can't criticize him.
I mean, listen to the words LaBelle is saying, because he was asked if this happened. Gene's exact words were, if a guy soils himself in this type of situation, you can't blame him.
Because if they just had a nice big dinner an hour before, you might have a tendency to do that.
Took place during production for 1991's Out for Justice. This would have been Seagal's fourth film, riding high off the 3 prior hits, Above the Law, Hard to Kill, and Marked for Death. So he's an established leading man at this point, but has supposedly built a reputation for roughing up stuntmen. Story has it that Steven Seagal felt the need to really make contact with the stuntman because the camera was going to be in tight, and if he didn't make contact, then the fight scenes wouldn't have looked realistic. As far as his Aikido moves go, he obviously would have really had to perform those on stuntmen willing to take the flips and falls. Unlike the art of Aikido itself, Steven Seagal did actually perform a series of strikes within his movie fight scene, and it's hard to say whether or not the allegations of him not pulling his punches are true or not. Though that part would lend credence as to why Gene LaBelle's story was shared throughout the world of...
I mean, here's the other thing, too. Like, if Seagal has insider knowledge of who in Hollywood is dirty, I mean, he revealed some mind-shocking truth bombs on Alex Jones regarding the Hollywood cabal. I mean, is it possible he knew who was involved in what, and he was just dishing out what was due?
Stuntman and then later the general public. For example, whether the Gene LaBelle story is actually factual or not, wouldn't it be a great story to tell if you were one of those stuntmen that may have gotten hurt from one of Seagal's fight scenes? A stuntman ended up telling comedian Kevin Hart that story, which he was all too eager to share with everyone else.
Steven comes up to the guy, he's like, hey.
And you know what's crazy? Like, what does Kevin Hart have anything to do with Seagal or martial arts movies? I mean, he's not even in the right decade. I mean, he didn't even know the people who knew Seagal. I mean, how many degrees of separation is here for Illuminati puppet Kevin Hart to even be talking about Seagal? I mean, this has to raise an eyebrow even of the most devout coincidence theorists. Because we went over the timeline. The anti-Seagal propaganda didn't start until after he opened his mouth about Obama in 2014 and blew the whistle on Fast and Furious and Benghazi and all these other things. And then, of course, the Piers Morgan 2017 appearance. And then after that, all of these alleged allegations come out. And all of these, talk show hosts and comedians, out of the blue, out of nowhere, they just start talking about Seagal, who hasn't did an A-list movie in how long?
Put me in your best hold. I bet you I can get out of it. And he's like, I can't do that. You're my boss. I can't do that to you. He's like, put me in your best hold. Choke Steven. Puts him in a chokehold. Steven's struggling.
How would Kevin Hart know if Steven was struggling if he wasn't there? He's repeating a broken telephone story of a particular allegation, which we'll get into. We'll get into first-hand accounts of people that were there.
Taps out. He taps out. It goes, good hole. And he beelines. He beelines to the bathroom. And literally, all you heard was...
That statement alone should throw up a red flag. He's talking about like he was actually there when he says literally all you heard was, which he wasn't even there. And not only that, I think Kevin Hart's the only one who's got the story where Steven Seagal actually tapped out and crapped his pants. Most stories have him actually getting unconscious, but I guess Kevin Hart has his own version of events. So the most popular origin of this story has Gene LaBelle working as a stunt coordinator on Out for Justice. At some point during the production, Steven Seagal announced that due to his Aikido training, he was immune to chokes. When the then 58-year-old LaBelle heard the claim, he gave Seagal the opportunity to test it, as sort of a way to get revenge on Seagal for mistreating the stuntman. I believe Gene LaBelle could choke out Steven Seagal, or anyone for that matter, if presented the opportunity where he would already have you in the chokehold and then simply just have to apply full pressure when someone said go. Was Steven Seagal really that arrogant that he thought he could still get out of the choke at that point? Supposedly his special move to get out of it was to strike.
I mean, is there really a difference between arrogance and being realistic? I mean, come on, look at Seagal. He's obviously impervious to chokes.
Gene in the balls, which apparently didn't work. That is, if the story is even true. In stuntman Stephen Lambert's book, From the Streets of Brooklyn to the Halls of Hollywood, he addresses the incident. Stephen Lambert, by the way, has been doing stunts since the early 1980s all the way until 2016 and has even appeared in Van Damme's Time Cop. According to Lambert, he was one of 4 men on the set of Out for Justice when the so-called incident would have happened. The other 3 were Seagal's 2 bodyguards and a stuntman by the name of Lincoln Simons. Just for the record, Steve Lambert and Lincoln Simons are not credited for stunts on Out for Justice, but neither is Gene LaBelle, and no one's saying Gene LaBelle wasn't part of the stunt crew on Out for Justice. Lambert and Simons were both active stuntmen at the time, having previously worked on the Steven Seagal film Marked for Death, so I don't doubt they had some sort of involvement with his next film, which was Out for Justice. In his book, Stephen Lambert pours cold water on the Gene LaBelle choking out Steven Seagal story, saying it never happened, although there was an actual minor skirmish between the two. According to Lambert, here's what happened. LaBelle introduced himself to Seagal by saying, "It's an honor to work with you." Seagal replied that he heard about Gene LaBelle's skills as a tough guy. They talked for a while and LaBelle suggested that he would like to show Seagal a chokehold. Seagal doubted the effectiveness of it and told Gene LaBelle that he has kind of a sixth sense to escape from any choke. LaBelle carefully put his arm around Seagal's neck without hurting him because it was supposed to be a demonstration. All of a sudden, Seagal sidestepped, brought his arm in the air and hit LaBelle in the crotch. LaBelle reacted like nothing happened but fell on the ground. Stephen Lambert couldn't believe that LaBelle didn't shout and just acted like nothing happened. LaBelle still had his arm around Seagal's neck and his legs behind him and pushed him in the air. Seagal landed like a potato sack on the ground. There was no mat to land on, nothing but hard ground. LaBelle tried to help Seagal up. Seagal acted like nothing happened and LaBelle did the same. It was absolutely crazy, according to Lambert. The 2 bodyguards, huge guys, looked at Seagal, but Seagal shook his head. That was supposed to mean for them not to attack Gene because that would mean that the 2 bodyguards would seriously get hurt by LaBelle. Steve Lambert couldn't believe what just happened during the supposed demonstration and has no idea why Seagal suddenly hit LaBelle in the crotch. Lambert ran to stunt coordinator Conrad Palmisano and told him to come quick. I think Seagal and LaBelle are going to fight.
Mom! Mom! It's Dad. He's on television. He's fighting. What?
Palmisano didn't listen. Lambert repeated
These Viking samurai edits are pretty funny.
that 4 times. Finally, Palmisano told Lambert to get Gene LaBelle. That was it. There was no fight between the two. Seagal was never choked unconscious and sure as hell didn't relieve himself.
I mean, look at the allergy all the anti-Seagal goofs are going to have to the literal accounts of people who were there. They would rather hallucinate that all of these comedian retellings All of these retellings with 10 degrees of separation of broken telephone from people who were never there in the first place are somehow legitimate, and yet the accounts of people that were there. I mean, obviously you don't even need the accounts. I mean, come on. Would anybody ever get the better of Steven Seagal? Other than maybe Bruce Lee, and we'll be getting into that next.
3 weeks later, rumors got around the movie and stuntman community that Seagal was choked out and crapped in his pants. Lambert tried to tell the other stuntmen what really happened, but they didn't believe him. They loved LaBelle so much that the other stuntmen were not interested in the truth.
So this is just kind of like a gossip circle. It's like some, these stunt guys that everybody's jealous of Seagal, and they don't care about the truth, so these rumors were circulated. Now, you know what's weird? I don't think they were even circulated at the time, though. It appears these rumors got going again after Seagal's anti-Obama comments and his appearance on Piers Morgan.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
When Stephen Lambert was asked about it in a 2019 interview from the website Money Into Light, which I'll link in the description below, the exchange goes as follows. The Jean LaBelle incident between him and Steven Seagal whilst filming Out for Justice has become a legend. You clear it up in your book, but does the urban legend of it bother you at all? We may never know who lied about the story, but is something like this part of the worst elements of the world you work with and live in? Stephen Lambert answers, just the lies bother me. Everyone wants to be noticed, so they tell stories that are not true. Jean LaBelle told this story to various students throughout.
And Jean LaBelle's this pro wrestling guy that has... It's kind of funny, because in this Illuminati inversion world, Jean LaBelle appears to be the guy everybody pretends Seagal is. This fraud with no real credentials, pretending he can beat everybody up, exaggerating all these claims. Everything that people say about Seagal, it appears that's what the truth is about Jean LaBelle.
The years, such as ex-MMA fighter Carl the Heat Parisian.
He puts the choke on bro and never lets go and chokes him out cold. And Seagal goes out cold.
It's just kind of hilarious how many of these goofs come out of the woodwork with these anti-Seagal stories. I mean, how many degrees of separation are there while they're repeating these broken telephone stories?
So Seagal pees on himself and everything else on the set. We're like, yeah, it's true. You got choked out from a 60-something-year-old man. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's actually the real story.
Well, first of all, Jean LaBelle.
That's the real story, according to Caro Parisian, former UFC fighter, who clearly appears to not even be mentally all there.
Was not in his 60s. He was 58 at the time. But I guess when you're telling the so-called real story, I guess the facts don't matter. And of course, Ronda Rousey. Ronda Rousey even got in on the fun, but.
I mean, look at these two frauds. I mean, birds of a feather. You got Ronda Rousey. We went over these videos on the previous episode. She can't even handle a high school kid. Was that kid even ranked? Was that kid ranked in anything? This high school kid ragdolled her when she's an Olympian. He ragdolled this Olympians. I mean, obviously the talent pool wasn't that great if Ronda Rousey got to the podium. She actually got bronze, but she was actually 4th place if you go through the brackets. But anyway, you got these two frauds talking trash against Steven Seagal.
The karmic winds almost knocked her over in her chair.
You know what? If he says anything bad about Jean to my face, I would be forced to do so. Of course I would. I have to
Should be forced to get knocked out? Forced to do what?
make him crap his
Forced to get her wrist broken?
pants a second. Ah!
She can't even sit in a chair. She can't even sit in a chair properly, and she thinks she can take out Seagal?
Seagal's take on what happened is quite a bit different, but he does acknowledge the encounter he had with LaBelle.
And we were standing there, we were just talking about moves and stuff like that, and we were just doing some stretching, and he was showing me, how you can stretch, or he wanted to stretch my back, and he stretched my back, and then I just kind of, flipped over the top of him and said thank you for that.
I mean, Seagal could have easily just denied this whole story. Like, if there was any inkling of truth to it, he probably would have just never mentioned it, right? Now he's going into the details of what exactly happened, knowing full well there were other individuals there to corroborate his story.
Was never ever in any confrontation with him, ever.
Never.
In any way, shape, or form, and I swear to God on my children, they're the most sacred thing to me in this life.
Aside from Stephen Lambert and of course Steven Seagal himself, does anyone else dispel the rumor? I found an article posted on August 15, 2016 from manlymovie.net, which I'll link in the description below. It's titled, LaBelle Lied About Choking Out Seagal. The article gets its info from stuntman Ron Balicki, who pretty much destroys the theory. The article claimed the info within this was taken from one of Balicki's Facebook posts, which I wanted to see for myself, so I went straight to the source. Sure enough, it's there, posted on February 11, 2015. In the post, Balicki says, "No story gains traction quite so quickly."
And for those who don't know who Ron Balicki is, Ron Balicki is Dan Inosanto's son-in-law. He married Diana Lee Inosanto, Dan Inosanto's daughter. Dan Inosanto is, of course, Bruce Lee's top student. So this is Ron Balicki. I mean, and, you know, obviously Dan Inosanto's the real deal. Unlike Gene LaBelle, Inosanto's the real deal. This is his son-in-law.
Quickly in today's media frenzy environment than one that tears down a well-respected celebrity. In this instance, there is a fairy tale rendition of how the great Gene LaBelle choked out Steven Seagal with rather unpleasant effect. The story is patently false, but this bit of martial arts mythology now seems to have really taken root. Trashing the reputation of a martial artist and movie icon may be a sad part of the entertainment process, but when the story is not correct and the consequence is truly damaging, the situation must be set straight. I can speak to this myth personally as I am close to the people in these circles and I know the eyewitnesses to the exchange that day between Gene and Steven. Know that this is not easy for me to do. My family and I know both Gene and Steven well, so to see this malicious urban legend live on through the years divides people we care about deeply. Ron Balicki, by the way, is a stuntman who is married to Diana Lee Inosanto, who happens to be Dan Inosanto's daughter. Dan Inosanto is martial arts royalty. He's actually the guy that taught Bruce Lee how to use the nunchucks. He's kind of a big deal in martial arts circles. He also played the character.
I don't know if that's 100% accurate. We're going to get into... Bruce Lee learned about nunchucks from a few different individuals. One of them may have been in Inosanto, but not the only one.
Sticks on Out for Justice. Because of Ron Balicki's connection with Dan Inosanto, he got to meet Steven Seagal. But going back to that Facebook post, it continues, there were numerous people present on the day when Gene LaBelle met Steven Seagal and allegedly fought. In reality, no fight occurred, and there was no contact between Gene and Steven on that movie set. Gene's role was to work as a utility stuntman under the stunt coordinator Conrad Palmisano. Steven also had a bodyguard, Joe Crowley, present, who was an LAPD officer. As a security specialist and professional law enforcement official, he would have been in serious trouble had he let his boss get choked out and possibly killed by a marginal stuntman.
Yeah, that's a good point, too. Like, this, obviously the bodyguards would not, forget about egos. Like, the studio, this guy is the lead in this film for the studio. I mean, what kind of conditions would they allow for an altercation to even take place in the first place? Anything other than maybe some kind of stretching or technical demonstration, which is apparently what actually happened, with no actual altercation.
The stunt coordinator, Conrad Palmisano, was there and witnessed any interactions that occurred between Gene and Steven. Conrad is listed in the end credits on Out for Justice, by the way, as a stunt coordinator. Also, in an interview with Ariel Helwani, Steven tells him to ask Conrad what happened.
And when I first heard that, I was dumbfounded, and so was Conrad Palmisano, who you're welcome to go talk to. He was standing right there, and he's probably the...
Man, Ariel Helwani, so rude with the loud typing while Seagal is talking.
Most famous stunt coordinator in our business, and honest, upright, honorable, non-lying man. Yeah, you know what you should do if you don't believe me, and I'm pretty positive you do.
I do.
Find Conrad Palmisano. I know you do. And find Conrad Palmisano and let him call Conrad a liar too. If he said those things, he should go have therapy. And you know, it makes him look like a demented child.
Balicki's Facebook post
A demented child. Were truer words ever spoken?
Continues, Conrad Palmisano was one of the most successful stunt coordinators working in show business at the time. The legal exposure and professional consequences for Conrad would have been severe had he let his stuntman under his supervision aggressively even touch any star on a movie set. Quite simply, Conrad as a professional with great responsibility would never have allowed this situation to occur. Another stuntman by the name of Stephen Lambert was also an eyewitness to Gene's and Steven's brief interaction. He also stated that Gene never choked out Steven and that no altercation ever occurred. We've of course already mentioned Stephen Lambert in his book as well as interview, though in his account there was actually a minor scuffle between the two that both men more or less just played off as if nothing happened. Summarizing the last paragraph in Bilicki's Facebook post, he says, "In truth, the story is nothing more than WWE-type hype in which Gene LaBelle is known to indulge going back to his early wrestling days.
So you have this pro wrestler fraud, Gene LaBelle, who embellishes so many stories regarding Bruce Lee and otherwise. And then you have Seagal, who downplays his own abilities, who downplays everything because he's really trying to keep other people from feeling bad. I mean, it's kind of obvious to see what happened here. And yet there are so many goofs who just take the word of people who weren't there as gospel while completely ignoring all the people that actually were there in basic logic and reason.
Entirely fabricated story is simply a way of staying in the public eye and making a living at the expense of the reputation of another. There are radio shows like Joe Rogan and others who validate this ludicrous fiction in order to increase their ratings.
And obviously we know Rogan's a goof. I did a multi-hour expose on Rogan getting decimated with just basic logic by Eddie Bravo.
That's a true story. That's an absolute true story.
I like how Rogan says that's an absolute true story. How would he know if he wasn't there? I mean, he wants to believe it's true because he's just that jealous of the greatness of Seagal.
Gene LaBelle told me that story.
Right, look, I like Joe Rogan. He's funny. He's a great martial artist. He does great commentary.
What is Viking Samurai smoking here?
But he kind of throws logic out the window.
Oh, well, that's accurate.
Says it's a true story because Gene LaBelle told him the story. But if I told Joe Rogan that I fought and killed a grizzly bear, does that mean it's true because it's about me and I told him the story?
Good point, Viking Samurai. Good point. Yeah, this would be good. I mean, wasn't Joe Rogan supposed to fight Wesley Snipes in the UFC, and then that never happened? Snipes would have probably sniped Joe Rogan as well with some well-placed kicks, but yeah, I mean, Seagal would decimate Rogan even today. I mean, we watched 71-year-old Seagal putting on a clinic with Pereira and all these pro-UFC fighters and champions, just ragdolling them like small children at 71 years of age. And Rogan's nowhere near the level of those guys.
Of course not. Also, in the same video, Joe Rogan said Bruce Lee thought he could destroy anyone with the karate kick to the head and that Bruce Lee learned grappling from Gene LaBelle.
You know, Gene was he's like the guy that taught Bruce Lee about grappling.
I mean, just the fraudulent nature of everything Rogan says. I mean, you could look through Bruce Lee's old notebooks from when before he ever met LaBelle, where he's already diagramming out all of these grappling techniques. I mean, just the level of goof, it doesn't really surprise me anymore from Rogan. I mean, Rogan's one of these all-time great goofs. Like, he will always be top of the mountain. I mean, I don't know, he might be a Mount Rushmore type goof where he'll always be at least in the conversation of the goofiest of goofs in existence.
You know, Bruce Lee, back in the day, thought you could just karate kick everybody in the head.
I mean, patently false. Patently false. Bruce Lee, again, most of his earlier writings, he didn't believe in kicking higher than the waist.
That was the shit, you know?
Right. The part about Bruce Lee wanting to advance his martial arts incorporating grappling learned from Gene LaBelle, I don't doubt whatsoever. But the part of him thinking he could destroy anyone with a head kick is false. I'm pretty sure the prevailing wisdom is that Bruce Lee was not really one to promote the use of head kicks in real combat situations.
And Bruce had different philosophies at that time than I did. He said, I believe in only kicking below the waist.
But of course, he'd want to incorporate them in films because they're not what the average guy or girl are physically capable of doing, so they look spectacular and impressive to the general public. But for Joe Rogan to say that Bruce Lee thought he could destroy anyone with a head kick is way off base.
Well, I mean, it's not like Bruce Lee couldn't destroy everybody with a head kick, but that's not what he was advocating.
So if he says something as misleading as that, you have to take his opinion on the Gene LaBelle choking out Steven Skull story with a grain of salt as well. But it's funny how stories get exaggerated or twisted in general. For example, Chuck Norris first met Bruce Lee after winning the All-American Karate Open Championships at Madison Square Garden in 1968. Prior to their meeting, Chuck Norris said Bruce Lee didn't believe in kicking above the waist and that Chuck Norris taught Lee the various head kicks.
And I started showing Bruce different high kicks, spinning heel kicks, and jumping, spinning round kicks and stuff like this here.
As if Bruce Lee didn't perform head kicks prior to meeting Chuck Norris. However, Bruce Lee was already quite proficient in head kicks prior to 1968, as can be seen here in this scene of him playing Kato in 1966 in The Green Hornet. Perhaps Bruce Lee may have just had greater respect.
I mean, and notice how Chuck Norris never opened his mouth about anything like that, about him teaching Bruce Lee in any way on anything until after Bruce Lee died. None of these goofs opened their mouth while Lee was still alive. Very telling.
For the real-world application of using head kicks after training with Chuck Norris. Here's the thing, as far as Gene LaBelle choking out Steven Seagal's story goes, I think people want to believe the story because
man, Viking Samurai is on point with the editing here. Another shout out to Viking Samurai. He's got a pretty cool channel about 80s and 90s action movies. I mean, one of the only channels out there other than MindShock that really goes into that stuff.
Because it's an embarrassing story, and Steven Seagal just happens to be one of those people that others love to hate. Hollywood is not really different than high school.
And notice, they didn't love to hate him until the Illuminati fix was in with the anti-Seagal propaganda campaign after he came out against Obama and then blowing the whistle on pretty much everything else in 2017 and January 2018 on Alex Jones's show, which we went over in episode 2. If you haven't checked that out, check that out.
It's very childish, it's immature, it's all about popularity, it's catty, it's vicious, it's a lot of drama. But the story just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. As mentioned, Seagal was already an established star during Out for Justice. He was the lead star. I just don't see the likelihood of allowing the lead actor to get hurt on the set of his own movie. I'd be surprised if any stuntman or any other crew member involved in that sort of incident would ever get to work again. There are several interviews all over the internet where the interviewer will ask someone about Steven Seagal. Take this one for instance, where the guy asked Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu legend Rickson Gracie about Steven Seagal. You could tell he really hopes Gracie will say something bad about Steven.
Steven Seagal. Have you heard of Steven Seagal?
Of course, it's a good friend.
What do you think of a guy like Steven Seagal? Is he a real martial artist?
I mean, definitely. I mean, based on his training, based on his understanding, he has a deep understanding of the concepts. He believes in technique, he believes in the concepts within martial arts, like Bruce Lee.
The interviewer just looked so disappointed with Rickson's response.
Yeah, this soy interviewer really looked like he wanted, Rickson to talk some trash about Seagal. But here's the thing about Rickson Gracie, too. This is a subject for another podcast. I might do a podcast on Kazushi Sakuraba, this 170-pounder from Japan who just absolutely exposed the entire Gracie family as frauds. He was known as the Gracie Hunter. I mean, this guy just, he had Hoist throw in the towel after humiliating him in what is still the world record longest MMA fight on record in Pride. And Rickson ducked Sakuraba for years. He never actually even fought him. Yeah, Hoist Gracie's one of the biggest frauds out there. I mean, even in the early UFCs, if Chemo, this random guy off the street, if he didn't have a ponytail, I mean, Hoist would have never even won those UFCs. I mean, the whole thing was, the UFC was an infomercial for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which they stole from Japanese Jiu-Jitsu. And they were opening up all these schools, and so they used it as an infomercial, and they prevented guys like Benny the Jet or Quidez or any of these other, there were some really legit fighters who wanted to fight in the first UFC, and the Gracies in their infomercial fraud, they actually refused them entry. They hand-selected. Yeah, I'll do a whole episode on that. Seems a lot of people are interested in that. Not to mention, they didn't even start MMA. Shuto in Japan was founded in approximately 1985, and then there was also Vale Tudo in Brazil and many other organizations. Yeah, I mean, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is just they just built it off Japanese Jiu-Jitsu and pretended they invented the art of Jiu-Jitsu. Jiu-Jitsu is Japanese. So, this all goes back to even Helio Gracie got dismantled by Kimura, who the Kimura lock is named after Kimura from Japan, in their contest. So the Gracies have been exposed as frauds for decades and decades and decades. And that, again, after the, I mean, this is why Kazushi Sakuraba is like the unsung hero of MMA. I mean, he put the Gracies in their place. And then they had that fraudulent rematch where Hoist Gracie, who was roided out of his mind, roided to the gills, and they gifted, even with that, he still couldn't legitimately beat Sakuraba in their rematch with both these guys well past their prime. Sakuraba clearly won the decision, and this happened in California, obviously, so the fix was in, but they gave Hoist the win, even though he clearly didn't even win. Sakuraba controlled him the whole fight and did all the damage, and he was roided to the gills, whereas Sakuraba apparently had no violation of a drug test. No, that was Hickson, Pinto Sack. Hoist lost a bunch of fights. Hickson Gracie, the guy on screen right now, claimed he was 500-0. And his students explained that well, first of all, he actually lost several matches, including an official Sambo match. Again, I'll do a whole you guys seem interested in this. I'll do a whole podcast. I actually knew a couple guys that were involved in MMA early on, and in kickboxing and a lot of these things. The Hickson actually lost an official, I mean, this is an official tournament bout in Sambo, and then and then he pretended he didn't know the rules. I mean, Hickson, the guy on screen right now, I mean, this is the guy that ducked Sakuraba. Sakuraba dismantled his entire family. And I don't want to get off the rails here and get off track here, but Kazushi Sakuraba literally had Hoist Gracie throw in the towel. They had special rules for their Pride FC bout, because Hoist Gracie, the Gracies were always crybabies who wanted special rules, so Sakuraba one-upped them. He said, okay, fine, we'll do unlimited rounds, unlimited time limit. And Sakuraba beat the brakes of Hoist Gracie. He was literally spanking him in the ring. He was toying with Hoist Gracie. It was over 90 minutes, and he intentionally wouldn't finish Hoist Gracie until Helio Gracie was forced to throw in the towel. When Hoist Gracie was so humiliated, he couldn't even answer the bell for the round that was coming up. And then Hickson still refused. Now, keep in mind, Hickson's a big guy. He's a big, muscular guy. Sakuraba was this scrawny welterweight guy. He wasn't that heavy. He was 170 pounds. Hickson, I think, fought at heavyweight or light heavyweight. Yeah, it's really entertaining. I guess I'll do an episode on that pretty soon. You guys seem to be interested in this stuff. But then Kazushi Sakuraba went on to break the limbs of all these other Gracies. And Hickson still wouldn't fight him. Hickson ducked and dodged the guy that humiliated his entire family and tarnished the entire Gracie name, and Hickson was still too cowardly to step into the ring with Kazushi Sakuraba. Like, Pride was literally offering the biggest purses in history in MMA at the time. I think they offered Hickson anywhere from $2 to $10 million, which was unheard of at the time, to fight Kazushi Sakuraba, and he refused. So these fraud Gracies, I mean, we really have to thank Kazushi Sakuraba for exposing these frauds. And the 501, Hickson's own student said that's because he counted sparring matches in the dojo. So he counted, as a black belt, he was counting matches against the students that not only could he easily beat, but the students weren't even trying to beat him. They were just doing sparring sessions. He counted every sparring session in that 500-0 record. And that's why a lot of people don't take Hickson seriously, but Hickson actually was pretty decent. It's not like he was a scrub. Like, Hickson was a lot more legit than Hoist Gracie. Hoist Gracie was possibly one of the best Gracies. This was going way back into the history. Like, he was pretty legit, but nobody even knows about him. Everybody just remembers all the frauds. I mean, you even have guys, I mean, there's just Henzo spitting on opponents. I mean, some of these people are just despicable. And the Gracie propaganda machine was what built UFC. There were many other mixed martial arts organizations before the UFC. And yeah, they didn't build or create anything, and that includes jiu-jitsu as well, which is Japanese. I mean, imagine building a whole martial art after you get decimated by the guy that built the art you pretended to build, like when Kimura destroyed Helio. But anyway, Hickson was still Hickson was still really good, though. Just because he was, you know, he made all these claims. Hickson's another guy who, like, he actually embellished the way people pretend Seagal does. Seagal downplays all his abilities. All these other guys play up. But anyway, let's get back to the video here.
But even Hickson referenced the Gene LaBelle story and seems to think it's true.
Oh, Gene LaBelle put him to sleep in a set. That's what I heard. In a movie.
At least he's honest. At least Hickson said, that's what I heard. I mean, you could hear anything about anything.
He said.
Probably because he's heard it from so many people.
That's what I heard.
As the old proverb says, never let the truth get in the way of a good story. Alright guys, time for our The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. We're gonna dig through some comments. I don't really think that's something that happens on this channel since we're trying to make the 80s and 90s great again. So if anything, we probably have the opposite of recency bias. But anyway, if you're new to the channel, check out that video. It's a pretty good one. Alright, last but not least, this was from the Steven Seagal video I did where Steven Seagal was basically called out by Charlize Theron saying that he can't fight and she's talking a lot of trash on him.
Wait, I didn't see this one. Do you guys want to get into this one? The Steven Seagal Charlize Theron feud that somehow slipped through the cracks? I mean, we all know Charlize Theron. I mean, she's the lead authority on legitimate martial arts and history. I mean, who else can you think of when you need an expert opinion on on legitimacy within martial arts? I mean, I don't know if anybody could think of someone more knowledgeable in martial arts, with more expertise in martial arts than Charlize Theron. I mean, what? I mean, wow, we really have to consider what she says here.
Now,
but again, going back to episode 2, it seems once the Illuminati, like, why is she even talking about Seagal in the first place? Like, as soon as Seagal blows the whistle on the Illuminati, all of a sudden you have these A-listers. Because Charlize Theron is an A-list. Why is she even talking about Seagal? Unless she got the Illuminati go-ahead to try to tarnish this great man's name.
This video, I'm putting in the ugly category, but I want to preface this. I absolutely love this comment. I just feel like the ugly category is kind of an other category, and also
who would want to see Charlize Theron actually fight Steven Seagal? Oh man, can you imagine?
I feel like this kind of comment could get ugly response comments, but absolutely love this comment. This guy's kind of newer to the channel. He's a cool guy. He's been commenting on a lot of videos. Even though it's in the ugly category, absolutely love this comment. So Herbinator88 says, so I must admit, I bought into all the anti-Seagal hype that has been circulating in recent years, but seriously, your videos have made me reverse my position and go back to actually liking and respecting the guy. I loved his flicks in the late 80s, early 90s, and Under Siege is definitely one of my all-time favorite martial arts films. Seagal is a legitimate martial artist, no doubt, and Aikido, although disrespected among some martial arts commentators, is legit. One of my buddies is a longtime practitioner. So my response in general, I like to, find the good in people. So when I do like my Steven Seagal videos, everybody else is trashing him. Let me be that salmon swimming upstream against the current, and let me try to find something good to say. Just really appreciated the martial artist. In general, it's not like I'm trying to necessarily convert people, but I do want to put stuff out there. If anything, maybe people can hate Steven Seagal less, They don't have to love him, but if they could just hate him less, then I'm glad I'm putting these videos out.
I think Viking Samurai, he needs to do more homework because, I mean, I guess he doesn't have the AIs that I have to recover all these deleted Alex Jones videos, but it seems like the Cabal really put the anti-propaganda, the anti-Steven Seagal propaganda in play as soon as Seagal started blowing the whistle on Hollywood and the Illuminati Cabal. Do you guys want to get into Charlize Theron to make this? All right, let's finish with the Gene LaBelle, and then we'll get into Theron. She's starting all these feuds with these, according to her, washed-up stars. Like, why would you randomly bring up Steven Seagal if you're Charlize Theron? She's doing all these big blockbusters. Why would she even mention Seagal? Lord Zed has a theory here. She says she wants Steven and is mad he has Asian persuasion. So, Yeah, did she get turned down by Seagal? And is Seagal the type of guy to press sexual harassment charges against women who are harassing him and pursuing him? If all these women have these unwelcome advances towards Seagal, he doesn't seem to be the type of guy to start filing police reports. I mean, is that what happened with Charlize Theron? But anyway, Viking Samurai put in even more legwork and actually got Stephen Lambert on his channel to give an interview to go over the specifics of what happened in this alleged altercation with this fraud, Jean LaBelle. So let's take a look at this.
Anybody who says otherwise about this story are liars.
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple, because they weren't there.
Hey guys, in today's video, this is a small segment from an interview I did with stuntman extraordinary Stephen Lambert. I'm going to post a full interview later. I'll be posting other clips and snippets throughout the week. But all this information, you got to get this book. Stephen Lambert, From the Streets of Brooklyn to the Halls of Hollywood, highly recommended. It will literally take you over a month to read, but the amount of content in there, just with Canon Films and the ninja craze in the 80s, Steven Seagal stories, including this one in this video, Van Damme stories, Arnold, Stallone, and so much more. Got to get the book. I'm going to link it in the description below. Amazing book, amazing read, highly entertaining. It's as if you're sitting with him in a bar and he's your friend and he's talking to you and telling you these stories, or the way he describes it, as if you're in his head. But you got to get this book. You can't. It's a page turner. You can't put it down. So anyway, on to the real story on Steven Seagal and Jean LaBelle from one of few men who were actually there to bear witness to it.
So get the book, because
yeah, they got to read the book. There's definitely a lot. There's so much in the book in general. So much stuff, good stuff on the Titanic, on Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
I mean, Stephen Lambert did a lot of work in Hollywood. I mean, this is a legit guy with a legit history in movie stunts and stunt coordination.
You know, stuff on Stallone, Schwarzenegger. I do want to talk about Steven Seagal, though. You are one of the 4 actual eyewitnesses to this whole Jean LaBelle, Steven Seagal story, correct?
Well, I think there's more than 4, but yes, I am. I had a friend of mine, speaking of Steven Seagal and Jean LaBelle, a friend of mine called me and informed me that you did a podcast already on this. And I listened to it, and there was a few mistakes there. You had mentioned that you had read the story, and when you told the story, it wasn't quite right.
Oh, we would definitely want to get the real story from the actual witness. So when I read the book, it seems like...
From a man who is equal to my great friend and a wonderful talent, Conrad Palmisano, because there was conversation in there that I felt like the audience was having trouble believing my story. That was completely true. So yeah, there was 2 bodyguards, which was Steven Seagal's. There was Steven Seagal. There was Jean LaBelle. There was Lincoln Simon, who was stunt guy, who was with me in my honey wagon, and myself. So there was 6 people there.
Okay.
Conrad, nobody else. There was no Conrad Palmisano, nobody else. You see, when you're working on a show.
And again, shout out to Stephen Lambert. He actually passed not long after this interview, I believe. He's battling an illness. And so, yeah, major props to Stephen Lambert, you know, to battle through his illness and still having the fortitude to set the record straight on Steven Seagal.
The honey wagons, the trailers, are situated in a configuration kind of like a wagon train would do when the Indians are coming after them. They circle them so nobody on the outside can come in or see what's going on.
Lord Zed in the chat saying Seagal is all natural, no roids. That's another good point. Now, some people think Stallone might have been all natural as well. Obviously, Arnold has admitted to steroid use. So, but you have these giant muscle guys like Stallone, Arnold. I mean, Van Damme might have been natural too. He wasn't crazy huge. Dolph Lundgren also not crazy huge, but they were all muscle guys. But think about the level of skill Seagal must have possessed to not even need muscle.
The inside.
Lord Zed, yes, Sly got caught with something way later in his career, right? But in his initial, like, he wasn't on roids in Rocky 1. I mean, he was a pudgy bastard. I mean, I don't know, and he was super lean even in Rocky 3. Rocky 4, he was getting pretty jacked. He was getting quite jacked. So, I don't know about Rocky 4 and onward. Into the 90s, I mean, I don't know. He might have not been on steroids, but he was on growth hormone and all these other things. But he might not have been in most of the 80s.
So that was the circumstance. That's why there was only us 6 there, which is 2 bodyguards, LaBelle, Seagal, Lincoln Simon, and I. Nobody else was there. Nobody else experienced it. Nobody else saw. You know, the people who have conversations with it on video and on in magazines, I say.
Lord Zed says, for sure no roids, Rocky 1. Yeah, by 4, there's no way he was clean, bro. He looks insane. Rocky 4, love Sly, though. Well, Rocky 3, he was very lean. And he had injuries. Didn't he tear a pec or something? So if he really was roided to the gills, I mean, that's really helpful for injury prevention. So it does not appear he was on roids even in Rocky 3. Rocky 4, he looks quite jacked. In Rocky 4, yes, he does. But what do you mean by clean? Because, I mean, are we... Steroids, you have growth hormone... You have all these different types of substances. Not all of them are the same. He was on some kind of substances into Rocky 4.
Shame on them because they weren't there. And so they have no business. Like, God bless her, Ronda Rousey, you know. I discuss her with a few other people in the book. You know, it's kind of shameful how she speaks about the situation because.
Preach, Stephen Lambert, preach. Put all these heathens in line. I mean, Ronda Rousey, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know that she has a mental disability, so he's being a little too harsh. But still, I mean, you got to show respect to the master, Steven Seagal.
She wasn't there. And she says things that kind of make me scratch my head and should make others scratch their head. You know, she brings up the style of keto and says that keto isn't a very good style, which every martial artist should take offense to. Even she should take offense to because what she does has in keto in it.
Well, she'd have to have enough of a brain to realize that, though.
You know, and what she says about the situation and what went on, she wasn't there, as some others said too. And you shouldn't have an idea of what went on when you weren't there. So
isn't it shocking how we need a guy like Stephen Lambert to break it down to a children's level? Like, how, I mean, he has to, the fact that we even have to get into this detail, like, if you weren't there, you don't know what happened. I mean, small children understand this stuff. I mean, it's just mind-shocking how we even have to go over it.
You know, it's a very disappointing, being that she's a black belt and she's over 21, and she should have a little bit more maturity.
Man, Stephen Lambert has high hopes for Rousey. I mean, this guy... I mean, wow. Rest in peace, Stephen Lambert. But what a nice guy. What a nice man. Just having these high hopes for Rousey.
To figure out, you know, you don't put down a person or you don't say things that simply aren't true. I mean,
Exactly.
my God, Gal didn't piss in his pants. He didn't go into convulsions. But there was a confrontation. It was a physical confrontation. But it didn't have anything to do with pissing in his pants. and or going into convulsions. What happened was, yeah, prospective honey wagons, trailers. Lincoln Simon and I were in our own. We were sharing one, playing parts on the show, playing ourselves. And we were in our trailer getting dressed with the wardrobe they wanted us to wear. We came out, we got dressed, we came out. I came out first, and I happened to open the door, and I saw Seagal and LaBelle and the two bodyguards talking in front of the honey wagon.
Just real quick here, what were the bodyguards really for? Were they for Seagal, or were they to prevent Seagal from killing other people if they got out of line? Because, I mean, it doesn't seem like Seagal would even need bodyguards. I mean, this guy doesn't even need witness protection after taking down the Gambino crime family.
LaBelle's honey wagon, his trailer that he put wardrobe on. So, and we were probably good 30, 35 feet away. And I looked back in the trailer, and I said, "Hey, Lincoln, LaBelle's talking to Seagal. Let's go see if, we can join in," just innocently. So I jumped down, and I start walking over, and Lincoln's about 10 feet back of me, jumps down, and we start walking over. When we get there, and just having a simple conversation in front of each other. And, it's Seagal, and, the two bodyguards are on each side of him, like the Adantis, king, and LaBelle, and they're talking about moves and introducing themselves, being casual and entertaining, and everything's light, and they start talking about different techniques, and they're talking about a chokehold, and Seagal starts the conversation, and he goes, I see the way you do your chokeholds, and he was disagreeing on the way that LaBelle would do it. And LaBelle said, "Well, let me explain to you how I do it. Let me show you." Now, as you being a black belt, a martial artist, when you work with somebody, a master, a black belt, even somebody that is a white belt, when you're working with somebody, when you're showing somebody, it's an automatic, known fact, rule that you go slow. You're having a conversation, you're teaching, you're showing, you're expressing your movement. And that's just what LaBelle was doing. In slow motion, he walks around Seagal, and he's in back of him, facing his back, and Seagal's kind of overlooking. We see the two bodyguards looking, and Lincoln and I are we're in back of one side, and back of LaBelle, watching, very innocent, and LaBelle starts to put his hands around him, and very slow, just as I'm moving, right? And the minute his hands go around Seagal's neck, before he even touched him, grazed him, Seagal just sidesteps, full blast, and forearms, bang, forearms. See what I'm doing?
Yeah.
But down, right in his crotch.
I mean, the speed of Seagal is just unrivaled here. I mean, Gene LaBelle just can't handle this level of speed. It's like, because again, we have to remember, Seagal said he was born clairvoyant. So Seagal must have anticipated that LaBelle was trying to make a name for himself and used the trust that was established there to try, so he basically he said he's semi-psychic, right? I mean, we'll be getting into that. We'll be getting into this. Actually, you know what? Let's do it right now, because people don't understand the psychological level that Seagal is at. They do not comprehend how many steps ahead Seagal is mentally. We're not talking about physically, obviously, but mentally. So let's look at this interview here, where Seagal is actually going to divulge his mental level. And then so people will understand why Seagal did what he did. Because I don't think people can even fathom how many steps ahead mentally Seagal is.
We served the same master. And he's a lunatic and he's ungrateful. There's nothing we can do about it.
I mean, look at Seagal dropping the truth bombs even in Under Siege. These Illuminati truth bombs.
You and I were the same.
Steven Seagal has become one of the world's best-known action movie stars. He is a seventh Dan black belt expert in Aikido. And in his movies, wherever he confronts evil, he doesn't just defeat it, he shreds it. But fighting bad guys around the world isn't the only role Seagal is known for. He's also a powerful teacher of spirituality.
I was born clairvoyant.
I mean, people just can't fathom what it's like to be born clairvoyant.
I was born a healer, and I was born very different.
You can say that again. Seagal is said to be a reincarnated Buddhist Lama, and to many, that makes him a god.
Well, I mean, you know, this I really shouldn't say on camera, but...
But he does say it anyway. He claims he's God.
Notice the propaganda spin here? Notice the propaganda spin. He didn't say he was God. Pay attention to what Seagal says here.
A description many use about themselves in the East.
We say sort of the same thing in Buddhism. We believe that all sentient beings have the Buddha nature within them, which means they are all, you know, sort of God.
So if all sentient creatures are sort of God, according to Seagal, obviously Seagal is God, but so is everybody. Everybody's the manifestation of God. So how do people not understand this and this propaganda hit piece trying to pretend he said that he alone was God?
That's quite an admission from the famous actor. Steven Seagal shared with me his stories about being a healer, about being clairvoyant, about being a god, when he headlined here at the House of Blues in downtown Cleveland. Seagal sings, acts, and plays guitar.
Yeah, headlining at the House of Blues. I mean, could some guy who bluffed his way into playing guitar be a headliner at the House of Blues?
He tells me many of his fans are also his spiritual students, that he teaches them on and off screen just with his gaze and gestures.
The ones who know, know.
The ones who know. I mean, I don't think we're ready for this level of wisdom from Seagal. I mean, Seagal's trying to keep it simple and trying to enlighten everybody, but he's just that far ahead.
They can look into my eyes or just hear my voice and something clicks and they know.
Seagal teaches others what he's learned himself from great teachers in India and elsewhere, that everyone is God. It's just that they don't know it yet.
I think the foundation of all people has to be where we come from ultimately. And ultimately where we come from is the divine.
He loves stirring things up, as when Seagal suggests that everything in life is good, even what's bad.
If the bad teaches us, is the bad bad?
Well, in the ultimate teaching, all is good.
Come on, that's not striking, officer. That's striking.
A man who says he's God, who hurts and kills dozens in his movie. A veritable contradiction in terms. Yet, shockingly, for all of his bravado and toughness, Steven Seagal ends his interview with me in Cleveland pleading for forgiveness for any real harm he has ever caused anyone.
I am sorry for any pain or suffering or hurt or negativity I've caused any sentient being.
I mean, is that an apology to Gene LaBelle?
I was born a healer. I was born a healer.
Spirituality.
I was born clairvoyant.
So, Seagal, born clairvoyant. So does this explain why he struck? Yeah, Heracles says read between the lines. So Seagal must have anticipated that Gene LaBelle, this fraudulent nobody from pro wrestling, was going to try to make a name for himself and actually choke Seagal out. He anticipated it. I mean, this is why I think it'd be very difficult, even today at 71 years of age,
and
single strike on Seagal, let alone defeat him.
His hand.
Let's see. Yeah, they don't like this stream. Alright, are we back? I think we're back. Is everybody back? Alright, let's continue.
And Lincoln's mouth was open, and my mouth was open. I was shocked because that was full blast. Everything was full blast.
Sure.
Up until then. And the bodyguards looked, after he looked, they looked at Seagal, they looked at LaBelle. And I'm watching this. And this happened a matter of a split second. And I'm thinking, oh my God, here comes a huge fight. Because I'm thinking the bodyguards are looking at LaBelle. And the bodyguards look back at Seagal. And I look back at Seagal. And Seagal shakes his head like a no. And the minute Seagal did that with his head, the bodyguard stood down.
Man, Seagal just saving LaBelle's life every step of the way here.
Because they were like almost in reaction mode, confrontation reaction mode. And like I said, this happened in a matter of moments. And the minute LaBelle felt like, you know, everything was easing up, he stuck out his hand and said, but if I did that, let me show you what you could do, and helped him up. And I was scared that something else was going to go on. So I ran to get the stunt coordinator, Conrad Parzano, and he was busy with camera, setting camera. So I'm in back of him, and he had producers, directors, the DP, everybody listening to him. So I'm in back, and I'm waiting for the right moment, you know, because you can't just barge in. You don't want people to know. You don't want to make a big thing out of this, right? So I go in back of him, waiting for the right moment, and I kind of lean to his ear, and I said, Conrad, I said, there's a confrontation with Seagal and LaBelle at base camp. You know, you better get over here and break it up. Well, he didn't understand what I was saying, so he ignored me. And I'm just looking, and he's continuing with his camera work. So I walk away, kind of hesitant, 5-10 feet away, and all of a sudden he pops up and he realizes what's going on. And he runs over there and he yells to LaBelle before he even gets over there. You know, he's like 40 feet away. And LaBelle, get back to your trailer. And LaBelle looks at him and goes to his trailer, right? Back to his trailer. And that was the end of that. And that's what happened. Now, who told, who got it out, who spread it out? I know I didn't. I know Lincoln did it. At least I believe Lincoln. I don't know if the bodyguards did it. I don't know if Seagal did it, leaked it out. I don't know if Gene LaBelle leaked it out. Gene LaBelle, I love him. You see how close Gene LaBelle and I are in the movie, but Gene LaBelle is a showman.
So this is a guy who knows Gene LaBelle very well. I mean, saying he's a showman, I mean, that's a very polite way of describing this fraud, this pro wrestling fraud.
Right? I don't think he would tell a lie. I think that lie, that rumor, that part of it, pissing in his pants and going convulsions, I think it was spread by somebody else, somebody who was writing the story. You know? It
Yeah.
went.
But it's kind of funny how LaBelle phrased it, I choked out Seagal, when clearly Seagal, they were having a conversation about techniques, and Seagal allowed him to at least start the choke, and then Seagal's psychic powers kicked in. And that's what led to this altercation.
Somebody to somebody to somebody, but I believe LaBelle would never say what was said to the magazines and all that.
If I had to guess,
I also, let me say, I feel horrible for Steven Seagal. He deserved it, what he got, because he started it, but the after occurrence, all these years later, is brutal.
Yeah, because he's still getting crap about it. And I just wanted to, give the audience full context. So you just want the truth out there, obviously. If anything, you and Gene LaBelle are good buds. And if you were going to be biased, you would just go with Gene LaBelle because he's your buddy. But obviously the truth matters more to you.
Oh, exactly what I told you just now, exactly what I have in the book is I've seen Gene LaBelle many times. He's read my story, He says that's exactly what happened, right?
Obviously, LaBelle's a lying fraud because that's what LaBelle told to Lambert. So to Lambert's face, he says, yeah, obviously that's what happened. But then he goes and tells Joe Rogan and Rhonda and all these other frauds. He tells them a different story. And obviously he's too terrified to expose his fraudulent lying nature to Stephen Lambert himself. And Stephen Lambert, what a nice guy here.
If you put Gene LaBelle and I together on an interview, and I look at him and I say, for you, and as I say, didn't what I wrote in the book, Gene, isn't that exactly what happened? He'll tell you that's exactly what happened.
Right? Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. I think it's interesting. I think
close, and we've discussed this already. I've teased him. He tells me that he didn't say that. Somebody else said that. He can't figure out. But he'll play with you. If you interview him, he'll play with you because Gene is a showman.
I think he likes the idea that the story is out there because I've seen him in other interviews where he won't necessarily confirm or deny it. I think because he got whacked in the balls, essentially, he just likes that Seagal, this story is out there almost like it's deserving of that happening to Seagal because, of the incident that happened. So I kind of feel like maybe one of the bodyguards told the real story and the guy who heard the story probably added something and then told someone else and they added something. And then it's become into this essentially.
And let's keep in mind the timeline of them bringing it all out as well. Charlize Theron is not talking about this story in the 90s or early 2000s, is she? Nobody is. It's only after Seagal exposes the Illuminati cabal that everybody is suddenly going with this story.
That's usually the way it starts.
Yeah.
Now, like I said, Seagal's fault. It's his fault. I also said I feel bad for him. It's brutal because it's carried on this long. But if he would have admitted it in a playful way with respect at the beginning or in the middle or even now.
But I think Stephen Lambert doesn't understand Seagal's clairvoyant nature. What is Seagal supposed to say? That he sensed that LaBelle was this fraud trying to make a name for himself? That would make him even worse, and Seagal is such a nice guy, he probably doesn't even want to expose LaBelle, who's already been exposed as a fraud. I mean, I don't know.
It would go away. A couple of people have called me, and said, what do you think would happen if we got them together? And I said, well, I'm sure Gene would come. Seagal's got to get off his high horse. And the trick is to make it funny. Yeah. Make it funny when they meet. Make it fun, because I'm sure LaBelle would make it funny. Come here, Steven, your ball shot really, made me fly in the sky, How'd you like me falling, putting you on your back, Well, LaBelle, you're one of the few that has ever been put on my back, I congratulate you for that. Whatever. It could be humorous and it would all go away.
Yeah, that'd be great if that played out.
I've suggested that to a few interviewers that's called me up privately, and Seagal refuses to do that.
So I think our interview is basically the only one with one of the witnesses, you, that's going to be out there, because you did 2 interviews with Palmisano and Balicki and Seagal where you were telling the story, but it sounded like they wanted to like badmouth Gene LaBelle and kind of turn it into that.
Well, that's a whole nother story. It's connected.
Yeah.
It's connected. There's 3 or 4 stories there connected. You're talking about, there was one at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and there was one at a circus guy's house. The circus guy's house was the first interview. That didn't come out for some reason, so we did one at another place, at the Beverly Hills Hotel. So there's 3 or 4 connections meeting with that.
Yeah, so basically the audience has to buy this book to get all the details. But
But the one in the Beverly Hills Hotel was a mind blower, and read that part in detail, because it was scary, and I can't tell you what went on entirely. Even in the book, there's one part of it that I talk about that you have to fantasize, but Seagal has that video, what really went on. And he threatens every now and then to put out that video. They try to trick me into badmouthing Van Damme.
yeah, LaBelle. Yeah.
LaBelle. They try to trick me in.
Wait, so Seagal, what does Seagal have on video of him beating down LaBelle?
To badmouthing LaBelle. But I was smart enough. I have Brooklyn Street Scent.
Oh, apparently there was a video of Lambert saying something about the incident against LaBelle. Anyway, so again, this is an account from someone who is actually there, unlike all these goofs repeating the story like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan hallucinating. That's absolutely true, because this guy said so. I mean, the goofery of Rogan obviously knows no bounds. Okay, so are we done with this? Or, okay, do we need to tackle the Charlize Theron issue? Alright, do you guys want to tackle Charlize Theron, or do you want to go to the Bruce Lee issue next? I will let the listeners decide. What do you guys want to get to next? Because the Bruce Lee saga, the Steven Seagal Bruce Lee saga is, I mean, it's pretty extensive. Now, let me do Theron just because it's quick, and then, because the Bruce, we're going to be on Bruce for a while. So, let's just get Theron out of the way here. I mean, clearly she's just such a foremost expert in so many different martial arts that we really do need to respect her opinion here. And this is another video by Viking Samurai. Again, shout out to Viking Samurai. Quite an entertaining channel.
Wonderful, wonderful boy. Everybody likes you. It's impossible not possible. Morty?
Maybe some people don't like him. I can see that.
Kramer?
Yeah, I like him.
Well, we gotta add another one to the list of people who don't like Steven Seagal. This list is getting big.
Like, I hate him sometimes. I just fucking hate him.
Look at these soy goofs hating on Seagal. What? What is going on here? They have his full collection of all his movies, but they hate him anyway? I mean, what? I mean, how could these fat soy goofs not like Seagal?
Oh my god. I told you, he's terrible. Pisses me off.
This time it's Charlize Theron, and I'm not sure exactly why people don't like Steven Seagal. I mean, he's modest, he's humble.
You still fight?
Yes, I do.
You still dangerous?
I still know a thing or two.
He's highly respectful.
Do I think Michael is a tough guy? No. Do I think he's a martial artist? No. Do I think Jean-Claude's a tough guy or a martial artist? No.
The blasphemy here from Seagal. But then again, who are we to question Master Seagal? I mean, he's talking about in relation to him, I guess, not in relation to other people.
But during a recent interview with Howard Stern on SiriusXM's A Howard Stern Show, Charlize Theron got real candid when talking about Steven Seagal.
Like, why are they even talking about Seagal, though? That's the thing. Like, do any of these clueless goofs, do any of these coincidence theorists, they don't find it strange that these random A-listers are just randomly talking about Steven Seagal of all people?
While promoting her new Netflix movie, The Old Guard.
So she's promoting her new movie, The Old Guard. This was only a couple of years ago. What does Steven Seagal have to do with new Netflix movies?
She said, he's overweight and can barely fight. Look it up. It's ridiculous. She says,
look up the fact that he's overweight? What?
At night I'll go online and watch fighters or watch people fight, and you always come across that odd Seagal video of him, quote, fighting in Japan. But he really isn't. Now, the reason she's even looking up these videos is because of the characters she plays, like Atomic Blonde or this latest Netflix outing, The Old Guard, for example. She needs to come across as someone who looks like they know how to fight, at least on film. As far as her comments about Steven Seagal go, I don't really think that's fair. He's clearly putting on a demonstration, and the students are clearly cooperating. If they weren't, they'd get hurt. They're just going with the momentum of the technique.
I mean, we all know what happened when these guys didn't go with the technique. I mean, he permanently broke Sean Connery's wrist. I mean, that's what happens when you don't go with it.
Unlike the guys portrayed in his movies. Yeah, that guy should have just flipped over. She goes on and says, he's just incredibly overweight and pushing people. She insinuated that the fight was not real because there was no effort in his moves.
I mean, he's doing the same thing to UFC fighters, though.
Shoving people by the face. It's a whole setup. I think she's clearly missing the point. Say what you want about Aikido as a martial art, but Seagal is truly masterful in his technique. Of course there's little effort on his part.
I mean, that guy really got taken down hard, though. And Seagal didn't even put, like, 1% effort behind that. And he took that guy clean off his feet. I mean, let's see what Charlize Theron can do when she's 71. I mean, let's see what kind of demos she's putting on.
At his level, 7th Dan black belt, there should be little effort. And Aikido is quite the opposite of something like wrestling where you're overpowering the other man. With Aikido, you're supposed to utilize their body weight momentum against him. But Seagal is much more than an Aikido master. He also holds black belts in karate, judo, and kendo, so I'm pretty sure he can fight.
Wait, he has black belts in all these other martial arts? I didn't even know that. Hold on, let's fact check that. But when does Steven have the time? Like, how prolific of a master is... Wow, he does! Karate, judo, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, kendo, and Shito Ryu. This guy's been busy! This guy's been busy! Like, look how he downplays. Like, he hardly ever talks about anything other than Aikido. And he's a master in all these other arts as well. I mean, this is crazy. Like, when does he have the time? I mean, kendo, this guy's a sword master. Let's not forget his marksmanship skills with an assortment of firearms. I mean, he's developing rifles for Russia to use in wars. I mean, clearly that'd be the type of rifle that would never miss. I mean, is there anything this guy can't do?
Now, there's another reason why she's so vocal about her disdain for the Aikido master. She states that he has been cruel to women in the past and says, I have no problem talking crap about Seagal because he's not very nice to women, so F you.
Now, are these the women who maybe made advances towards Seagal, and Seagal rebuffed their advances, and she didn't feel that he rebuffed her advances in a nice enough fashion? Is that what really happened here? Is that why she's so bitter, and she can't keep Seagal's name out of her mouth?
She's referring to the accusations from Jenny McCarthy in 2017, who accused Seagal of asking her to take her clothes off during an audition.
And I never understood this story with the audition. Because first of all, are there details missing here? Because if that's what the role required, and an actress is going into an audition with the requirement of the role, I mean, wouldn't you be expected to do that? Now, if she didn't know and it was a last-second change in the audition and she wasn't comfortable with it and she walked out the door, which apparently is what happened, Like, where's the rights violation? An adult asked another adult to do something. The adult declined and left. I mean, is there an actual violation of the law here? Because what if she asked Seagal to take off his clothes? He said no. I mean, there's no crime here. Now, obviously, other than Jenny McCarthy, like some of these other allegations of physical contact, that's a totally different story. But an adult making a request of another adult where there is no threats or anything of that nature, and the request is simply turned down. Because we don't know the real story. Seagal strikes me as the type of guy where if he turned down advances from these women, he doesn't seem like the type of guy who would have went to the police and pressed charges against them for sexually harassing him. He doesn't even seem like the type of guy who would even bring it up.
For Under Siege 2, McCarthy claims that Steven told her, you know, this part has nudity in it, and I can't really tell what your body looks like in that dress you're wearing. Not to defend Steven, but I guess that could be a semi-valid case perhaps. But assuming that accusation is actually true, do you guys think it's fair to fat-shame Steven Seagal and trash his martial arts skills? Oh, and by the way, of course Steven Seagal refuted those accusations. I mean, just ask him.
I mean, and there's not even a single allegation that ever made it to court. Now, that doesn't mean they weren't legit, but they didn't make it to court. Not a single one. Not a single one.
Hey, Steven, was that true about Jenny McCarthy?
No.
But what's more interesting is that Warner Brothers, the studio behind 1995's Under Siege 2, subsequently denied that McCarthy ever even auditioned for it.
Uh-oh! Now, this is the same Warner Brothers that did pay 3 women $50,000 for claims of harassment. Now, we don't know what those were. We don't know if that was just a bunch of drunk people at a party and Steven Seagal put his hand on somebody's shoulder and the woman didn't like it, walked away, and she said that she felt uncomfortable due to it. I mean, we don't know what the situation was, but Warner Brothers gave him $50,000 and denied nothing. This was all open. And yet, Warner Brothers is claiming McCarthy was never even invited to audition for Seagal. I mean, that's curious. That's curious.
So, it's really hard to say what happened, if anything. You know, personally, what I'd absolutely love to see, unlike Steven Seagal, it's not Jenny McCarthy's nude body. What I really want to see is this. What if Seagal finally decided to really get back into shape, in a fighting shape? Not so much to put a stop to the haters fat-shaming him.
Steven Seagal starts off in the beginning of the movie looking pretty cool, but by the end of it, he looks like he gained 15 pounds. He probably did. Like, seriously, there's a part where, like, he's sitting down, and he looks like...
Isn't it hilarious how these fat soy goofs are talking trash about Seagal? Like, this fat bastard looks like he can't even fit through the doorway of that comic book shop. I mean, this is like comic book guy from The Simpsons in real life talking trash about... And it's not even the current fat Seagal. He's talking trash about a Seagal who's not even overweight. He's talking about Seagal in Hard to Kill. I mean, he's not even overweight in Hard to Kill.
Like chunk.
They should have at least had the skinnier guy in the red shirt say this part.
But rather for general health purposes, and in doing so, what if he finally gave us Under Siege 3 instead of that straight-to-video garbage? Sorry, Steven. You know you can do better. We know you can do better. Apparently there was a solid script for Under Siege 3 going back all the way to 2007.
They might still be making Under Siege 3. I think it's listed. Let me double check. Oh, no. Above the Law 2 is listed as pre-production. Yeah, Under Siege 3, I thought it was in the past. It's not currently listed, but Above the Law 2 is listed as in pre-production currently. That'd be interesting to see. But Seagal doesn't even need to not be fat. Even in his current fat form, he can still take anybody out. I mean, that's the true power of Seagal. He's 71, actually.
There's an article from Ain't It Cool News that I'll summarize here. It talks about Steven Seagal indicating his extreme displeasure with the ultra-crappy straight-to-video fare which he's been consigned to for years. The article makes reference to Seagal's impending fulfillment of his obligations to Sony, effectively liberating him from his straight-to-video purgatory and allowing him the latitude to pursue projects more to his liking. It goes on further to talk about Erika Eleniak's official site. In case you didn't remember, she's a super hot girl sidekick heroine who jumped out of the cake in the original Under Siege. Seems Erika's recently perused the screenplay for the proposed Under Siege 3, and she actually likes it. She's in it. She likes it a lot. She says, "I liked it so much, there's no way it'll ever get made, and it very well may not." She said it's one of the most physical action-based shows she's looked at in a long time. Hats off to the writer who hails from the UK. She said it has nothing to do with airplanes, nothing to do with 9/11, nothing to do with boats or subs. There's great comic relief, plenty of fighting, some issues with the women's clothing or lack thereof though. Somehow I doubt Jenny McCarthy will be auditioning by.
You know what's kind of weird? Have any of Seagal's co-stars actually accused him of anything? It seems to be like all these women who actually never got the roles, or were extras, or had no actual proven connection to Seagal in any capacity, who made those claims.
By the way. Oh, and then there's guns, there's cars, there's great one-liners, explosions, everything. So, sounds pretty good. So there's nothing showing up for Under Siege 3 on IMDb, but they do show a listing for Above the Law 2 that was announced. That page last updated in 2017, by the way. It'd be cool to see Steven Seagal reprise his role as Nico Toscani. And then there's always a possibility that Steven Seagal could show up in Expendables 4. Let's face it, everyone loves a comeback story. Steven Seagal doesn't need the money, doesn't need the fame at this point. But wouldn't you want to see him back on top? I mean, Stallone's still giving us Rocky and Rambo movies. There's no reason why Seagal can't give us quality hits again either. So what do you guys think about Charlize Theron's comments? It's not like Steven Seagal ever portrayed himself as a fitness enthusiast. He was never into building up his body like Schwarzenegger, Stallone, or Van Damme. Is it really okay to fat shame him? I mean, I don't think anyone would get a pass if they fat shamed a woman.
I mean, I think he gets even more bonus points for being fat. I mean, how do people not get that? Like, saying he's fat, like making fun of him for being fat, that just demonstrates the extent of his skills even further. For him to be this fat and this old and still being at the top of the mountain, I mean, is there, like he's throwing around UFC champs like children, even being fat in 71. I mean, it just really goes to show, you know, it really puts kind of a perspective in back in his prime what he was or wasn't capable of, just based on what he's still capable of today. Okay, so who's ready for Bruce Lee? So, of all of the action stars, Bruce Lee probably came out of Seagal's mouth less than anybody else. Now, he did mention him a few times, mostly when other people asked him about him. But how many times... So, did Steven Seagal legitimately know Bruce Lee? And if so, did they actually have a fight? And if so, who won? I mean, wow. I hope everybody is sitting down for this because we are diving deep into Steven Seagal versus Bruce Lee. And I believe Jean LaBelle will still play a role in this saga. But I could not find an image, a photo of Bruce and Seagal together. But, again, this would have been the 60s, so it's not like people had cell phone cameras to take photos every 2 seconds. But there is some evidence, possibly more than some, that's the one and only Steven Seagal knew the one and only Bruce Lee. A lot of people, so even myself, I must admit, when I first started looking into this, now I have never found anything Seagal has ever said to contest it in any way. He seemed completely legit about everything until I heard the claims that not only did he know Bruce Lee, but that he trained with Bruce Lee, that he hung out with Bruce Lee. That, and I almost feel ashamed now, doubting the master that is Steven Seagal, for even doubting these claims from Seagal. I mean, this is the only time, this is absolutely the only time where any incredulousness creeped into my bones regarding Steven Seagal's word. I should have known better. I should have known better than to doubt the word of Steven Seagal. Because as Steven Seagal downplays absolutely everything, he seems to have downplayed even his interactions with Bruce Lee. Okay, so Tapatalk forums is kind of a compendium of various forums all over the interwebs. I don't know how old any of these posts are. They were archived in 2021 from who knows how far before that. So, in order to dissect Seagal's claims about Bruce, we have to go to James Coburn. Now, James Coburn is a legend in his own right. I mean, this is Hollywood royalty.
We were talking...
James Coburn. So let's examine James Coburn here, what he says about Bruce, and what he says about Seagal, and what all of the triggered goofs claim is or isn't the truth regarding Seagal and Bruce.
About the Far Eastern philosophies. I was just wondering if you ever practiced Kung Fu or any of the other martial arts.
Kung Fu, yes. Bruce Lee was a great friend of mine, and we used to work out together for a long time.
Now, it is well established. I mean, there's video of them working out together. It's very well established that Coburn and Bruce Lee were friends, training partners, etc.
It was very close. We were very close friends. And
He was a very interesting gentleman, wasn't he?
Bruce?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. He was a groovy guy. Yeah. I was very sorry to see him go.
What do you think made him so unique?
Well, he related everything. His whole life was related to martial arts. He lived, breathed, fought, moved. Everything was dedicated to the highest principle of his own self-evolution. He created himself. Bruce Lee was a little Chinese guy who demanded of himself great excellence. I mean, he was a true artist in that respect. He created himself. And that's what I think. He was an unusual man. He was beautiful. I don't know what to say about him, you know, because of the perfection that he achieved was awe-inspiring. I mean, he was the fastest moving person you've ever seen. I mean, you'd reach out and pew, he was like a poo all over the place. We used to work out up his place, and he had a 700-pound bag hung on a big L iron, you know, or what do they call them, stuck in his patio, and it would on a big spring, and he would kick that thing and double it over. And I would kick it, and it would double me over. But he would, boom, get that thing just swinging back and forth and pop it and pop it. He was amazing, really amazing. And he's a great loss. A loss to me. I miss him daily.
So, I don't think anybody is contesting that Coburn knew, trained with, was friends with Lee. There's endless documentation of that. So, let's move on now to what Coburn said about Steven Seagal.
By 1970. He owned his own dojo or school in Osaka. Today, at age 34, he's returned to the United States to open a school here in Los Angeles.
I guess about 3 years ago, I met Steve Seagal. We became very fast, close friends ever since then. And, he's one of the few masters I've ever met, and to be a master at such a young age is very fortunate for all of us because he can bring his gifts, technique, talent, and his great life force to us.
By
I mean, look at that
1974,
speed from Seagal.
he owned his own dojo.
I mean, look at this blistering speed. That was like 8 punches. That was like 8 punches. I mean, Seagal might be the fastest guy ever other than Bruce Lee.
By 1970,
How many punches was that?
by 19.
That looked like 3 punches into a takedown. And it looks like 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was one of the most impressive sequences I've ever seen. I've never seen anybody move this fast other than Bruce Lee.
By 1974,
Well, let's watch
he
this
owned
entire
his
clip
own
again on what
dojo or
Coburn
school
says
in
about
Osaka. Today, at age 34, he's returned to the United States to open a school here in Los Angeles.
I guess about 3 years ago, I met Steve Seagal. We became
Well, here's the thing. Mr. JSV650 in the chat says everyone is expecting him to still move like that at 70. So he's 71 now. But here's the thing. Who else other than Seagal moves as closely to when they did in their prime at 70 plus? I mean, Mike Tyson's still good, but he's not even 60. I mean, is Seagal literally the only martial artist who can still move close, relatively close to as fast as he once did?
very fast, close friends ever since then. And,
So here's James Coburn, close friend of Bruce Lee. He's also close friends with Steven Seagal from his own mouth.
he's one of the few masters I've ever met.
One of the few masters he's ever met. I mean, this is what James Coburn is saying.
And to be a master at such a young age is very fortunate for all of us because he can bring his gifts, technique, talent, and his great life force to us.
I mean, that is impressive right there. I mean, who in their right mind thinks they could have taken this guy out at any stage of his career? Other than maybe Bruce Lee, and we'll be getting into that in a second. So is this the link? Is James Coburn the link? Coburn from his own mouth, close friends with Bruce and Steven Seagal. The plot is thickening, is it not? I can see all the disbelievers starting to shift uncomfortably. All of the naysayers and disbelievers and Seagal haters are getting very nervous right now. They are getting very, very nervous as well. They should be. Because we're going to be getting into some smoking gun testimony here. If YouTube doesn't terminate the stream right now. It's giving me huge issues with even playing this clip. I have to hit it like 5 times just to play it. I mean, the mastery of Seagal here. I mean, he basically punched and chopped him 5 times in a half a second before taking him down. I mean, other than Bruce, who could move this quickly? Okay, so it's unknown when this video was actually recorded. So if it was recorded at some point in the 70s or Coburn, because he said he met Seagal couple years ago. So we don't really know, okay? We don't know exactly when they met. Now, both Dan Inosanto and Ron Balicki, Dan Inosanto's son-in-law who married Diana Inosanto, these guys are both involved in martial arts and the movie industry. I'm going to put an image of both of them on the screen. They've done many, many different training videos and all of these things for people that are familiar with Inosanto and Balicki here. That's them training. So Dan Inosanto himself and Ron Balicki, they knew Coburn as well. So let's go through this interview here of Seagal's claims. If YouTube allows. This is going to be the most mind-shocking information ever presented about Seagal and Bruce Lee. So we're going to go through some tall claims here by Seagal in his interview with The Voice Chavello. I'm assuming all of the Seagal fans have seen this interview. Actually, we forgot to play. I had one other video here about Seagal addressing the haters. Let me just play this real quick.
I know more than I should talk about, you know, in terms of some of the people who write things and do things to disparage other people. But I can say that a lot of times, because I'm not the only one that people, you know, have made fun of, as you know. I mean, there's a young friend of mine named Jason Momoa who was supposed to be here who canceled. Yeah, I don't know Jason so well that I would swear to it, but my feeling about Jason is a very humble, very spiritual, very good man. I read an article the other day, I won't even tell you the kinds of terrible, outrageous, defaming, disgusting things they were writing about him. And the long and the short is, I think there's always people who think, I can be bigger than them. I can be better. I can get more attention. I can get more money if I screw them over by lying and disparaging them. And there's that, and there's the jealous, and there's the haters. And they will always be there. And like Danny Inosanto, who I think you said you know, is my blood brother since the very beginning, probably one of the best knife fighters in the world.
His blood brother from the very beginning is Dan Inosanto. And again, they worked together and fought each other and out for justice in the bar fight.
and I got some funny stories I should tell you about Danny if we have time.
But I mean, people have been talking a lot about Bruce Lee with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood coming out, and Dan is one of the people who came out speaking very specifically about Bruce.
We can certainly talk about that today if you want, because I was there, you know. But,
I was there? What does he mean, I was there? Did he mean he was there with Bruce and Danny Osanto?
The long and the short is Danny always used to say, people always chase the guy, you know, on the football field, they chase the guy with the ball, meaning, you know, he's the most important guy. So I guess some people say, hey, you should be honored that people are disparaging you and making fun of you and lying about you and making up bullshit rumors about you, but I don't have time for it. I find it revolting and you know, just disgusting.
Well, because we brought it up, I'd love to follow up, you know, if you're comfortable with talking about it. A lot has been said about this portrayal of Bruce Lee in this new Tarantino movie, which, to be fair, I've not seen the movie, but having trained with people who knew him very directly, what I have been told has not been very encouraging about the way that they have portrayed Bruce the Man.
The real question is, where did Quentin Tarantino get this idea that, you know, some stunt person beat up Bruce Lee? I personally think it was just some random, you know, writing with people who wrote that, and that there was no rumor behind it, and that's why he wrote it. But I may be very, very wrong. Gene LaBelle, who wants to say that, you know, he's the stunt guy who beat up Bruce Lee. Gene LaBelle is somebody who made his entire career lying about who he beat up.
I mean, that's a good point by Seagal there, because Gene LaBelle, I don't know if he said he beat up Bruce Lee, but he said he taught him a thing or two and that Bruce couldn't stop his moves. I mean, there's a pattern here with Gene LaBelle, this pro wrestling fraud. This pro wrestling fraud, Gene LaBelle, who was talking trash about both Bruce Lee and Steven Seagal, possibly the two greatest martial artists in the history of existence.
He beat up Jim Brown. I don't know if you guys know who Jim Brown is.
I didn't even hear that story. So he just makes, I mean, that might be possible, though. Is Jim Brown a martial artist, though?
But he was one of the greatest football players in the history of the world. And a very, very, very tough, nasty guy if he had to get nasty. And I promise you, Gene LaBelle did not beat him up. But Gene LaBelle calls himself Judo Gene LaBelle. We had experts look in every Kodokan, Budokan, Judokai, everywhere to see if this guy had one black belt. We couldn't find one.
Man, Seagal coming hard for the fraud that is Gene LaBelle. I mean, look at Gene LaBelle's face here in his pink gi. It's like he made a joke and mockery of all of this. It's like he's living a pro wrestling performance.
And what everybody came back to me and said is he's never even studied judo. So he walks around telling everybody he's Judo Gene LaBelle, tells everybody he beat me up, he choked me out, you know, he beat up Bruce Lee, he choked out Bruce Lee, he went to some big, you know, fight somewhere where there's some people fighting in the audience and they were endangering people, so he beat up one of them and killed him, and he had to go into hiding. I mean, the guy is a pathological liar. And I personally do not think that Gene LaBelle ever beat up anybody, and if he did, you know, it's not, you know,
it definitely wasn't Bruce Lee.
It wasn't Bruce Lee. And I you know, I was very, very close friends with James Coburn and saw Bruce over at James's house many, many times.
Did everybody catch that? So here, when Seagal first said this, so people don't do any homework. Everybody called Seagal out for saying that not only was he not friends with James Coburn, but that he, of course, never knew Bruce Lee. Let me replay that segment again.
And if he did, you know, it's not, you know...
It definitely wasn't Bruce Lee.
It wasn't Bruce Lee. And I you know, I was very, very close friends with James Coburn and saw Bruce over at James's house many, many times. And I can tell you for sure, Bruce is also the kind of guy that you know, Gene LaBelle did not choke out or beat up. So it's, for me, it's very disappointing that, you know, people in Hollywood can make their lives by making up bullshit, you know, to try to make themselves something that they're not.
I mean, look at Seagal blowing the whistle even on Hollywood frauds. I mean, we're kind of getting a real clear picture on why all of this anti-Seagal propaganda exists. So now here, we came with the receipts from James Coburn himself.
19 school in Osaka. Today, at age 34, he's returned to the United States to open a school here in Los Angeles.
I guess about 3 years ago, I met Steve Seagal. We became very fast, close friends ever since then.
Fast friends, straight from the mouth of James Coburn. Now, of course, before this clip was dug up, everyone was saying that Seagal was lying about both knowing James Coburn and Bruce Lee. I mean, how many receipts have we gone over so far? Everything from Seagal and these legendary blues players that people say he doesn't know. I mean, we have actual video footage of him playing with the Kings. I mean, this is crazy. The amount of receipts here. I mean, Seagal haters must be on unalive watch right now. Oh, we're just getting started, Jess Palmer. We are just getting started. This is going to be a long one. I hope everybody brought food and water here. I mean, we are entering the 12th hour of Steven Seagal coverage here in the greatest deep dive ever into the greatest receipt checking ever into Seagal. I mean, the bolder the claims, it really seems like Seagal's actually downplaying all of his abilities and everybody that he knew and everything that he was involved with. It really seems like he's downplaying. I mean, let's start a chat. I want a poll at this point. How many people think Seagal is downplaying everything? It does appear he's just so humble that he just downplays everything. So he did this interview with Michael Chavello. It is approximately, let's see what I want the date here. It was posted November 1st, 2014. So this is right around the time Seagal is vocal about Obama. So let's see what kind of claims he's going to make here and whether or not he's just downplaying everything while people think he's exaggerating. This seems to be a common theme. Oh man, YouTube's playing some games here. It does not want me to play this. Okay, so yeah, 50% think Seagal's downplaying his greatness. 50% are too triggered to answer. But we don't have a single person who thinks he's not downplaying his greatness. Alright, let's see if YouTube allows me to play this Chavello interview. Huh. It appears it really doesn't want me to play this. Bear with me here. I mean, just, Everyone's anti-Seagal for some reason. I mean, is this reminiscent? I mean, I don't want to get into Bible quotations here. But we have John 15:18. If the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first. I mean, those are the words of Jesus. And we have reincarnated Lama, Steven Seagal, seemingly suffering the same fate of the world being against him. But this is MINDSHOCK, where we are shining the light of truth. We are shining the light of truth here on all of the Seagal propaganda. Actually, this interview might have been even older. I don't know if it's still up on Chevello's channel. Oh, here we go. Alright, let's see if we can get this to work. Okay, here we go.
Introduction in the martial arts or movie world. He's a 7th down black belt in the Japanese art of Aikido. He's the star of such films as Out for Justice, Marked for Death, Above the Law, Hard to Kill, and Under Siege. His name? Steven Seagal. Wow, Steven Seagal, a larger-than-life figure, controversial, charismatic, shrouded in mystery and myth. And today on the show, we're going to try and unravel some of those mysteries and debunk some of those myths. So sit back and strap yourselves in for the longest interview ever conducted with Steven Seagal in his entire career. Welcome to another episode of The Voice Versus. Steven Seagal, thanks for joining me on The Voice Versus. It's an absolute pleasure. You began practicing Aikido, you shifted to Japan. Can you tell me how you first became involved in Aikido? Because it does intrigue me that, you know, Aikido developed by the Japanese by a much shorter man, Morihei Ueshiba, O-sensei, and you yourself about 6'5", larger individual. How did it come to be Aikido that was your chosen art?
Well, actually, I started studying karate at a very young age. I sort of lied about my age and got a job washing dishes at a restaurant. I think it was called the Wagon Wheel or something like that.
Again, Steven Seagal admitting when he lied as a child. I mean, this man clearly admits when he lies. And it appears he's been downplaying everything all these years.
And there was a cook there, because back then in America you didn't really have dojos around. You didn't have people teaching kung fu and, you know, Korean arts and Chinese and Japanese. So you just didn't have it. They were all sort of underground or quietly teaching. And one of the cooks there was a guy called Sakamoto Sensei, and he was a Shotokan guy and an Okinawan Shorin guy. And he saw that when I was washing the dishes and moving around that I moved very fast and loved the martial arts. And one of the other guys in the kitchen, I don't even know what he was a Mexican guy who claimed to be a boxer, and you know, he was one of these kind of controversial guys that loved to talk about how great boxing was and how great he was. And anyway, Sakamoto Sensei decided to take me under his wing and teach me. I had asked him over and over again if he would, and then I ended up learning from him karate, the basics. It was mostly Okinawan. And then I studied from him for many years, and then finally...
So here we have it. I think this might be the first time Seagal revealed he was an Okinawan karate. He did Okinawan karate before Aikido.
Found someone who could teach me Aikido. I was very interested in the Aikido.
And people who think he's lying, he actually has videos where he visits some of these Okinawan guys.
As you know, I had met Demura Sensei and some of the people from Shitoryu.
And we'll get into Demura, but I'll put up an image right now. Demura, so Seagal getting involved with Demura. For those who don't know who Demura is, Fumio Demura was actually another martial arts master who trained with Bruce Lee. Here's a photo of them together. So now we have Steven Seagal involved with not just Coburn, known to have trained with Lee, but also Demura. And hold on, I'm about to give you some more receipts, people. We're about to get even more receipts. Just give me a second. YouTube getting glitchy here. YouTube getting glitchy now that the truth is about to come out regarding Steven Seagal and Bruce Lee. Here is Steven Seagal with Fumio Demura, karate legend, also a friend of Bruce Lee. Is the plot not thickening further enough here? All the Seagal haters are getting really nervous right now. They're getting really nervous.
Never really studied with them much, became very good friends. And we did some demonstrating together, and we demonstrated karate at this place that they had, which was a theme park, like a Japanese theme park in Orange County somewhere. I think it was called the Deer Park. And so Demura Sensei and I and a bunch of the guys, who are not all Shitoryu, by the way, we all demonstrated karate there.
And Demura was also the real-life Mr. Miyagi. Wow, that's a huge image. So, how many receipts do we need here? So, Steven Seagal, very friendly with not one, but two. Well, actually three, because Dan and Osanto, and actually four, because we also have here we also have here Ron Balicki. So we have Dan and Osanto, Ron Balicki, Fumura, and Coburn. So we have Steven Seagal running in the same exact circles as Bruce Lee, and the haters still want to maintain. They want to maintain that there is zero chance that Seagal ever knew Bruce Lee or met Bruce Lee or trained with Bruce Lee or fought Bruce Lee in any capacity. I mean, we got plenty more receipts to come from. Just give me a second here. I got another receipt here. Oh wow, hold on. They've been deleting a lot of this stuff. It's also kind of interesting how Seagal obviously has all of these receipts himself in his photo albums and videos and etc. But it's kind of funny how he doesn't care about backing up anything he says. And all of this work is being done by people digging all this stuff up. But hold on, I got a receipt here. This was actually in Black Belt magazine. For some reason it was removed. But the guy who taught calligraphy to Aikido founder Morihei Ueshiba was also buddy-buddy with none other than Steven Seagal. And this is this is Saiseki Abe. And I'm about to post a receipt here. I don't know if anybody has posted this receipt before. Took a lot of digging to find it. But here is Steven Seagal, a young Seagal here. With Saiseki Abe, the guy who taught the founder of Aikido calligraphy. And Seagal himself said that he never studied directly under O-sensei Ueshiba. But he said he saw him, which he may have, because he's training with, he also trained calligraphy. And when have you even heard Seagal boast about his calligraphy skills? I mean, he never even, I've seen a lot of interviews. When does he boast about his mastery of calligraphy? But here's a photo. There's no date here, but that in the photo right there is Saiseki Abe. Saiseki Abe was also one of Morihei Ueshiba's top disciples. So he's 10th Dan in Aikido. There was an interview in Black Belt magazine. It was posted on the internet April 3rd, 2013, no longer up. I don't know if it was reposted or not. He also taught Steven Seagal calligraphy and said Seagal's calligraphy was very good. And Seiseki Abe, 10th Dan in this interview, says that Seagal is the founder, that they're both affiliated with Aikikai Hanbu Dojo, and that Seagal's the founder of Tenshin Dojo, and his dojo developed an ongoing interaction with the teachings of O-Sensei. So, to all the goofs who hallucinate that Seagal never even ran or founded the dojo, this is straight from the mouth of O-Sensei's own student, Seiseki Abe, who confirms that Seagal himself is also very good at calligraphy and has his own dojo and continues the teachings of O-Sensei. How's that for a receipt? I'm sure all the haters that think Seagal's lying are going to ignore all that as well. But let's continue with the interview here.
And about that time I found a master in Aikido named Isaka Kyoshi. Who became kind of the most important martial arts master of my life. And I devoted all of my time to him, became his closest disciple, and well, I don't know if I was his closest disciple, but he was my closest teacher, and certainly I loved him the most and devoted everything I had to him. And he really was the most important martial arts teacher of my life.
Of course, the founder of Aikido, Morihei Ueshiba, O-Sensei, passed away in 1969. Did you ever meet O-Sensei? And if you did you develop a relationship with him? Did you train with him at all?
No, by the time O-Sensei was getting old, you know, I was quite young. I was 18, something like that. I had gotten to, my father was in Japan, having to do with some military stuff, and
Wait, he just hand-waved that? His father was in Japan having to do some military stuff? Wait, what? Some military stuff? What kind of military stuff was Seagal's father doing? Actually, you know what? Let me drop another fact check here on Coburn. Might as well drop it here. So James Coburn, for those that don't know, he did a documentary on the CIA. This is Washington Post, January 15, 2000. The CIA agency is filmed from the inside with cooperation from the top into On the Inside specials airing on Discovery Channel. America's Frontline and the New Threats explore some of the workings of the powerful U.S. intelligence agency whose clandestine services require that action and techniques remain among the nation's most guarded secrets. James Coburn narrates the program, which includes the first extensive interview about the agency with CIA Director George Tenet, an interview with a top official regarding the role of covert ops, an interview with the head of Counterterrorism Center, previously classified stories from deep inside the CIA, and a look at a training facility known as the Farm. So James Coburn, of all people, somehow gets this gig, CIA from the inside. I think this might be one of the first, if not the first, on this subject. And Coburn himself was in the military before, and Coburn actually narrated those old military films from decades and decades ago. So is it possible Steven Seagal somehow is buddy-buddy with James Coburn as well? So it just never ends, the web of Steven Seagal somehow knowing these like, how is he buddy-buddy with James Coburn? I mean, this is just crazy. And then Coburn himself might have some kind of connections. Now Seagal's claiming his own father's in Japan? On a military yacht?
He allowed me to come with him. I was able to meet one of my closest friends, Isoyama Sensei, and
we actually looked at this clip before. I'll play it again here with Isoyama, because again, a lot of people think Seagal is lying about knowing or being friends with his people, but as soon as we start checking receipts, it appears they're all there, and then some, because it's like he's downplaying all of this. Let's look at the receipts with Isoyama.
Being in Japan gave Steven a chance to get together with his old friend of 40 years, who's also an Aikido master, Hiroshi Isoyama.
彼と会ったのは愛木神社で初めて会ったんですけども。
Here we have another fact check. Isoyama says that Seagal was very good at speaking Japanese in spite of his young age. I mean, Seagal is just such a master of so many trades. I mean, it's like he's a master of all trades and jack of none.
その時彼はね、若いにもかかわらず、すごく日本語が上手だったんです。
They used to practice a lot, but in the evenings, they found Aikido came in handy after class. Steven was an outsider, and at 6'4", hard to miss. Various tough guys tried to intimidate them.
I mean, look at these receipts. Look at these receipts of Seagal on the mean streets of Japan. Look at these receipts. I mean, you guys just aren't ready. The world is not ready for the receipts of Steven Seagal. I mean, look at that fro. Look at that fro. He's even got a stash going there. I mean, look at this young Seagal on the mean streets of Japan, standing 6'4". I mean, is it possible to even have more receipts? Has anyone had more receipts than Seagal?
But it didn't work.
I mean, look at that dapper young man. Look at that dapper young man. I mean, there are goofs claiming Seagal was never even in Japan that young. But look at this. It's not like I've seen coincidence theorists and Seagal haters claim that none of these stories regarding these Aikido masters could be true because the Aikido masters all died by the time he moved to Japan. Who said anything about moving? He clearly visited Japan at a young age. Look at those brows. Look at those brows and that fro and that stash. I mean, this is one dapper teenager walking the mean streets of Japan.
네. 네. 주소 面白かったね、重曹。え？
暴れましたね。
なんで？
いや、その乱暴のところに入ってきたらね、その時々悪い人の人をいじめたりね、いろいろこうかけてくるでしょう。我々はそれも喜んでね、そういう歓迎した。
I mean, here is Hiroshi Isoyama bringing the receipts for Seagal on the streets of Japan, vanquishing all opposition. I mean, how many more receipts are possible?
ね。We're happy to oblige that. 先ほどもちょっとお話ししましたけども、やはり彼はすごくこう礼儀正しい男なんですよ。映画では映画の役にはまってるから、その彼の
I mean, that's a pretty good compliment. Isoyama. How many Japanese people would say about a non-Japanese? Here's the translation for what Isoyama is saying here. I have regarded him as well-mannered and in a way more Japanese than some Japanese people. I mean, Isoyama here. I mean, Steven Seagal is more Japanese than Japanese people. I mean, Steven Seagal's even better at being Japanese than Japanese people. Is there anything this man can't do?
本当の姿っていうのは出てないかもしれませんけれども。Nice hat. Gentle hat.
It's because I paid so close attention to the protocol and the language and how you're supposed to be.
をしたと思います。ですからその苦労が実って今の彼があるんじゃないかなと思います。だからその苦労っていうのは我々が
I mean, here's Isoyama backing up some claims. I also think he went through hardships no one could imagine. I mean, this is an Aikido master saying this about Seagal.
推測できないようなには言えない
hardships that he couldn't even describe to anyone. I mean, look at that fro. Look at that fro. That probably gives him at least plus 500 strength and speed.
をしたんじゃないかな
And the burns. I mean, think about the hit points the burns can add. I mean, Seagal looked absolutely terrifying back in those days.
と私は思っております。
There's some people that are just born with a certain amount of determination, and they're not going to give up. And I don't know if I'm one of those people or not, but that's sure what I was thinking at the time.
I mean, look how humble Seagal is. He doesn't even claim to be one of those people.
That nobody's going to break me.
But there are a lot of people who have a tough time with the concept of Steven being a Buddhist, yet having so much violence in his movies.
There's a tradition in many parts of the world of Buddhist monks who believe that their body is also a sacred treasure and that they have the right to defend their lives. And they also believe in what I believe, which is that the development of the physical self through arduous training is essential in order to perfect the spiritual man. And this kind of training should be simultaneous.
I mean, just wise words from Steven Seagal. Let's get back into this interview. A lot of people trashed him in this interview, but I mean, how much more receipts is even possible to bring than we've already brought?
Go to Ibaraki when Sensei was alive in Tokyo and got to see him, got to hear him. I wouldn't say that I got to study with him or get thrown by him or anything else.
See, he's clearly stating that he didn't study specifically with O-Sensei, simply that he saw him. So this would have been a trip because O-Sensei died April 26, 1969. So Seagal would have been a teenager, but here we have the receipts of a young Seagal walking the mean streets of Japan, clearly as a teenager. So there was clearly at least 1 or 2 trips before he permanently moved there. Obviously, by the time he permanently moved there, Ushiba had already died.
I really, in that way, didn't know him. And then soon after that, he became ill and wasn't teaching much, and soon after that, he passed away. But I did make very, very close friends with the guys that I thought were his closest students, and I felt that the mystical things, the thing that I found the most interesting about those times was, Osensei wasn't talking about put your left foot here and your right arm here and flip the guy this way and punch him that way. He was really talking about mysticism, and he was a kind of a priest in this place called Omoto-kyo, and he was the student of Deguchi Onisaburo sensei and Deguchi Naohi. Deguchi Naohi was his teacher, and she was still alive, and I went there to study from her, which I did do. And I did learn a lot of the mystical things that he was teaching that nobody else seemed to understand because they weren't really interested in that.
I mean, Steven Seagal here is probably revealing, like, the true secrets here. Because he studied the mystical arts behind Aikido that nobody was interested in. Is this the secret to his success and his invincibility? The mystical side.
They were interested in learning how to fight. So that was my beginning in that way.
What were some of these mystical things that O-sensei was trying to accomplish that you wanted to learn? Because I remember you said in an interview once you wanted to transcend just the physical training of Aikido and learn the mystical side as O-sensei had taught.
Well, I mean, I've been doing the martial arts for 40 some odd years now, and maybe 50 years, I could say, huh? I don't know if I'm any closer to enlightenment now than I was then.
I mean, can you be any more humble than Seagal? Like, where is the Seagal hate coming from other than instruction from the Illuminati cabal to hate him just because the idiot Bach said so?
I have had moments of what seemed to me at the time to be great realization. I have had moments of techniques that seemed to be unexplainable or divine or spectacular, but I've never been able to keep that level of divine or mystical technique consistent so that I could always do it and understand it. It would seem to come and go without my really knowing when it would come and go, and so I'm still sort of the average fool on the corner trying to, you know, put one foot in front of the other.
I'm the average fool on the corner trying to put one foot in front of the other. Is there a single man in Hollywood more humble than Steven Seagal? Is there a single martial artist out there in the world more humble than this man?
Still to come on The Voice versus Steven Seagal, we talk more about Aikido and traditional martial arts. Welcome back versus Steven Seagal. Let's talk more about Aikido and the traditional martial arts. In your time teaching in Japan, as Take Sensei, as you were known...
You know who gave me that name?
No.
was Deguchi Naohi.
Oh, it was?
O-sensei's teacher is the one who gave me that name.
Fantastic.
That's right.
And during that time, you were known for a very hard, practical style of Aikido. What you were teaching, was that close to what O-sensei had developed, or were you taking a more aggressive, harder style of Aikido that you were teaching?
I believe that in Aikido we had something called Go Juju, which was the circle, the square, and the triangle, and you know, the hard, the medium, and the soft. But the soft was the most severe, and that was the riddle that most people didn't understand. I grew up in a very, very dangerous area, an area that was all gangsters, yakuza, fighting every day in Shinjuku and in Osaka when I finally went there. I believe that O-sensei had something called okuden, which meant the secret style or the secret arts that he wouldn't teach almost anyone, which did have to do with killing people and did have to do with techniques that could take a life and so forth and so on. And I think after his, you know, supposed, and I don't say this out of disrespect, but I don't know, you know, after his apparent enlightenment, whatever that means, because I don't understand what it means, he apparently took all those techniques out and wasn't showing those anymore, but I did know the old people who did know them, and I made those a part of my style, and I made the attitude based on my understanding of Aikido, which is that you have, you know, the gentle, the supple, the sublime, the soft, the severe, and the wrathful, and I felt very...
The wrathful? Wow, that sounds biblical. I mean, is Steven Seagal have these biblical mystical powers that allow him to transcend what mere mortals can accomplish? I mean, he seems to be kind of telling, I mean, he seems to be revealing the secrets here.
Very, very convicted, you know, I felt tremendous conviction in the fact that Aikido has to be able to work against anyone in any style who wants to come and kill you or your family or your friends or hurt you. I felt that Aikido could be as severe as any art, and I made it that way. And once again, I'll mention the name of Isoyama Sensei. Him and I, you know, both had that same attitude, and him and I had the unfortunate displeasure of having to test our skills hundreds of times. And I remember there was the ridiculous question in there of, have you ever had to use Aikido? And that was one of the ones I was looking for, to tell you we probably shouldn't, you know, address that. But yeah, hundreds of times, you know.
So Steven Seagal here revealing that he's had to use his skills hundreds of times. I mean, we have receipts from one of these other Aikido masters that we just went through.
We've had to, you know, use this in the streets, and that's how you know what works and what doesn't.
I was going to say, it must give you a sense of satisfaction, though. Even though you don't want to use it ever for self-defense, you hope you never get into that predicament. It must give you a sense of satisfaction to know that what you are teaching and what you have learnt works.
It's not satisfaction. Forgive me for contradicting you, but it is very important to learn what works. Like one of my teachers once said, Shinkei Shobu, or fighting for real in the street or wherever you are, and then practicing on the mat, is the difference between swimming on the mat and swimming in the water. You know, and you have to fight for real. And if you don't fight for real, I don't want to come up with any superlatives for you, because it's not all about fighting, but you will never understand, you know, really the essence of what any martial art is without having to, you know, really defend yourself.
Very good point.
You know, so.
In your days of instructing back in Japan, apparently your gradings were legendary. They took place behind closed doors. Can you tell me what a Take-sensei grading would have consisted of for a black belt grading back in the day?
Back in the day, people were giving out black belts in 1 or 2 years. My average shodan was 6 years.
Wow.
Back in the day. And back in the day, we took 3 to 5 guys, depending on who you were. And after you went through all of the different techniques, showing, you know, piece by piece what you could do, in the end, you lined up 3 to 5 guys, you put them across the room, and you said, begin. And they would attack you as hard as they could, and they would do anything they could to take you out. And we constantly had people who would have broken nose, knocked out teeth, black eyes, ripped open face.
Keep in mind, though, not a single image seems to exist of Seagal with even a scratch on him.
And there was never, ever a black belt exam where people walked away without blood everywhere.
Unless it was Seagal, because there seems to be no evidence that Seagal has ever taken damage in any fight.
Times have changed though, haven't they? It's rare, if anywhere, you'll find today that it takes more than a couple of years to achieve a black belt in most styles.
I mean, and nobody comes at you that hard anymore. And I used to tell the guys, and they'd say, well, can we come as hard as we can? I'd say, yeah, you go as hard as you can, but keep in mind, the harder you come, the harder he's coming back.
Yeah, yeah. When we return to The Voice versus Steven Seagal, Seagal talks about the transition from martial arts master to overnight Hollywood sensation. Welcome back to The Voice versus Steven Seagal. After a successful career as a martial arts instructor in Japan, Steven Seagal returned to America to forge a career as a Hollywood star. In 1988, he came out of nowhere to feature in his first smash hit, Above the Law. Now, moving on to your move into Hollywood, I mean, going from martial arts instructor to Hollywood actor, virtually overnight. You came out of nowhere in 1988 with Above the Law, whereas
1985, 86.
You were doing some choreography and some martial arts training with the likes of Sean Connery, correct? During the mid-80s. Your first role, though, was a major feature role, and you didn't start with smaller roles like so many actors did. And there's so many stories that float around as to how you got involved in Hollywood. One is that Mike Ovitz was a former student of yours, and he took you to Warner Brothers. You did an Aikido demonstration, and Warner Brothers was blown away, and boom, Steven Seagal became a movie star. Is that true? And if not, how did it happen?
I hate to admit it, that is true.
Okay.
That's a true story.
You still remember the day? You still remember the demonstration?
I remember everything about it, yeah.
Were you introduced a new style of martial arts that no one had ever seen on the silver screen. Right. People used to kick punches of, you know, your Bruce Lees and your Chuck Norrises and your Van Dams, etc. But here was Aikido. Was there ever any trepidation from you or the producers, the guys at Warner Brothers, that this stuff might not work on screen? There were no flashy kicks and jumping round kicks and flashy stuff. It was mostly joint locks and holds and throws.
What most people don't know is that they probably did have some kind of, how do you say, shinpai means like, you know, maybe they were a little concerned about that.
A reservation.
Isn't it funny how Seagal, it sounds like he's thinking in Japanese. He's asking him to translate a Japanese word into English while they're having an English conversation.
Maybe?
Reservations.
Yeah.
And so they did ask me to do a screen test, and I did. And they said, man, you know, this guy has got so much, you know, going on. He's got the charisma, he's got the look, he's got the action. We feel confident after that. And so they handed me 2 or 3 scripts, and they said, you know, make any of these you want. I read them. I came to America as a writer. And I didn't like any of them. I said, you know, I think we can do better than this. And they said, well, there's a writer's strike coming up, so maybe if you want to write something. And I said, yeah, I want to write something. And they said, well, there's a writer's strike coming up, and the timing is going to be difficult if you don't write it quickly. Can we assign some folks to help you? I said, sure. And they assigned me Stephen Pressfield and Ronnie Shusett. And together we all wrote Above the Law, yeah.
Which, in interviews, you've said that Above the Law was part autobiographical in segments.
Well, I'm not going to get into that, but I will say that I believe it was based on a true story which had to do with the Iran-Contra, you know, conspiracy, which really never came out.
Your first 5 films are considered classics of the genre. Above the Law, Hard to Kill, Marked for Death, Out for Justice, Under Siege, classics. I was a huge fan back in the day. When I first saw Above the Law, I must have been 13 years old, and I was so into it, I think I whispered everything for a month afterwards just to imitate your voice. Out of all the characters you played, Nico Toscani, Mason Storm, John Hatcher, Gino Felino, and Casey Ryback, which of those characters was the most fun to play, most memorable?
That's a tough question. I think maybe, you know, Above the Law was the most fun for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Under Siege? I have to ask the question, 1 or 2? Which one did you prefer? I actually preferred Under Siege 2 to Under Siege 1.
I think I like Under Siege 1.
Yeah?
Yeah. I like them both.
Yeah, I like them both too. They're both classics. Oh, so many fight scenes in so many films that you've done. My favourite one, I suppose, the Out for Justice cue ball fight was
That's
fantastic.
my favourite also.
It's your favourite as well?
Yeah, that's my
What
favourite.
made that one your favourite?
Well, I improvise, you know, in special forces, you know, we say something like, you know, there's this phrase that is common amongst operators.
Wait, in special forces we say this? What does he try to... was that a Freudian slip there? Did he not think that statement through?
We say adapt and overcome. And coming up with the idea of putting that cue ball inside a rag and using it against all those people was a really good idea that really works.
It did.
I can tell you. I mean, that will hurt somebody very badly.
It sounds like Steven might have done that on numerous occasions.
And so I like that. And then, you know, Danny Inosanto is a dear friend of mine, still is a dear friend of mine. He, as you know, was one of Bruce Lee's teachers, brilliant knife fighter, great at Eskrima Cali.
I'm gonna put up a funny picture of Bruce and Dan Inosanto. I don't know if a lot of people have seen this photo, but it's a pretty funny photo.
And all that stuff, and him and I had done a lot of practice together and working together, and I tried to learn from him, and I think he tried to learn from me.
I mean, look how humble Seagal is. Like, he's admitting that he tried to learn from Dan Inosanto. He's not like Gene LaBelle trying to pretend he's going around doing all the teaching.
And so being able to work with him that day and fight him was a great pleasure for me.
I was going to say, Dan Inosanto, at one stage, Bruce Lee's #1 student. You also...
and teacher.
And teacher. Friends with James Coburn as well, who was one of Bruce Lee's students. Indeed, indeed.
That's how I met Bruce, through James
Tell me, I was going to ask.
So here we go. That's how Steven Seagal met Bruce Lee through James Coburn.
So you met Bruce Lee.
Through
Tell me
James
about your
Coburn.
experiences with Bruce and what was he like and how did you get on with him?
You know, I wasn't around Bruce much. He was the kind of guy who kind of would badmouth most, a lot of the other martial artists and martial arts in a kind of a sarcastic way, fun way, which I understood. For some reason, he never had anything bad to say about me. And I was quite interested in Aikido, and he was very nice to me. He knew that I grew up in Asia and that I had a son that was just exactly the same age as Brandon. And when I met Brandon, he had lighter hair and said, "This is my little Caucasian boy," you know. You know, I thought Bruce was a really great guy, really cool guy, and I thought James Coburn was a great guy too. And I'm really sorry they're all gone. And when Brandon was killed like that, they called me a few minutes after it happened. It was in Carolina somewhere. They called me in the middle of the night and they said, "We think that he's dead, but the guy shot a blank gun at him. How could he be dead? He's dying. He's you know, severely hurt, maybe dead." And I said, "You will find a projectile in him. You'll find a bullet in him." And they said, "That can't be. You're crazy." And I said, "You will find a bullet in him." And they called me in the morning and they said, "You're amazing." And I said, "Why?" And they said, there was a bullet in him.
I mean, Seagal's psychic prowess also seems to be very overlooked.
And I can go through the whole story on what really happened, which most people don't know, but the long and the short is when Brandon passed like that, I didn't sleep for 3 or 4 days.
Wow.
It just reminded me too much of certain things, and the loss of both of them was terrible for me.
Another great actor, one of my favourites, and I know he's one of your favourites as well, Jackie Chan, man who sent me flowers for my 21st birthday, coincidentally. And by the way, you and I share the same birthday, April 10. You were one of the people, and it's a little-known fact, who helped Jackie Chan break into America and introduce him to American audiences. Can you tell me about your relationship with Jackie and how that started?
So Seagal's also friends with Jackie Chan. Interesting. Interesting.
I mean, I've known Jackie for, Jesus, maybe 40 years.
Wow.
I've known him from way back in the early days. I'm not very close with him anymore. I don't really go to Hong Kong or China much anymore. Him, Sammo Hung, a lot of the old, you know, some of this is really maybe not quite fit for, you know, saying out loud on film, but there's an interesting group of folks that, you know, are kind of some in the shadows and some in the light, and I was friends with all those guys for a long time. Haven't seen Jackie for a long time.
What's he trying to say there? Is he trying to say that Jackie's some kind of Illuminati agent?
Now, but at one time I thought we were kind of good friends, you know.
In an interview, you also said once you'd made many great movies, which you have, and said you'd made many, or some, bad movies. Is there one particular film you look back on and you sort of cringe and go, geez, did I really do that?
Unfortunately, there's many. I think, you know, I was looking at an actor the other day on screen.
Hold on a second. Let me bring some receipts for Seagal and Jackie, just in case people are doubting that. Jackie Chan actually also tried to get Seagal for a few movies. Apparently they couldn't get the contract right, but... Let me dig this up. I mean, Jackie seems to really like Steven Seagal. Quite a few photos of these guys, these friends. Yeah, it was reported April 8th, 2015, Jackie and Seagal were actually trying to get a movie done. But I guess it never got done.
I was going, holy shit. Can you say shit on this interview?
You can say whatever you like.
Yeah. I said, holy shit, did this guy actually do this? Not only was the movie that bad, but the acting was that bad. And it's a pretty famous actor. And I just said, hey, man, happens to all of us. We all, because we are, I don't want to say victims, but we are subject to the financiers and what they want us to do, and the studios and what they want us to do, and we don't control the show. So I made a lot of terrible movies and a few good ones.
If all your movies were lost forever in some freak fire and all the show reels were gone, but one survived for you to be able to show your grandkids one day, which one movie of yours would you hope survived?
It'd probably be On Deadly Ground because of the speech in the end, which, you know, is exactly what Al Gore did, you know, 18 years later, than he got an Academy Award and a Nobel Peace Prize for. I was a little ahead of my time. And I understand they cut quite a bit of that speech out. It was originally much longer, and it really just covered the entire gamut of what's happening with the planet.
I mean, Steven Seagal always seems to be ahead of his time.
And the environment, but I don't really know what's left. I'd like to rent it just to see, but I think, you know, for mankind, that's probably the most important work I've done, in my opinion. And then, you know, Fire Down Blue was also another important environmental movie. So, but I think On Deadly Ground, the speech in the end with the slideshow is very important.
Who's the most legitimate Hollywood tough guy, in your opinion? You accept it, of course.
When you say tough guy, do you mean martial artist or just tough guy?
I mean, Stephen, for real. If he was on the street and there was a situation, you wanted this Hollywood guy by your side because he could defend himself. It's that hard to think of a legit one?
Can you think of one?
Michael Jai White.
Can I laugh in your face?
Really?
Yes.
Thoughts on Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Can I laugh in your face?
We're gonna get into Van Damme in a second. After we finish the Bruce Lee bombs.
Chuck Norris?
I mean, Chuck is in his mid-70s. He's probably 76 years old, okay? 75, 76 years old.
Interesting.
So I don't know. I've heard that he's not, you know. So, I mean, I don't really want to get into, on film anyway, you know, who's a tough guy. Do I think Michael is a tough guy? No. Do I think he's a martial artist? No. Do I think Jean-Claude's a tough guy or martial artist? No.
Man, he's bringing the heat.
If you were to put together your own ensemble of action stars, your own version of the Expendables, let's say, who would you choose, 3 or 4 actors, to be in there with you?
Thanks for the super chat, Dub.
They had many great actors in there, you know, that are great action guys. I think this guy Jason Statham, is that
Jason
right?
Statham?
Statham,
Yeah,
is it?
That's funny.
It's not Stratham, it's Statham.
Yep.
Jason Statham is a wonderful action guy. Jet Li, fantastic action guy, who, by the way, is a real martial artist.
Yes, great wushu.
And, you know, I mean, I'd never seen him fight, but I would imagine if you would have mentioned his name over those guys, I would have to say, okay, he's a real martial artist and probably can fight.
Dolph Lundgren, Kyokushin karateka, used to be competitive.
He's a very nice guy. Do I think he's a tough guy and a great martial artist? He's just a great guy, and you know. But anyway, I'm trying to think of all the guys that were in there. I didn't get to see it, but you know, Jet Li and you know, Jason Statham are great guys. Who else was in it?
Dolph Lundgren.
He keeps calling him Stratham, even after he said Statham so many times.
Terry Crews, Randy Couture.
Randy's a real fighter.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know.
Of course, Bruce Willis and Arnie, we know both aren't real fighters, but great actors.
They're great actors.
Mm-hmm. And Sly Stallone.
Yeah, you got all those great actors there.
Yeah.
All those great actors, yeah.
Folks, you may be wondering at this stage of the interview why I haven't asked Steven Seagal about the rumour that he was once choked out on set by judo Gene LaBelle. Steven Seagal was adamant off camera that he did not want to give Gene LaBelle any publicity during this interview. He said he had met Gene LaBelle on set once, and all they'd ever done together was stretch, and in no way, shape or form had LaBelle ever choked him out. He also said that LaBelle once claimed he knocked out Bruce Lee, knocked out Jim Brown, that Gene LaBelle is a pathological liar, a scumbag, and other choice words I choose not to say on television. So make up your own mind about that apparent rumour. More return here to The Voice versus Steven Seagal. Welcome back to Arizona and The Voice versus Steven Seagal. I'm Michael Chiavello. Coming up next, let's talk to Steven Seagal about the mixed martial arts world, his work with Anderson Silva, Lyoto Machida, his thoughts on mixed martial arts, and of course that famed front kick that Anderson used to knock out Vitor Belfort that allegedly was taught to him by Steven Seagal. Let's talk a little bit about mixed martial arts. Your relationship with Anderson Silva. How did you and Anderson Silva first come into contact?
Anderson sent me a card saying, teach me your lethal stuff, teach me your great stuff. And then there was a phone number of a guy called George Joy Madison. I called George and he said, yeah, man, Anderson's a big fan. He knows about, you know, all of your lethal stuff. And would you come and teach him? And I said, let's meet and talk. And we met and talked. And I thought he's very sincere, very humble, and that it would be a good thing to do. So I went to Black House and started teaching him, yeah.
After Anderson knocked out Vitor Belfort, he said the front kick he won the fight with was taught to him by you. Gave you credit for that.
And you know what's crazy? A lot of the goofs hallucinate Seagal was the one who said that. Anderson Silva was the guy who said that. I mean, Seagal didn't deny it, obviously. Seagal did confirm it.
It was, you know, fantastic and sort of introduced you back into the world of mixed martial arts fans. But there were a lot of people also questioning the validity of that, of how an Aikido instructor would teach a Muay Thai guy a version of a front kick.
I mean, whoever says that doesn't know anything about my life. I mean, I spent my entire life... first of all, I started out in karate.
Sure, yeah.
You know?
So you started out doing Maigeri in karate.
Yeah, I started, you know, for many years before I even began Aikido. So, and then I went around the world studying from, you know, Kung Fu masters, Muay Thai masters, you know, and Tai Chi masters. And so I've been doing mixed martial arts for 40 years.
I mean, there you have it. I mean, Steven Seagal, a pioneer of all martial arts. I mean, he really does seem to downplay the other styles that he studied.
And so whoever says that just doesn't know anything about me.
Would you believe you're one of the original mixed martial artists, in that you're probably one of the first guys to train in so many different styles that's high profile, of course?
No, I think there are millions of other guys that were doing the same thing. We just didn't use the word.
I mean, look at Seagal, so humble here. I mean, clearly he stands head and shoulders above all others, but he's freely stating here that there are literally millions of others like him. I mean, can you be more humble than Seagal here?
Mixed martial arts, but that's what we did because we wanted to study everything we could to make sure that whoever we're fighting, we are covered for the different kinds of, you know, situations that we might be in. We would know what to do on the ground. We would know what to do with kicks, punches, elbows, grappling, joint locks, whatever. We want to know how to do it. A lot of the old wisdom and knowledge and essence is lost today in the modern world. A lot of what the old masters had and have is beyond most of your modern practitioner's comprehension, because nowadays you have stuff like UFC, for example, where people are getting in there and physically they are, it's wonderful in the sense that they're physically, trying to kind of understand the limits of, their talent and their skill and getting in there and testing it out, and they're great athletes, and some of them are great martial artists and so forth and so on. But the spiritual training that most of the old guys in the olden days used to go through in order to culminate the development of the physical self and the perfection of the spiritual self simultaneously, that's almost lost these days.
I mean, how astute is Seagal here? I mean, it seems like his wisdom is just so off the charts, people can't grasp it, so they just find it easier to hate on it. Because it's like he's lapped everybody else so many times at this point. I mean, what other recourse do all these jealous goofs have other than to pretend he's crazy and lying?
And like Liro Machida, who's a dear friend of mine and a student of mine, his father and I are about the same age, and we are cut from the same cloth. Yeah. We went through the same things with the same people. Him and I talk about this a lot. This is something that we really understand. And I have friends like his father and Isayama Sensei, and I could go down the list, who are in their 60s and their 70s who could kill most of the guys who think they're great warriors that are in their 20s or 30s. Kill them instantly. But that's stuff that most people who will hear this will go, oh, come on, that's a joke. Well, amongst real martial arts masters, it's not a joke.
Exactly. I mean, I take, for example, one of my...
I have another receipt here from the goofs that were saying, of course Jackie and Seagal know each other. They're movie stars. Here's a photo of Jackie training with Seagal's wife and daughter way back in the day. I mean, how much more receipts can we have? I mean, Jackie literally traveling to Steven Seagal's dojo in Japan to train with Seagal's family, and there are goofs still saying they weren't really friends and Seagal just name-dropped him just 'cause. I mean, if anything, Seagal could have easily explained how Jackie came and trained with his family in his dojo, but Seagal underplays everything. He really does seem like he underplays everything. Yes, Seagal, Dub in the chat talking about Seagal and when they ran that tank through Jesus' house. Seagal was not the one driving. And yes, we haven't seen definitive confirmation on how the dog and the other animals died. It could have been from the other inexperienced SWAT team members, or they could have died under other circumstances and they blamed the SWAT raid. I mean, who knows? I think that suit got dropped anyway, right? I mean, yeah, we really don't know the details there.
Favorite martial arts masters ever, Sosei Masayama, who invented Kyokushin karate. And there's a man who passed away in later age and, could still knock out people with one punch and kill with one punch. He used to kill bulls and do shuto strikes and shave the horns off bulls and, the amazing feats of power. He was
a good friend of mine.
He was?
Good friend of mine.
Big thanks to Justin Johnson for the support in the chat.
Tremendous.
I was in Kazakhstan, I think. I was somewhere crazy in the world the other day, maybe 6 months ago, something like that. And there was a big Kyokushinkai, how do you say in English, like
a gathering or
I mean, this guy speaks Japanese better than he speaks English.
Convention? Well, yeah, convention, something like that. And they were doing all this, demonstrations and fighting and competition, and all the old senpai, all the old, Kyokushinkai masters were there. And they saw me come in. This was like chilling. And they, he's here, he's here. and they made me come and sit with the other masters, and they introduced me as their senpai.
Wow, what a tremendous honor. Tremendous honor. You have mentioned in interviews that the kick you taught Anderson is something you had in the bank, you had in the file from many, many, many years ago. Can you elaborate a little more on the kick? And is it your own version of a Maigeri, of a teep
It's
kick?
not, anyway, everyone can say, oh, it's just a Maigeri. It's not just a Maigeri. What I tried to teach him and Lyoto, you see, most people when they do Maigeri, they lift the leg and they kick.
Sure.
What I'm trying to teach people to do, without giving away any trade secrets, is to kick like this, so you don't see it coming. You don't lift up and kick, you kick like this. And it's the way you hold your foot. It's not like this, like a lot of people do in there. You'll see it all the time. But it's like this, so it's like a spear.
A lot of people do this to protect the toes. Is there a danger of breaking the toes?
Well, you have to lift your toes up.
Okay.
You lift your toes up and you're kicking with here.
Okay.
So that's, but it is not a classic, typical Maigeri. It's.
I mean, Seagal dropping bombs on the wisdom of the Spear of Destiny front kick. I mean, clearly Seagal obviously imparted a certain amount of wisdom. It's not like they were knocking people out left and right with this kick before working with Seagal.
Different.
And with Lyoto Machida, you've mentioned that you are helping him with his punching. Can you elaborate a bit more on, again, what an Aikido stylist and a mixed martial artist like yourself, as you say, is teaching a guy like Lyoto when it comes to the handiwork?
For example, I don't turn my hand when I punch.
You don't corkscrew the hand?
No. When I punch like this because it's faster and it comes from here, doesn't come here, doesn't come from here, it comes from down here.
How do you mean if you're punching? Say if you're punching my hand.
Well, it's here.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
That's like a Jeet Kune Do punch. Look at the photo above of Bruce Lee. That's like a non-telegraphed Jeet Kune Do punch.
And I drop my hand down, and it comes from my body. It doesn't come from my shoulder or my hips. My whole body flies.
Right.
So it's very different. My punches are very different, and they're quick, I mean, like I said, Lyoto's father and I are the same.
Yeah.
But we're also a little different because some of my teachers were different from his, and in some ways he's envious of me and who I got to study with and vice versa. But, he has two great teachers in his father and I, and I think there's just some unique stuff that I'm teaching Lyoto that he wouldn't be learning from anywhere else, I don't think.
Now, this intrigues me. Are there many techniques, do you believe, out there in the whole world of martial arts that the public still haven't seen displayed successfully in MMA?
Thousands. Hundreds of thousands. There's so many. I mean, and I don't want to say I know much because I don't really know anything, but I've forgotten more techniques than most people have learned.
There you have it. Steven Seagal has forgotten more techniques than most people have learned. And he also says he doesn't really know much. I mean, what a humble man. What a humble man.
Wow. If you could choose to work with any other mixed martial artist that you haven't worked with yet, who would you choose? Who are you a fan of?
I mean, I'm working with who I want to work with. Those are two of my favorite guys. There's plenty of other great fighters out there. And to me, anybody who enters the ring, enters the octagon is a great warrior, and I automatically respect them. I don't like the concept of people doing the interviews and bad-mouthing the other guy, and I'm going to do this to him, and I'm going to do that to him, and he's this, and he's that. And I think that that's a disgrace to the martial art.
Is he talking about Chael Sonnen here? And Conor McGregor?
And I don't like it at all, and maybe some people are being egged on to do that for publicity, but I don't like that.
Well, it begs a question that I've asked before in interviews. Are most mixed martial artists actually martial artists, or are they fighters?
I mean, most of them are fighters.
They don't embody the true martial arts spirit, the true Bushido spirit.
Well, I mean, but...
You were talking about speed before, particularly in relating to Lyoto Machida. How fast are you still at 60 years old? And when you're sparring guys like Lyoto and Anderson, how fast are you still?
You should ask them that. I don't want to answer that.
Do you believe you're still as fast as you were even 10 years ago?
Maybe faster.
Really?
Steven Seagal is so good, he gets faster with age. I mean, this is pretty incredible. Steven Seagal faster at 60 than 50. This is incredible. So he might even be faster now at 71.
In another life, would you have chosen to be a mixed martial arts fighter? In the cage, I mean?
No.
Not for you?
We believe in keeping, all of this as secret as we can, and, there's just a lot of stuff we don't teach.
Still to come on The Voice versus Steven Seagal. We talked to Steven about his work in law enforcement, particularly on the border between Mexico and Arizona. Welcome back to The Voice versus Steven Seagal in Scottsdale, Arizona. While he's been a movie star for the better part of a quarter of a century, it's a little-known fact that for more than 20 years, Steven Seagal has been involved in the law enforcement industry. So I ask him the question, why does a movie star like himself, who could sit back and enjoy a lifestyle of parties, fine-looking women, poolside, cocktails, choose to engage and put his life in jeopardy working the border patrol between Mexico and the United States?
And not only that, but eventually, several years later, come out on Piers Morgan and Alex Jones against the Illuminati cabal.
Moving on to another topic, you do a lot of law work, particularly on the border here in Arizona. What makes a movie star like yourself, who could sit back and live the lifestyle of a movie star, relax, coast through life, what makes you want to put your life on the line against, drug traffickers, human traffickers, rapists and the likes, protecting the border? Why do that?
I'm a warrior, and that's in my blood. I also like to protect my country, and I do that on the border as best I can. I also like to do the little bit I can to take the bad guys off the streets, murderers, rapists, armed robbers, people who are terrible for society, terrible for your wife and your children to have to live in the same planet with, I'm hoping that those guys can all be put away so they can't victimize any more people.
You're up against some of the most dangerous and depraved people in the world when you're doing this line of work. What's the most dangerous situation you've ever found yourself in doing this work?
Well, I think being shot at and, kicking in doors where there's bad guys in there with guns that are going to try to shoot you if they can, stuff like that.
Have you ever been shot?
Yes.
Stabbed?
Cut, not stabbed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you always armed?
Yes.
Right now, if I was to look around this room, would I find an arm of some sort that you've brought with you?
Yes.
Steven Seagal is such an honest guy. He also, he's obviously well planned for anything that could happen. But then again, how many people have enough of a death wish to try to make a move on Seagal, CIA agents or otherwise?
You once stated in an interview that you feel more Asian than American. Is that still the case?
Well, I mean, I was raised in Asia. It was a real impressionable times for me because I was over there very young in age, and just the most formative moments of my life were there under great teachers. So that's where I got my culture from, my knowledge, my wisdom, my, most of learned there.
Is it true that also you have a grandmother in your lineage that is Mongolian? Is that true?
Well, no, it's really probably on my father's side, because all I have is a picture of my father's family, and they got pretty slanted eyes and Asian clothes, so they look like Russian Mongols, but I don't know what they are, but they're something Asian.
Speaking of Russian, you were in Russia just last week with Vladimir Putin, with Fyodor Emelianenko. Tell me about that experience, because you were personally invited by Putin, I believe, to go to Russia. What was that like?
Well, I mean, I think I love Vladimir Putin, and I think he's a wonderful human being, a great world leader, a real man. And I think he loves the martial arts. The first time I went to his home many years ago, he had a life-size statue of Kanojigoro.
Wow.
He went to Putin's personal home many years ago? Interesting. It seems like once Seagal starts talking really fast, he doesn't filter himself.
The founder of judo. Incredible.
He's just a great guy. I have tremendous respect for him. And I love what he's done for the martial arts in Russia and around the world. And so I want to go there and participate in that. And we went to one event together, and it was just an honor for me to be with him.
Coming up when we return to The Voice versus Steven Seagal, I asked Steven about his spiritual side and also what legacy he'd like to leave to the world. Welcome back to The Voice versus Steven. It's no secret that Steven Seagal is a Buddhist and apparently was once declared a tulku, that is a reincarnation of a 17th century Buddhist monk. Let's get into the spiritual side now of Steven Seagal, ask him about his Buddhist life and what legacy he'd like to leave. In 1997, you were recognized as a Tibetan Lama, or a tulku, that you were the reincarnation of a 17th century Buddhist monk named Chundrag Dorje. Can you tell me more about that and what that meant?
Well, without going into any great detail, I've been a Buddhist since I was a child, since I was a young boy. I started out being around Japanese Buddhists and somehow gravitated into Tibetan Buddhism. My teachers recognized me as that person, but it's never really meant much to me in the sense that we don't believe that it's who you were as much as who you are in this life. And if I can learn anything from, past life memories or any of the great things that Chundrag Dorje did, that would be great. But I think I'd just like to keep my shoulder to the wheel and, learn as much as I can about Buddhism and how to help others, how to have compassion, how to make the world a better place. And
what a humble guy. I mean, he's not even making that much of being this reincarnated Lama.
To me, Buddhism is more about altruism and compassion and how you live your life and trying to make the world a better place than it is a religion.
Have you ever thought of branching into comedy roles in acting? I mean, I remember I saw a Mountain Dew ad in which you were absolutely hilarious.
I think I can be very funny. Everyone who knows me thinks I can be very funny.
You guys want to see that Mountain Dew ad? It's a pretty funny ad. Let's take a look at it.
Give me the money. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get that. Right.
fair use. This is commentary.
Give me that.
Oh, sorry, man. You okay? I feel terrible.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
How much was
Oh
it?
no, it's on me, sir.
Thank you very much. I bet you'd like an autograph, huh?
Whatever.
Oh, man. Actually, you know what a good idea for a movie would be? If Seagal was some kind of janitor at a convenience store or a 24-hour gas station. Can you imagine the antics that Seagal could get into?
Yeah. I can't believe it's me either.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. He definitely should have done more comedies. I mean, he is pretty hilarious.
I would love to do a comedy if the right one came along.
If you could go back in time, Stephen, and change anything about your life at any period of your life, what would you choose if you chose anything?
Well, without getting too personal, I would just say that my biggest flaw is that I want to believe that not all people are evil. And I want to be able to trust people, and I've trusted the wrong people many times.
Again, the honesty here. This is just incredible.
And it's been extremely costly. Extremely costly, because there are scam artists and liars and thieves and criminals that will say anything you want to hear and can do some of the most damage that, you know, can possibly be inflicted, you know.
When you leave this world, as we all will one day, what legacy do you hope that you leave?
I mean, you know, I've worked very hard to try to make the world a better place with how I've helped people, in just kindness and giving away everything I had to give, and trying to work to make the environment better, to try to fight against those who are destroying the environment. I've pretty much done everything I can do to be all I can be and help others and help the world be a better place in my small way. I'm a small person, and what I've done is minuscule in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, is it possible to be even more humble than Seagal? Is it possible to downplay your talents, abilities, and achievements more than Seagal has done?
Be that as it may, under God, under Lord Buddha, under all the things that I believe in and all the things that I consider to be sacred, I have tried very hard to be a good man and to help others, and I will continue to try.
Has any of your work in law enforcement, has any of your acting, any of your martial arts ever contradicted your spiritual beliefs?
I mean, you know, in other people's minds, I'm sure that it could, because people tend to, you know, always be very judgmental, and not always, but, you know, oftentimes, and it's very hard for people to really understand the essence of others, where they come from, what they're really doing. For example, I have the feeling that one of the things that you're saying is, for example, well, if you're a Buddhist, how could you be a cop? Well, I became a cop to try to help others. I became a cop to try to get the bad guys off the street. I became a cop to save lives. Many times in my life, I got to take someone who is a murderer or a rapist and get them off the street. I've saved many people's lives during Katrina in Louisiana. Yeah. I was there. You know, I got to save lives there as a police officer. So that to me is more important than sitting up on a throne in robes and, you know, preaching the gospel. I don't mind diving in the water to save a life. I don't mind getting my hands dirty to help someone who needs help.
If you had to choose the most rewarding experience, other than family, of course, which is so rewarding for all of us, would it be the work helping people out in Katrina and situations like that that you've done over and above your martial arts accomplishments or your movie accomplishments or anything?
Hold on. Anybody want receipts for Seagal saving lives out there in the Katrina aftermath? Anybody in the chat want receipts? All the Seagal haters out there. I mean, I can't imagine how you guys are coping right now. I mean, I really can't imagine. This is an image of Seagal in the aftermath of Katrina. I mean, how many more receipts can we find here? I mean, this is absolutely bonkers. I mean, we're just burying people in receipts. I mean, this man, I mean, he's pretty, I mean, I've single-handedly come up with these receipts to back just about anything this man has said. And, I mean, there's more. From Anderson Cooper in his book, Dispatches from the End. There's an interview here, July 2006, Stuff Magazine. They ask Anderson Cooper, in your book, Dispatches from the Edge, you mention all the celebrities who showed up in the wake of Hurricane Katrina. Does any one encounter stand out as the most bizarre? Anderson Cooper says Steven Seagal. A cop car pulls up and I'm thinking, weird, that guy looks just like Steven Seagal. Then I realize that it is Steven Seagal. And it's not just Steven Seagal. It's Steven Seagal in uniform out on patrol with the Jefferson Parish SWAT team. I was oddly transfixed, so I went up to him. He was like, quote, yeah, I'm just out here doing my thing. I don't want to make a big deal out of it, end quote. I mean, how much corroboration can there possibly be? I mean, again, the Seagal haters, I mean, the level of cope they must have after this expose. I mean, we're finding out Seagal's actually downplaying all of his involvement in all of this. I mean, why is a multi-millionaire going out there on patrol in the aftermath of Katrina?
Yes. Those are the things that matter the most. Saving lives and helping people.
Stephen, thank you so much for your time. As I said, I've always been a big fan of you as a martial artist, of your many charitable undertakings. And, you know, we didn't talk about your helping animals around the world as well. You're a big dog lover, helping to save animals' lives in various countries.
Yeah, let's not forget Steven Seagal's 1999 PETA Humanitarian Award either.
Your work on the border and keeping us all safe. And as one of the most legitimate martial artists, old school martial artists, and a man who was the first Westerner to ever operate his own Aikido dojo in Japan, which I think is a massive achievement as well. And I just want to say thank you for joining us on the show today, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so let's get back to the Bruce Lee receipts. So we have James Coburn, friend of Bruce Lee, friend of Seagal from his own mouth. We have Famura. Or Fumio Demura, rather. F. Demura. Fumio Demura. I mean, clearly, Bruce Lee and Seagal are traveling in the same circles. So let's get to into the nitty gritty now. So the people claiming that Seagal and Coburn only hooked up way later as, you know, friends, business partners, martial arts practitioners. Coburn actually supposedly got Steven Seagal and Haruo Matsuoka the gig on the Merv Griffin show. So enter the Merv Griffin show. Here, let's get the exact date here. Now, there's been some confusion because this clip was mislabeled on YouTube, and a lot of the coincidence theorists, I mean, they're such goofs, they hallucinate that clips can't be mislabeled, and they claim Seagal never knew Bruce Lee because of a mislabeled clip. Can you imagine the goofery? But we're bringing all the receipts here. We're bringing every last one of them. If YouTube allows, of course. And, of course, there's going to be issues here. 1 second. So prepare for this clip. This is one of the first media appearances, if not the very first, of the one and only Steven Seagal. Oh, wow. YouTube does not want this clip out there for some reason. I don't know why. Alright, here we go.
Fast motion sort of go. Along, fast motion sort of go along, explaining a few of the things as I go, and then show a couple of things in slow motion.
So this is an early 80s appearance of Steven Seagal on the Merv Griffin show. I mean, it looks like Seagal's not even exerting 1% of his effort. It looks like he broke his arm right there.
As he comes for me, I don't use strength. I don't need strength. It's just my energy is going down. He finds it real hard to get up because of my energy, not because I'm pressing on him. If I try to use strength to overcome him, it becomes very difficult. In other words, if I tell him I'm going to take my baby finger, which is very small compared to his body, and I say, I want you to break it. If I use strength, match my strength against his, naturally it hurts because his body's so much stronger than my finger. But if I say, push me over or break my finger, this is my baby finger. And Merv, come on up behind him and just push on him. we're not gonna hurt you, you're not gonna have to fall down. I'm not your nephew.
Has anybody seen this? This is pretty incredible.
I just want you to say, see.
Oh, sorry about that.
What I'm doing is just using my energy. My energy is going out. See? This is my key. And he's pushing, and he's pushing. And he's pushing. This is my baby finger. It's not my body. And this is my baby finger, too.
I mean, look at Seagal with his pinky finger. I mean, this guy could dispatch all comers with just his pinky finger.
Forces him down. Let me show a little bit of weapons, take away a little bit of weapons. Now, just hold him with the
Weapons?
Yeah, I'm going to show a little bit of knife take away, a little bit of sword. First of all, state of mind is really important. We're talking about women's self-defense. I think the most important thing is attitude. By virtue of the fact that somebody's a woman, the attacker thinks, I'm a big man, I've got the advantage. Therefore, she has the element of surprise with her.
Justin Johnson in the chat asking, question is, how tough is his chin? Well, first of all, is that ever going to be a factor? Because nobody's going to be able to hit it in the first place.
If he sticks a knife in my back, and he has this here, if I tell him, if I move, you kill me.
I mean, the speed of Seagal just seems to be completely unparalleled.
I'll show slow motion. What really happens is, when I move, my arm is already there. In other words, from here, if I move out this way, or move sideways at all, he'll cut me. What I'm really doing is cutting the angle, you see? But from here, then I have the knife, you see? It's the same thing from the front. You can have this in my throat.
I don't know. I think Seagal might be an interdimensional entity. I mean, nobody is this good. This guy's like a master of all trades and a jack of none.
Now, when somebody's got you that close up, it's easy. It's when they back off and they start flailing the knife around that it's harder. Let me show just a little bit of that. Just quickly flank it around. And what's happening here is this. He cuts any time that he's up in the air or past the center. I know he can slice me good.
I don't know if he's out of breath. It sounds like the mic is just very sensitive and it's picking up his breathing because he's talking really quickly here.
But it's at the exact moment that he passes the center that I know I can enter. Right there. I've got it. I've got it.
Is it true, Steve, that this fellow that's working with you used to be the same size you were?
On the sword technique, I'm going to show you how he got so much smaller.
I mean, it doesn't seem like he's taking breaths in between all the words. I mean, he's talking pretty extensively. I don't know if that's just a sensitive mic.
There's also his voice change. You'll see that in just a minute.
Poor guy. Jack, it might be the ultimate diet.
I'm on a diet now, too.
Are you?
Yeah. Trying to get slim and trim again.
This is Seagal in the early 80s talking about getting slim and trim. This is the early 80s Seagal.
What do you think of this fella, Jack? He's very nice. Is he a nice person?
Jack is the...
Yes, Jack is the trumpet man.
The trumpet man.
Yeah.
Fantastic band.
Yep.
Glad you like it. You guys are great.
Well, don't forget, he's also a kendo master with the sword.
This is a technique where he got a lot smaller. And what's up?
I mean, how come Seagal doesn't do samurai movies? It seems like he'd be really good at samurai movies.
Whoa! Gee, I can't look at that. That was the voice change, wasn't it?
See, a long time ago, when you learn Kenjutsu, the real art of the sword, you have to learn how to deal with armor. And in the groin and under the arms, armor could never be real strong for mobility purposes, but you have the femoral artery in here, brachial artery in here. So a lot of the techniques are under the arms and in the groin. Very effective with or without armor.
Oh, absolutely.
As you can
see. We know that, don't we, Jim? In the commercials we've done.
I'm gonna, unless you have any questions, I'm gonna pretty much call it quits right there.
Oh, I think that is unbelievable. Aikido. Our thanks to Steve Seagal and his assistant, and to James Coburn, who's brought us another winner.
So there's James Coburn there, explicitly stating he brought us another winner. So here is Bruce Lee's good friend and student, James Coburn, with Steven Seagal in the early 80s, and who said he met Seagal years earlier. So obviously Bruce died in 73. So at which point would have Coburn met Seagal?
We'll come back after this message. Hold on.
So there is James Coburn and Steven Seagal in this Merv Griffin performance. So Steven Seagal was in high school in 1970. He was in Fullerton College between 70 and 71. Bruce Lee left for Hong Kong in 1971. I mean, obviously he traveled back and forth. So supposedly, the time frame in which Seagal could have met Bruce would have been approximately 1970 at James Coburn's house. He would have been 18 years old, approximately. 18 or 19. So he did his first trip to Japan around 17, but that was a short trip, so then he would have been back because he attended some of Fullerton College between 1970 and 1971. So did an 18-year-old Steven Seagal meet Bruce Lee at James Coburn's house? So Ron Balicki and Dan Inosanto have backed up this claim that Bruce Lee did in fact, that Steven Seagal and Bruce Lee did in fact know each other. Now, Doraku on some of these forums, Bruce Lee Lives tribute forum, said this. Apparently, Ron Balicki on his Twitter also confirmed that Seagal and Bruce did meet each other. So, 1 second. This content was all deleted, obviously. This was all on Facebook. I'll get it back in a second. Helps to have archived copies of everything for these exact purposes. Oh man, it's not showing up. Okay, so apparently this has been scrubbed. I can't get it back. Just give me a second, I'll bring it up here. So Ron Balicki said that Dan Inosanto also confirmed that Seagal met Bruce Lee. Sun Lodge 6 posted this on YouTube. I lived on Outpost Cove Drive in Hollywood Hills back in 1965, and James Coburn lived above us on Mulholland. Quite a few times as I was walking down the hill, James Coburn would drive by and stop and give me a lift. I was 14 years old. I met Bruce Lee in '69 at my uncle's Encino restaurant. I was 21. Seagal was 17. The story goes here, Aztec Unshaven said Bruce had stopped by one time at Coburn's home when Seagal was there. Stuntman and son-in-law of Dan Inosanto, Ron Balicki, has confirmed this. Coburn and Seagal were friends already. Coburn once brought Seagal to show his skills at the Merv Griffin show too. This was before Seagal starred in any film. Apparently Inosanto was the one who told Balicki about this. Another person also said it's interesting because Bruce Lee was at the 1967 Long Beach International Karate Championships during his famous demo. Seagal was studying Aikido at the Orange Aikikai under Harry Ishisaka, one of the first Aikido teachers in California. So if they were both, they could have also both been at that Long Beach Karate Championships just watching it. Also, Bruce Lee did have a visit to Japan as well. During pre-production of Fist of Fury, he went to Japan. He went to Tokyo. So would that have been 69? So there does seem to be quite a few opportunities for them to have ran into each other, but the most obvious would have, of course, been at Coburn's house. Because Seagal apparently didn't move to Japan full-time until 1974, which was after Bruce Lee's death. And Bruce Lee moved to Hong Kong fall of 71. But again, still traveled back and forth. So Seagal was training in the LA area since the late 60s. Ventura IT also posted that his own father was a student with Seagal in late 60s or in Orange, California. And Bruce Lee also had a third school in Los Angeles in 1967. So this Merv Griffin show was 1982, approximately. So what does everybody make of this? Also, Paula Inosanto, Dan's wife, also apparently stated that Seagal was at Coburn's house and the both of them knew Bruce. Huh, interesting. So we have 3 other individuals here. S King 36, start with part 1. Start with part 1. I put all the receipts on the screen with all the sources. And I also put, in the previous part, we looked at Lyoto Machida actually using Aikido in MMA for all the goofs that think it can't be used. And Machida's not even an Aikido master like Seagal. So we have quite a few individuals backing up the story that Seagal met Bruce Lee. Yeah, I mean, also we went over the timeline of how all of the anti-Seagal propaganda started when Seagal started speaking out against Obama in 2014, and then of course his infamous Piers Morgan appearance 2017, and then within weeks you got Ellen DeGeneres' wife and all these other personalities coming out with stories about Seagal, but no actual police reports. Then there are police reports by Harvey Weinstein's defense lawyer, who found one woman and then a second woman to make claims against Seagal. None of this actually ever made it to court, but Seagal made 2 appearances on the Alex Jones show, dropping some truth bombs. Dropping absolute bombs. And also, people are wondering, could Linda, Bruce Lee's wife, if she wasn't at Coburn's, she wouldn't have known if Bruce and Seagal met, but she would have obviously been able to say whether Seagal visited the Lee home. So here's the quote from Balicki. I can tell you that my father-in-law and mother-in-law have told me stories of hanging out with Coburn, and a young Steven Seagal was with James Coburn. So this is what Ron Balicki has said. So yeah, I mean, there is another story of some guy who hopped the fence into Bruce Lee's yard and Bruce Lee beat him up. Was that Steven Seagal? Well, everybody says Seagal lies about everything, so all the Seagal haters think that Seagal and Bruce never actually met. I mean, there's actually another story here of Seagal talking about Bruce Lee and what they were training. He actually claims to have trained with Bruce Lee as well. So I'm going to bring this clip up next. So Jesse Enkamp had a video here of spending 24 hours with Bruce Lee about a year ago. So Seagal would have been either 69 or 70 here. So let's check out this video. And he talks about Bruce Lee in this video as well. He makes some bold claims. He makes some very bold claims here.
I'm in Dubai.
Let's see if there's any truth to him here.
With Steven Seagal, and in the previous episode, he taught me and my brother some amazing.
Yeah. It's kind of going like this with him.
Yeah.
Blocked easier.
Yeah.
Okay? And stand strong.
So Seagal would be either 69 or 70 here.
Yep.
Pay attention. You paying attention? Oliver, you sure?
Yes, sir.
Watch this. Okay, see, here's what's happening. It's going here and here because he's good, so he knows how to turn his toe in and he knows how to make it come here also. But it's also going into his shoulder.
Right.
Now watch this.
Yeah.
It's completely different. If I hit him like this, there's a lot of shock.
Yeah.
You know? But when I hit him like this, you can feel a different.
And this guy's 69 or 70 years old, wrecking people with literally 1% effort.
Penetration. When we're here and we do this kind of thing, you can even do this. Now I've trapped his hands. Okay? This is the kind of thing I want you to learn. So we're here, we do this kind of thing, look at the hand again, look at the feet again. Now in my style, I would just take this and go into, you know, something like that, but you can't do that, but you'll still have both of his hands.
Around. No bounce. Certain type of footwork to achieve this?
In my footwork, it's always like a triangle, and I'm always sliding.
Right.
I don't do this thing that you guys are doing.
Right.
Jumping around.
No
do
bouncing.
that ever.
Yeah.
I will just stand here. Stand here, or stand here. In your style, you're going to move. Right. As you're moving, don't jump around a lot. Don't do this stuff. Right. If you move, just move like this. And from here, take your shot.
Yeah.
You notice how I waited for the right body position?
Yep. Yeah.
Everybody in boxing and karate, they'll say, get the right body position. Yeah. But they never say, get his right body position and your body position together. So let's talk about kicks now.
Okay.
When you do Mai Geri, for example.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
Okay. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
So when you kick, this is sword.
Same
When you
idea.
kick,
Yeah.
this is sword.
Yep. Yeah.
Try that.
Okay. And you gotta feel that.
You know, I'm covering this much distance. There are stupid people who are saying, you can never do that, this punch.
Yeah.
I've done it 1,000 times.
Yeah.
And I just did it.
I guess it's like with everything, you just need to practice. If you just try it out once, of course you're not gonna get it to work.
Right.
You need to do it hundreds, thousands of times.
Yeah. Wow.
Let's take a little break.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
In Okinawa and different parts of Japan, you'll hear karate masters say, karate begins with kata and ends with kata.
Yeah.
I don't believe that and I don't agree with that.
No.
My teachers told me, learn waza from the master.
Yeah.
Fight,
Yeah.
perfect your waza, and go back to the master and learn more waza.
Yeah.
I'm trying to spend 60, 70% giving you guys spirituality, philosophy, because the technique, even though you might be amazed or you might be interested, that's the not the most important thing.
Yeah.
My master used to say, little finger can make a big man cry. And what he meant by that is, you have really 10 weapons.
Exactly. Yeah.
One time somebody pulled a knife on me and he said, okay, now what are you going to do? And I said, I have 10 weapons, you have one. Because he was concentrating on this.
Yeah.
That was all he knew.
Yeah.
I was concentrating on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 10. But also the fingers are part of the hand. So if we want to sever your spinal column, we can hit you right there, and that's it. And we don't do that with the fingers.
I mean, look at Seagal imparting the wisdom of severing spinal columns. I mean, do you really want to fight a guy like this?
Do that. Really, we hit here. I don't know if the camera can see that.
Yeah.
Get it here and then here.
Yeah.
And you notice when I do this, it turns it into a very thin knife.
Yep.
When I do this, it becomes thick.
So this is more like a blunt weapon, and this is more sharp.
That's right. That's exactly right.
If you want to show mercy, you do that.
Yeah. Mercy is for after they're sleeping.
Okay.
Another great quote for Seagal. Mercy is after they're sleeping. Wow. Epic quotes. No shortage of epic quotes from Seagal.
Yeah.
Because everybody's life is precious, but when somebody steps outside of normal parameters of human behavior to the point where they become a danger to humanity, it's our job as Bugesha to neutralize them. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
So let's do little fingers now. You ready?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay.
I'll come in here like that. This in the eyes.
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly.
Or this.
That was.
Seagal barely touched him and he almost collapsed his trachea. I mean, is there anyone who still doubts Seagal's lethality? I mean, what are we on? Are we on hour 15 now of our Seagal examination? Is there anyone still doubting his lethality?
That was right on the spot. Yeah. Let's say Oliver is fighting, and he wants to.
And then here.
Yeah.
And this is a break.
Yeah.
This is a break.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
He's really finished here.
Yeah.
Can you feel
How do you
that?
feel?
Yeah. But I mean, we do have, we do have him.
Yeah, why are you here?
Into this.
Yeah.
This is called Sankyo. And if I want to break it, I snap it back very hard and fast and it's broken.
Yes.
Otherwise, I come into here.
Yeah.
I control him.
Yeah.
Or I come into here.
Ah.
Yeah.
So when we're here, anytime like this, it's that down movement.
Ah, yeah.
Anytime his fingers are anywhere, that's all I need.
Yep. You would try to...
Don't do this. Don't do this.
Okay.
It's like sword.
Oh, okay.
It's like sword.
Yes.
Stand strong.
Okay.
Can't do it.
And this guy's 70.
For example,
This guy's 70.
who's sitting there and he takes off. Do you see him go like this? You don't see nothing.
Yeah.
He said, this is how a good punch is.
Amazing martial artists in America, including Danny Inosanto, Tadashi Yamashita, Fumio Demura, Ed Parker, and many more. But perhaps the most famous one was Bruce Lee.
I get asked about Bruce Lee all the time, and I think Bruce Lee was very unique. Like any other human being, he was human. One of my students was a guy called James Coburn, and when I'd go up to his house in Nevada, Bruce Lee was there a lot.
So, this is interesting because this came up recently. This video was only posted about a year ago, and everybody's been kind of discussing because he mentioned the Bruce Lee story way back in approximately 2012 on the Voice Chevello interview, which we went over. This is one of the only other times he's referred to Bruce Lee.
Did I know Bruce, talk to him, learn from him? Nothing like that.
So he says he didn't really learn from him being there. Interesting.
But I did get to see him and watch him and talk to him. And I can tell you that his sidekick, his yokogiri, was spectacular.
Yeah.
The best I've ever seen to this day. Much better than me ever was, ever will be, ever could be. His stuff with Uroken and punching the front, stuff like that, yes, he was very fast, but I know other people also just as fast.
Notice how he didn't drop any names there.
Yeah.
I'm speaking my opinion.
Yeah, sure.
When you have people talking about how, Jean LaBelle used to teach Bruce Lee and Jean LaBelle beat him up and choked him out. If Jean LaBelle said that, and he probably did, he is a pitiful liar.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, and this is based on the way I know the Lee family and how close I am with Danny Inosanto, who I think was one of the closest to Bruce Lee, I can guarantee you they never fought. I can guarantee you Jean LaBelle never beat up Bruce Lee or anything like that. Never did, never could.
So how about the fact that a lot of people seem to exaggerate Bruce Lee's abilities? What do you think that is? Why do they put him on such a high pedestal?
I mean, people love to have a hero. They love to have this mythical, idea of someone larger than life and bigger than life. And in many ways, he probably was.
There you go. A humble, gracious Steven Seagal. So, a lot of detractors also state that Steven Seagal would never say that Coburn was his student or any of this stuff while Coburn was still alive, because all of this is coming out later. Well, let's bring some receipts here. Or that Seagal was talking about Bruce just in the social media age for clout or whatever. So James Coburn died November 18th, 2002. So let's see here. Lookity. What do we have here? This is February 1989 Black Belt Magazine. February 1989. Let me say that again for the coincidence theorists. February 1989. And let's read this excerpt here from Black Belt Magazine, February 1989. Black Belt magazine asked him, in a recent Black Belt interview, noted martial arts film actor Bob Wall claimed you have had a bad attitude and that you have publicly put down both Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris. Did you? Seagal states, I don't recall ever saying to anybody that Bruce Lee was lousy. I think he's great. Black Belt magazine asks him, did you ever meet him? So Steven Seagal himself has never offered the fact that he knew Bruce Lee. I mean, what a humble guy, clearly not clout chasing. He never, ever initiated saying anything about Bruce Lee. It was people asking about him. Seagal responds, yeah, I knew him through James Coburn. This is 1989. James Coburn, still a relatively big star at the time, could have easily refuted this if it was untrue. Bruce was very opinionated. He badmouthed everybody and everything, but he never badmouthed Aikido and he never badmouthed me. I have always said good things about Bruce Lee, always. I've been doing the martial arts for 30 years. I have the right to have an opinion. And I'm a lot higher ranking and have been doing martial arts a lot longer than this person who doesn't think I have the right to an opinion. I don't recall ever telling anybody in print that I thought Chuck Norris was lousy. I said that I didn't care for his films. Another question here. So you have no qualms about Bruce Lee's fighting ability? I think, Seagal responded, I think Bruce Lee was a great fighter and a great little athlete. He was always practicing. He put a little makiwara, a punching board, inside his car and would punch it while he was driving. I mean, does anybody recall this? Because I don't recall that story. I don't know if... There was one photo of something like that, though. Bruce was always trying, and I loved and respected that about him. I think he was great. And I think it's outrageous that anyone said I said otherwise. So this isn't even a decade after his appearance on the Merv Griffin show. So here is irrefutable evidence and receipts that Seagal claimed he knew Bruce Lee while Coburn was still alive and through Coburn. I mean, what is going on here? I mean, how many more receipts can we get? But look at it, look! What else do we have here? This is Black Belt magazine. April 1990. Where Seagal once again discusses all of this. Coburn still very much alive. You caused a bit of furor in the past over comments you made regarding Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris, among others. Seagal says, I don't recall saying anything bad about Bruce Lee. I think Bruce Lee was great. I think he was a great fighter, great martial artist. I loved his attitude. I had the fortune to meet him and see him and know him a little bit through James Coburn. He was very good. I admired his attitude more than anything. In fact, his attitude reminds me of my attitude in many ways in terms of really want to accomplish something and trying hard to get that. A lot of times you'll find things in print that you didn't say. I'm not going to comment on Chuck Norris. I don't recall ever saying anything bad about him in print. And we are not done here. Let's get some more receipts from other individuals who also knew and were around. Lookity look! What else do we have here? We have Black Belt Magazine 2003 here. I mean, I don't know. Is everybody not buried in receipts yet? I mean, the Seagal haters might never be able to show their faces ever again after this. So this is Matsuoka. In 1975, a 23-year-old American martial arts master named Steven Seagal started an Aikido school in a quiet section of Osaka, Japan. Can you imagine being 23 years old and starting a martial arts school in Japan as a non-Japanese? I mean, think about how good he must have been. It was the first dojo in the land of the rising sun, opened by an American who had obtained the blessings of Kizumaru Uyeshiba, the son of Aikido founder Morihei Uyeshiba. Years later, Seagal's string of hit movies focused the public's attention on his gentle martial art. So Matsuoka here is claiming that Seagal had the blessing of Uyeshiba's son, which would explain how this was even done, because otherwise how would he even be able to do this? The history of Seagal's Aikido begins in Japan and is closely linked with a martial artist named Haruo Matsuoka. The relationship between Seagal and Matsuoka started at the time the Tenshin Dojo, which means Heart of Heaven and Earth, was founded. Matsuoka was 15 years old when he decided to check out the top Japanese masters in the Kansai area near Osaka. His search stopped when he met Seagal. Why did Matsuoka choose an American instructor when he could have picked a top Japanese master? I wanted to study in the most serious dojo, he says. The techniques had to work on the street. Many of the other dojo were too passive. I was very inspired by Seagal's demonstration of Aikido. Matsuoka became a disciple of Seagal and trained in the art for 20 years in Japan until Seagal announced that he was moving back to the U.S. He spent about 1 year in Taos, New Mexico, then moved to L.A. Matsuoka says, in 1984, I received a call from Seagal Sensei. I had just finished college. Seagal Sensei wanted me to join him in L.A. where they could build a dojo. When I came to L.A., Sensei developed a relationship with James Coburn and made it possible for us to appear on the Merv Griffin show. Matsuoka served as chief instructor at the Tenshin Dojo from 89 to 97, then journeyed back to Japan to train under the 10th degree black belt Saiseki Abe, another good friend of Seagal's. In late 99, Matsuoka returned to California and opened the Aikido Doshinokai Dojo in Culver City. So here we have a student of Seagal's verifying all of these different relationships. I mean, how much more receipts can we get? I mean, is it even possible to have more receipts? I mean, if Seagal and Bruce only met a few times on his house, Coburn's house, I mean, this was before Bruce was famous, so I don't know. I mean, would they have been taking photos? And, I mean, maybe Seagal does have photos. I mean, to my knowledge, he never actually released photos proving anything. All these photos and all these receipts are from non-Seagal, from anybody other than Seagal. So this firmly disproves anybody trying to say that Seagal only mentioned Bruce after Coburn died. Because clearly that's not the case. And clearly Seagal never even mentioned Bruce for clout. It was always in response to questions being asked of him. I mean, anybody else in Seagal's position would have probably really been, you know, yucking it up on how they knew Bruce. Here's a couple more quotes from a user named Gabrich here. Balicki stated, "All I can tell you is that Inosanto and Seagal were talking, and Coburn and Lee came up. They talked about the time the four of them were at James' home. My father-in-law has known Steve since he was a very young man." Balicki's father-in-law is Dan Inosanto. So, I mean, are all these guys lying, and for what? I mean, I don't know, but it seems like the more we fact-check Seagal, the more he checks out. And in fact, it looks like he's been understating everything the entire time of his abilities, who he's known when, and what he has accomplished. Coburn was also a pallbearer at Bruce Lee's funeral. And Coburn was on the Merv Griffin show many, many times as well. So what's the final verdict? Did Steven Seagal indeed know Bruce Lee? I mean, the more we fact check, the more that Seagal is vindicated at every turn, and we see the agenda against him, all for speaking truth to light against the Illuminati, against the evils in Hollywood. I mean, this is really, this has been really, really enlightening, and we're not done. We're going to have to do yet another part where we examine the propaganda campaign against Seagal, so we'll probably be back for at least one more episode in the most comprehensive analysis of the lifetimes and alleged crimes of Steven Seagal. Hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. You want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Steven Seagal series, the most comprehensive, exhaustive, and objective look at the man, the myth, the legend. Is Steven Seagal the best there was, the best there is, and the best there ever will be? Possibly. Very, very possible. We've been examining his resume. We've been fact-checking. We've been drowning the Seagal haters in receipts. And there are actually plenty more. Now, Steven Seagal is such a humble man. It's actually difficult to find these receipts because he doesn't provide them himself, because it seems like he couldn't care less whether everyone out there believes what he says or not. And every time I come up with receipts, it turns out that not only was he telling the truth, he was actually downplaying his abilities, credentials, experiences. I mean, this is absolutely mind-shocking. And we're going to break the internet today because for the first time ever, I am going to bring the receipts on all of Steven Seagal's martial arts credentials. I mean, all of the ones that we can verify. There's actually plenty more that we can't, but the amount that we can is already exhaustive. Aaron Kitchens in the chat. If you just go to the live tab on the MindShock podcast, you can see parts 1 through 3. I mean, we are going to be approaching, I don't know, this is the 15th hour of our Seagal analysis, the most comprehensive, exhaustive, logical, and objective in the history of existence? Very possible. As always, if you enjoy the MindShock podcast, want to help support logic and reason, returning to a world that is quickly going extinct. I mean, is it anywhere more evident than in the subject of Steven Seagal, where you have all of these obese soy goofs hiding behind their keyboards, trashing and tarnishing the good name of possibly one of the most accomplished humans in the history of this realm of Earth. And that is Steven Seagal. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications if they're still not coming up. Like and comment and share more of the videos. Or just go to youtube.com/MindShock. You can also become a member on the channel here. Help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Yeah, Grunge Truck in the chat. Sammy the Bull, when he was talking about Seagal, so he apparently made up this story. So the part that he said when Seagal was on the stand, we went over the court drawings. Seagal didn't have a blanket. He was stone cold faced as always. So Sammy the Bull made up some kind of story where Seagal was crying on the stand and crying in some kind of back room with FBI agents that Sammy the Bull was not even in that room. Sammy the Bull was he seemed just really, really sore that Seagal took down the mafia in the United States single-handedly with his testimony. Has anybody heard about the influence of the mob since Seagal testified? I mean, Seagal fears nothing. He didn't even go into witness protection after taking down the mob. And then he goes and blows the whistle on the Illuminati cabal, on Piers Morgan and Alex Jones. I mean, very, very obvious the smear campaigns against him. We went over the timeline. So, for the first time ever, I will be providing receipts for all of Seagal's claimed accomplishments. And we will see what the receipts show. And then after that, we will also be getting the receipts for Seagal's comedic ability. I mean, we already went over. I mean, this guy's like a master of all trades, jack of none. I mean, it's just truly incredible what this guy has accomplished. And it seems like people are just so jealous. They can't handle all of this guy's accomplishments. I mean, it's so difficult to examine all this. We'll also be going into his comedic ability and also his feuds with Jean-Claude Van Damme and Michael Jai White. We will be examining all of this, completely comprehensive, as no one has ever done before. So just real quick receipts. Obviously, everybody's familiar with his Aikido prowess, and we'll be getting into his ranking in Aikido in a moment, because a lot of the goofs hallucinate that his ranking is made up or BS as well. I mean, this guy also an expert marksman. I mean, this guy seems to be an expert in absolutely everything he does. And he's so humble. He doesn't even bring up things like his mastery of archery. I mean, this guy seems to be a master archer as well. Do you even hear him talk about it? He doesn't even talk about that. I mean, how many things has Seagal mastered that he's never even brought up? One can only fathom, or perhaps can't fathom. I mean, these guys are a recognized reincarnated llama. This guy's so well-traveled in the world. I mean, people doubt his CIA credentials, but I mean, this guy also a sheriff, worked for the sheriff department over 20 years. And the goof's hallucinating that never happened and he didn't actually save lives after Katrina. Well, look! Look what I found here. Lo and behold, Seagal with an entire team in the post-Katrina era. And look at this humble man. I mean, just the amount of receipts the Seagal haters are drowning in. I mean, I feel bad for them. I mean, think about how tough it must be to be a Seagal hater after all these fact checks. I mean, this guy has even helped. He's working with sniper rifle manufacturers to design sniper rifles. I mean, this guy's part of humanitarian efforts. This guy's an ambassador to so many different countries, and he's respected by so many world leaders. I mean, this is him with the leader of Kyrgyzstan, one of the former Soviet republics, and a lot of these relationships were actually formed before he even knew Putin. He was guest of honor at the 2016 World Games in Kyrgyzstan here. I mean, how many more receipts can we come up with? I mean, are there any Seagal haters that are just not drowned in receipts right now? I mean, he's even a master of dealing with tigers. I mean, he doesn't even talk about that. I mean, look at this. Look at this. He's not even afraid of wild tigers. I mean, is there anything this guy can't do? He's obviously an animal rights activist. He actually got an award from FEMA for all his work with animals and promoting animal rights. He's an expert musician, one of the greatest on the guitar of all time, and his voice isn't half bad either. He's recorded 2 albums. I brought up all the receipts for him playing with the Kings. They all hold him in high regard. Meanwhile, the haters, all of the obese soy goofs hiding behind their keyboards, hating on Seagal because the Illuminati string pullers told them to. I mean, and here's another fact check. People said he's friends with Jason Momoa. A lot of people called BS. Lo and behold, look what I found here. He actually does appear to be pretty good friends with Jason Momoa. I mean, is there anything Seagal has actually lied about? I mean, we just keep fact-checking, and it's all here. It seems Seagal hasn't lied about anything, and in fact has downplayed everything. Of course, his relationship with Jackie Chan, a lot of people called BS on that. And not only, apparently, is he good friends with Jackie Chan, but Jackie Chan also studied with his family at his dojo. Here's a photo here. Another receipt with Jackie Chan. I mean, we're going into the 15th hour here of all of the receipts of Steven Seagal. I'm not going to go again into his CIA background because I think that's pretty well established. I mean, we have even bodyguards from Iraq or Iran or whatever it was validating Seagal and even bringing up the story of how Seagal messed up this gigantic, jacked, it was either an Iran or Iraq professional bodyguard on a set. He made him sign it. According to this guy, this is not from Seagal. Seagal has never even mentioned this. Not even mentioned this. And this other guy said Seagal had him sign a waiver first and then paid for all his medical bills anyway after Seagal beat him down. I mean, what a nice guy. What a nice guy. I mean, is there anything that remains unfact-checked so far? We'll be getting into his martial arts background, which he also appears to have downplayed. But is anybody in the chat here? Is there a single receipt we have not provided for a claim of Steven Seagal so far? Because I'll get to it. We spent 15 hours going through all the receipts. We're not even done yet. But is there anything else I have not addressed yet? I mean, it seems like all his movies are actually biographical, and they still don't even scratch the surface of his abilities. So does anybody have a single claim of Seagal that I have not yet provided a receipt for, other than his martial arts credentials, which we will get to shortly? Okay, so if there's no, are there any other receipts required before we get to his credentials? I mean, we went over all of his Hollywood connections. I mean, even of all of what's been admitted, I mean, you have legit top-ranking CIA guys admitting to know Seagal through mutual friends. I mean, what kind of mutual friends could a top-level CIA guy have with Seagal? Seagal never said he directly worked as a CIA agent. I mean, we didn't even go over all the stories about Seagal being a bouncer. I mean, Seagal worked security both in Japan and in Los Angeles. This is a guy who it's been, I mean, many people have backed up his claims that he worked security. So is it really that much of a stretch that a top martial arts master in Japan who speaks fluent Japanese was recruited in some kind of capacity, not as a direct CIA agent, but some kind of capacity, some kind of asset? I mean, there are people in Hollywood who are confirmed CIA assets without even 1% of Seagal's abilities. So why do people actually, like, why do all these coincidence theorist goofs? I mean, maybe he really didn't work for the CIA or in any kind of capacity for the CIA, but would it actually be that surprising if it did? If he did? I mean, out of all these people, Seagal actually seems like the most likely candidate, even if he didn't. He speaks fluent Japanese. He's a martial arts master. His dad apparently having some kind of military involvement in Japan. And then all of a sudden, he arrives in Hollywood, best buds with the top Hollywood agent and best buds with the head of Warner Brothers Studio. I mean, isn't it? It would seem more surprising if he didn't have CIA connections. Because, like, to manage all of that without CIA connections, that seems even more outlandish. Okay, Dave Scott says no further questions around it, but we're not done, actually. We are not done. We are going into the martial arts credentials, which some people actually dispute. So, who's ready for more fact checks? So, first of all, people criticize Seagal because Seagal never actually claimed to study from Ushiba. So, he said he saw him once when he traveled to Japan. Not when he moved to Japan. A lot of these goofs and Seagal haters, they strawman and hallucinate the timeline to be, oh, well, Seagal didn't move to Japan until after Ushiba was dead, the founder of Aikido. Well, he never claimed to have seen him after he moved there. He did an earlier trip with one of his teachers, and that's when he saw him. And he explicitly claims he never directly learned from him. But his son, the founder of Aikido, the son of the founder is the one who gave Seagal his 7th Dan Aikido black belt. I mean, can you think of a more legit Aikido Tekka to receive the belt from? I mean, he's as legit as it gets. And Aikido is actually a pretty tough style to get higher dans in. Like, we'll be getting to some of these other martial arts actors, and they might have higher dans. Here's what people don't know. Seagal never even mentions this. He's also a 7th Dan in Kyokushin Karate. These are the claims. I'll fact check them. I'll bring the receipts in a second. And then he also has a black belt in Kendo, Judo, and Kenjutsu. I mean, he never even talks about this stuff. I mean, is Seagal the most accomplished and decorated living martial artist? I mean, this is absolutely incredible, and he never even brings this stuff up. So let's bring some receipts for all the goofs, for all the people who fell for the anti-Seagal propaganda. So here is Steven Seagal with the highest ranked, most respected karate masters in the world. In the world. This is Sanaga Sensei, he's 81 here. Uchi Ryu, 10th Dan. Shorin Ryu, 10th Dan. Iha Sensei, 10th Dan. I mean, these guys sitting with Seagal, I mean, these are some of the most respected karate masters in the world. Greatness recognizes greatness. I mean, a lot of these, again, these obese soy goofs hiding behind keyboards. I mean, the top karate masters in the world respect Steven Seagal. Steven Seagal's first style was actually karate and not Aikido. Here's another receipt here. Check this out. Here is Steven Seagal receiving his 7th degree black belt. That's as high as a ranking as he has in... Heracles in the chat says he's not sitting with them, they're sitting with him. Here's Steven Seagal receiving his 7th degree black belt from Master Kancho Hatsuya Royama, one of the top students of Mas Oyama, the very founder of Kyokushin Karate. I mean, is there a pedigree more decorated than Seagal's? He gets his 7th dan from the son of the founder of Aikido. He gets his 7th dan in Kyokushin Karate from one of the best students of the founder of Kyokushin Karate. I mean, is there anyone in the world who has a greater martial arts pedigree than Steven Seagal? And relative to the pedigree, can anyone honestly say he actually brags about anything? When has he even brought up his degrees? I mean, this guy is so humble. He doesn't even bring up these degrees. And the people saying that he's lying about the belt, look at the receipt on screen right now. Do you know how hard it was to find this? Seagal posted about it once, countless years ago, many years ago when he got it, however many years. I mean, this is absolutely insane, and then he never brought it up. And people actually think he's lying about his credentials. He possibly has. I mean, he's traditional martial arts royalty. Who has a better pedigree than Steven Seagal? Here's another receipt of him with his good friend, one of Masoyama's top students. Kancho Hatsuro Royama, the guy pictured here giving Seagal his 7th degree. We're not talking about 1st, 2nd, 3rd degrees here. We're talking about 7th degrees. I mean, this is almost as accomplished as you can get. I mean, any of the guys that have 9th or 10th degrees, they don't also have a 7th degree in another art. Not to mention, what I didn't even include here are all the other martial arts he studied. He studied a variety of other martial arts. He's done Kali with Dan Inosanto. He's actually studied Jiu-Jitsu with the Mikado brothers. And he studied various different Chinese martial arts as well. These aren't even his main styles. I mean, is there a living martial artist, or living or dead, with a greater pedigree than Steven Seagal? I mean, I don't know if there are any Seagal. Are there any Seagal haters left in the chat? Anyone? Bueller? I mean, how many more receipts can we bring? Okay, comparatively, let's look at a guy like Michael Jai White. So he has 7 black belts compared to Seagal's 5. Now, Seagal has 2 7th dans. From what I can find, Michael Jai White only has a basic black belt in Taekwondo, Tang Sudo, Goju, Ryu, Kobudo, Shotokan, and Wushu. Kyokushin Karate is his main style, in which he's only a 3rd dan. And we'll be going over the trash talk between Seagal and Michael Jai White. But keep in mind, Seagal is more than twice the ranking of Michael Jai White. And I'm not downplaying Michael Jai White. I mean, he's a great martial artist. Some of his movies are pretty good. Most of them are really bad. I think if he focused more on the acrobatic side, like Scott Adkins did, I think he could have really went down as one of the all-time greats. But Blood and Bone is really the only movie where he kind of showcased his abilities pretty well, and the movie was pretty low budget. I mean, he needs a big budget martial arts movie. And he's still in good enough shape to pull it off, so hopefully he gets to do that showcase. It'd be awesome if he teamed up with Seagal again. I mean, Exit Wounds, a lot of people don't like Exit Wounds, and at the end of this podcast, I'll be giving my top 10 Seagal movie rankings, which is going to be very tough. Very tough. So now we probably have the only other martial artist who can claim to be as accomplished as Seagal. So we have Chuck Norris, who's a 9th Dan Tang Sudo, 8th Dan Taekwondo, 5th Dan Karate, 3rd Dan Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and just a regular black belt in Judo. So here's the thing with Chuck. Patrick, I went over Bruce Lee on the previous episode, Steven Seagal, part 3. I would suggest you checked that out. Apparently, Seagal did know Bruce Lee and had some kind of training with him. So, here's the thing about Chuck. To be a high-level Dan in Kyokushin and especially Aikido is very difficult. There are actually a lot of higher Dans in Tang Sudo and Taekwondo. Now, I don't want to say that makes it easier per se, but by default, if there's that many of them, it's just not as royal of a background. Not to mention, I mean, Seagal would wipe the floor with Chuck, and Chuck's got 10 years on Seagal, so who knows how many more belts and Dans Seagal's going to rack up, although it's going to be difficult to get the receipts on those, because Seagal is so humble and he just never posts them. So, it's I got to go digging for hours to get these receipts on Seagal. Now, as much as I like Jean-Claude Van Damme, he has one belt. A 2nd Dan in Shotokan. Now, a lot of people think Van Damme is going to beat Seagal. I don't know about that. Okay, everybody in the chat, do you want me to dissect Seagal versus Michael Jai White and their feud, or the Seagal versus Van Damme feud? And does anybody else have any questions about the pedigree of Steven Seagal, possibly the most credentialed martial artist in the history of our earthly realm? Jess Palmer votes for Van Damme. So you guys want to go with the Van Damme dissection first? Okay, let's do it. So before we get to that, let me just post a couple more receipts. Let me post a couple more receipts of Stallone and Seagal. People say Seagal was making up that he's friends with Stallone. I mean, look at these friendly pictures here. Clearly, Seagal is also very good friends with Stallone. So, obviously, Seagal's going to be at Stallone's house partying it up. Patrick, again, review the previous parts. I posted a ton of video footage. You can argue with physics, but the physics are what they are. Okay, so let's go to Viking Samurai once again. Shout out to Viking Samurai. He puts together good compilations. Let's look at... Actually, I forgot one more thing, but I guess we'll do it after. I forgot to give the receipts on Seagal's environmentalism as well, because we went over his PETA award and his working with animals, promoting animal rights. He's actually never stopped his environmental work, going all the way back to his directorial debut on Deadly Ground. But there's even more. I'll go over this after Van Damme and Michael Jai White. So let's go to Van Damme versus Seagal.
Who's the most...
Oh, we might actually have two videos here. They have discussed this incident at Sylvester Stallone's house, where apparently there was some kind of gauntlet thrown down for a challenge. Now, obviously, Seagal is not just a master of martial arts, but he's a master of Zen as well. I don't know if we can say the same thing about a coked-up Van Damme. Keep in mind, I'm a huge Van Damme fan. Van Damme's actually awesome because of ballet. I mean, I don't know if he has they don't give out black belts in ballet, but ballet is really incredible. I mean, the athleticism, the flexibility, combined with karate, even though Van Damme only has that one belt in Shotokan, even though it's a second dan, his ballet background, I mean, it gives him the advantage in a lot of fights.
Legitimate. Who's the most legitimate Hollywood tough guy, in your opinion? You accept it, of course.
When you say tough guy, do you mean martial artist or just tough guy?
I mean, Stephen, for real, if he was on the street and there was a situation, you wanted this Hollywood guy by your side because he could defend himself. It's that hard to think of a legit one?
Can you think of one?
Michael Jai White.
Can I laugh in your face?
Really?
Yes.
Thoughts on Jean-Claude Van Damme?
I mean, look how humble Seagal is. He doesn't even bring up the fact that he has more than double the ranking as Michael Jai White in the same style, in Jai White's main style. I mean, that's how humble Seagal is.
Can I laugh in your face?
Chuck Norris?
I mean, Chuck is in his mid-70s. He's probably 76 years old, okay?
This interview was from many years ago.
75, 76 years old.
Interesting.
So I don't know. I've heard that he's not, you know. So, I mean, I don't really want to get into, on film anyway, you know, who's a tough guy. Do I think Michael is a tough guy? No. Do I think he's a martial artist? No. Do I think Jean-Claude's a tough guy or martial artist? No.
If you were to put together your own ensemble of action stars, your own version of the Expendables, let's say, who would you choose, 3 or 4 actors to be in there with you?
I think they had many great actors in there, you know, that are great action guys. I think this guy Jason Statham, is that
Jason
right?
Statham?
Statham,
Yeah,
is it?
yeah.
It's not Stratham, it's
I still laugh about that.
Statham.
Yep.
Jason Statham is...
Statham's like a McDojo guy. I don't think that guy ever studied anything for real. I actually forgot to give Wesley Snipes credit. He's actually 5th Dan in Shotokan's 2nd degree Hapkido, and he also trains Kung Fu, Capoeira, Eskrima, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So he's pretty legit. He's pretty legit.
Wonderful action guy. Jet Li, fantastic action guy, who, by the way, is a real martial artist.
Yes. Great wushu.
And, you know, I mean, I'd never seen him fight, but I would imagine if you would have mentioned his name over those guys, I would have to say, okay, he's a real martial artist and probably can fight.
Dolph Lundgren, Kyokushin karateka, used to be...
Wow, we got a hater in the chat here, Patrick. Patrick, check out the first 3 episodes. I mean, I have all the videos on there. Seagal wrecks everybody other than Bruce. With all the receipts. I mean, you know, obviously what I said just now means nothing. Go spend the 12 hours looking at the receipts. I mean, if you don't look at the receipts, how are you going to know? Seagal can head kick easily. I mean, he's wrecking Anderson Silva, Machida. I played all those videos in the previous parts. I mean, even at 70 years of age, he can do this stuff. I mean, you know, doesn't take a genius to figure out what he would do in his prime. And I actually have a lot of older videos too of Seagal in the even early 80s. I mean, the guy is faster than anyone other than Bruce.
Competitive?
Oh, he's a very nice guy. Do I think he's a tough guy and a great martial artist? He's just a great guy, and, you know, but anyway, so, but... I'm trying to think of all the guys that were in there. I didn't get to see it. But, you know, Jet Li and, you know, Jason Statham are great guys. Who else was in it?
Dolph Lundgren, Terry Crews, Randy Couture.
Randy's a real fighter.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know?
Of course, Bruce Willis and Arnie, we know both aren't real fighters, but great actors.
A lot of action-adventure stars popping out of the woodwork. Do you go watch the other guys? What do you think of Jeff Speakman or Van Damme? Do you know Van Damme?
No.
You've heard of him? Okay. Let's start with him, Steven. What do you think of his...
And just real quick, it appears Dolph, from what I can find, Dolph has a third Dan in Kyokushin. Keep in mind, Seagal is a seventh Dan. Michael J. White is a third Dan. Dolph Lundgren is a third Dan. And Dolph has won a lot of championships, so you can only imagine the kind of skill a seventh Dan like Seagal possesses. Actually, it appears Dolph got his fourth degree at some point, actually, here. So I think Dolph might actually have gotten his fourth Dan. But anyway, yeah, some of these older sites, I guess, are listing him as third Dan, but there's a video talking about him having his fourth. Okay, here. So 2020. In 2020, he got his fourth Dan, so pretty recently. Seagal's a seventh Dan.
his work? As a martial artist first.
Can we change the subject?
Well, I mean, because, like, you guys go back to the martial arts world before you were movie stars, right? I mean, he was like a champion somewhere, and, right? I mean, you...
Well, I mean, I just promised all my mentors that I was going to be a good boy.
Mm-hmm.
I think that that's a matter of opinion, that he was a champion anywhere.
I mean, this might be one of Seagal's only mistakes in his entire career, because he took the word... There was some journalist who looked up Jean-Claude Van Damme instead of using Jean-Claude's real name, Jean-Claude Van Varenberg. So all of his credentials and his fight record, it's all listed under Van Varenberg, because that's before he came to Hollywood. He did all that. And Van Damme never lied. Obviously, Van Damme is his screen name. He was open about the fact that Van Varenberg is his real name, but this goof journalist, I forgot his name, he published something saying Van Damme never had any championships, never credentialed in any way. And Seagal was, I guess this was, the early 90s when people still thought that the newspapers were accurate, I guess. So he read that article on Van Damme and just assumed the journalist knew what he was doing. Big mistake, Steven. This is the only fact check Steven never passed. I mean, this is the only thing I can find on him where he says it's a matter of opinion that Van Damme was a champion anywhere. Because, well, actually, he's not... I mean, technically, that might not be an inaccurate statement. Van Damme was not a champion. Van Varenberg was. But, I mean, we're just splitting hairs here.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm not being catty or anything. I wish the guy all the best.
What a nice guy. What a nice guy.
But there are an awful lot of people who say that that's not true.
How about Jeff Speakman? Nice guy, huh?
I mean, I was very good friends with his teacher. Ed Park was a good friend of mine.
So here's the thing. People actually think Seagal was lying about that as well. So here's the thing. I actually could not find a picture of Steven Seagal and Ed Parker, but they did run in the same circles, just like, actually, hold on a second. Wait a second. Because Seagal was good friends with Fumio Demura, one of the top guys in the area, all the top dojos. So they did run in the same circles with Ed Parker. So this is another one of these unverified receipts, I guess. And I think this is one of the only times he mentions Ed Parker. Justin Johnson, thanks for the support in the chat, giving out those memberships.
And he seems like a real good guy. This kid, I've never met him, but
That's where I saw Jean-Claude Van Damme fall off a motorbike here, going about 6 miles an hour. Must have had 40 aides helping him. Is that true? He got in a fight with you?
No. It'd be like me squashing an ant.
I don't remember where. I don't know if it was the Inquirer, but I remember reading something about that.
Come on.
You, Larry?
Thought he said he did like a spinning double twist kick or some shit.
He looks like one in front of his...
If he sees me, he runs.
Well, he said that he whooped some Aikido ass or something. I don't know.
Come on.
Very nice, very nice. What about Steven Seagal? Can you tell Steven Seagal?
Yeah, Steven Seagal.
Okay, okay.
Van Damme's impressions are just phenomenal.
I think Steven Seagal has such a good presence.
Well, there's a rumor.
And there's a rumor, okay. And he should lose some weight, which is not that difficult. And I think he's got lots of charisma, even though sometimes he speaks bad about me. It's all bullshit. I think he's a nice guy.
Out there,
right.
Are there any guys, for example, Steven Seagal, maybe Kurt Russell, who you'd love to see in part 3?
I would love to see a Steven Seagal in part 3. He should lose some weight. So no, joke on the side.
Yeah.
So he can be a little more fast.
He's put on the pounds.
Yeah. I met the guy a few times. He's a nice guy. Doesn't like me much. I like him a lot. Good guy. Good charisma. He's got something special on the screen. I would love to see him there. Yeah.
Why doesn't he like you?
Because maybe I'm good.
Stallone tout à l'heure, il raconte que tu te serais engueulé.
For the people who can't, I mean, I can make this a little bigger so everybody can see the subtitles here.
Steven Seagal dans son...
She's asking, or for the people who aren't watching the video, the reporter said, you spoke about Stallone earlier. He tells you that you would have had a great quarrel with Steven Seagal in Stallone's villa in Miami.
Dans sa villa à Miami.
Non, pas engueulé, il y a une petite poussette alors.
Van Damme responds, no fight was made, just a little pushing.
Parce qu'il y avait une belle maison, Stallone.
Because it was a beautiful house, he had beautiful furniture. I was pissed a little and I said to Steven, come outside.
Il y avait des meubles et tout, bien. Et puis j'étais un peu fâché, j'ai dit à Steven, je t'attends.
They should do a movie together in French. I mean, because Seagal probably speaks French, too.
Ah oui, parking, voilà. Et vous êtes... Non, ça a pris 2...
So the reporter asked, did you fight outside? Van Damme says, no, I waited 2 hours. He never came. Seagal was very unrespectful that night. I mean, is this Seagal just practicing Zen? I mean, why fight when you don't have to? I mean, think about how much of a nice guy Seagal is. He didn't want to, permanently, he was dealing with Sean Connery. He broke Sean Connery's wrist permanently. But Sean Connery wasn't the most physical actor. I mean, he was awesome. But, I mean, someone like Van Damme, they can't have a career if they have a broken wrist, a broken knee, a broken neck, a broken spine. So Seagal seems to have been very nice in sparing Van Damme.
2 heures, il n'est pas venu. Je t'attends!
Again, for the people new here, let me bring up this other clip of Seagal. Seagal might be the fastest martial artist in the history of the realm of Earth, other than maybe Bruce Lee. I think we're going to have to do a dedicated podcast on that comparison later. But here's some footage that I actually have never seen. This is prime Seagal. I think it was the Coburn clip here. This is prime Seagal. Watch the speed of this man. I mean, he punches like 6 times in a second. I don't think most people have even seen some of these older Seagal clips.
I guess about 3 years ago, I met Steve Seagal. We became very fast, close friends ever since then. And,
And again, we went over this in the previous episodes. Seagal was also good friends with James Coburn, who was good friends with Bruce Lee.
He's one of the few masters I've ever met, and to be a master at such a young age is very fortunate for all of us, because he can bring his gifts, technique, talent, and his great life force to us.
I mean, look at that. Nobody could stop that. I mean, I'm a big Van Damme fan, but he cannot stop that kind of onslaught. I mean, look at this. I mean, I don't know how many punches that was right here. He punched the guy like 5 or 6 times in a half a second before he took him down.
Great life force to us.
It's coming up. It's right here. I mean, we could try to count the punches here. I mean, that was like 4 or 5 punches into that takedown. I mean, just absolutely brutal. Other than Bruce Lee, I've never seen anybody move that fast. Yeah, Heracles, he didn't want to end Van Damme's career. I mean, Van Damme should be thankful. Thankful at the grace, the graciousness of Steven Seagal, the mercy of Steven Seagal. I mean, Steven Seagal would rather everyone talk, like, think about the master of Zen that Seagal is. He would rather people talk trash forever thinking that Seagal was afraid of Van Damme than actually hurt Van Damme and end his career. I mean, how many action stars out there would have that level of Zen and consideration to their so-called competition at the box office?
Ça, il était un peu grossier, il a fait une remarque tout à fait...
Déplacé.
Ouais, moi je trouve que quand t'es...
The reporter continues, if I see in the house of Stallone, Steven Seagal and Van Damme are ready to fight, it must be astonishing. You arrange the pieces of furniture, you leave to take the video camera, and you make a film. Yeah, think about how awesome that would be if that fight actually happened and they filmed it.
Chez Stallone et que tu vois Van Damme et Steven Seagal qui sont à 2 doigts de se foutre sur la gueule, ça doit être étonnant. Hein.
Ouais.
Quand t'es dans la maison à ce moment.
Les meubles. Hein.
Tu prends ton caméscope et tu fais un film. Hein. Attention.
Il y a Stallone qui a dit I'm not going Australia, I'm fucking crazy, I'm gonna go fucking fly there. So il a dit dire ça, tu sais, il dit il va pas d'or, moi je vais pas le faire et tout. Yeah, something like that. What's your name?
Van Damme, both Van Damme and Seagal should have done way more comedy movies. It's not too late. Not too late. Okay, so let's look at this video from Viking Samurai, who did a pretty good analysis. We went over Viking Samurai's expose on the Gene LeBell fiasco, where that pink gi-wearing fraud from pro wrestling, Gene LeBell, made up the story about choking out choking out Steven Seagal, rather. Okay, so let's watch this video on Van Damme by Viking Samurai. One second. Really trying to get this working. For those that don't know, Van Damme also trained with Chuck Norris. But that'll be a podcast for the Van Damme deep dive. We'll have to do a Van Damme and Chuck Norris deep dive as well. I mean, obviously, we need the most comprehensive analyses on all of these critically important topics on MindShock. I mean, no one else is going to be doing objective, logical, comprehensive deep dives like this. I think I got it.
Had they gotten into...
So this is Sheldon Lettich, famed movie director of many great classics. A lot of great Van Damme movies, all different types of movies, actually. Guy's pretty underrated.
gotten into a physical confrontation back then, I think Jean-Claude would have put Seagal on the floor very quickly.
Oh, very quickly. Okay.
And keep in mind, Sheldon Lettich is a movie director. And I don't think he ever actually worked with Seagal.
Yeah.
Can I laugh in your face?
Hey guys, in today's video, it's Jean-Claude Van Damme versus Steven Seagal. We're going to talk about that infamous night in Miami, Stallone's mansion, 1997. And if that fight actually occurred, who would have won and why? So with me, my guest is Sheldon Lettich, amazing writer-director. He's, of course, worked with Van Damme, worked on some of his best films like Lionheart and Double Impact. Met with Steven Seagal, never actually worked with him. But he's going to give his opinion on who would win that fight and why. Also, make sure to stay until the end because he's going to tell us a story about the time Jean-Claude Van Damme kicked a real Navy SEAL across the gym. So that's kind of a funny story. Oh, make sure to comment below, by the way. Are you Team Van Damme or Team Seagal? Nothing to do with the movies, nothing to do with the individual, but if that fight did go down at Stallone's mansion, who wins, Seagal or Van Damme? Comment below. Anyway, please make sure to help support the channel by hitting the like button, subscribing, sharing the video, and if you want to get any cool merchandise, check out the links below. You could drink in style, black belt fragrances, you could smell amazing, so check all that out in the description below. And with that said, let's get on to this discussion. Here's a question.
That just reminded me of Seagal's fragrance, which apparently was just too incredible to remain on the market that had to be shut down.
And this kind of goes back to, and I 100% agree with you, by the way, when you're talking about Van Damme, highly skilled real life, and he can definitely hold his own in a real fight.
Come on.
Now, there was a story, I think in probably the late 90s, could have been the mid-90s, maybe the late 90s. Obviously, Steven Seagal and Van Damme were like the two martial art action dudes.
Right.
Apparently...
Yeah, hold on. Let's go over that quote real quick. Sylvester Stallone, good friend of Seagal's, actually said this. At a party in my home in Miami in '97, Van Damme was tired of Seagal claiming he could kick his ass, so he offered Seagal outside into my backyard. Seagal made his excuses and left. But Van Damme, who was berserk, tracked him down at a nightclub and offered him out again. Van Damme was too strong. Seagal wanted none of it. Now, I don't know if that quote's actually been verified. But again, perhaps, I mean, supposedly Stallone was good friends with Seagal as well. Unless there was some kind of backroom beating that Seagal was salty about. I mean, that Stallone was salty about, that he kind of exaggerated the story. But again, it seems Seagal is just such a merciful man that he didn't want to end Van Damme's career.
Obviously, Steven Seagal and Van Damme were like the two martial art action dudes.
Right.
Apparently, there was almost a confrontation at Stallone's mansion, I think, in Miami.
Yeah, I heard about
this. Did Van Damme ever tell you about that story? Like, was that real?
Yeah, according to Van Damme, it was real, and according to Van Damme, he confronted Seagal, and Seagal basically took off. Suddenly he was nowhere.
And you know, once Seagal starts running, there's nobody who could catch him. I mean, just his patented running technique is just absolutely incredible.
And Stallone confirmed that. He basically said, I can't remember all the details of it, but apparently there was a face-off between the two of them. And Jean-Claude did say something like, okay, well, let's go at it right now. And Seagal is the one who backed off and then disappeared. And
I mean, that's a true Zen master. A true Zen master who's not all encompassed in his own ego. I mean, look how he downplayed all of his accomplishments. I mean, from helping out after Katrina, to PETA. I mean, when does he ever bring up his award from PETA? All his animal rights activism, his environmentalism. I mean, he's buddy with so many world leaders. I mean, it's just, he just downplays everything.
He was gone from the party.
I heard he went to like a club and Van Damme followed him there, and there's another confrontation. I don't know if someone just added that and embellished the story, but did Van Damme specifically ever talk about that?
He did. He did.
Okay.
And he did say that Seagal was trash talking and that Van Damme confronted him, and Seagal backed off and he got the hell out of there.
I just promised all my mentors that I was going to be a good boy.
That's what I heard. That's one side of the story.
Yeah.
Stallone kind of confirmed that. Stallone.
Yeah, no, I mean, if he confirmed it and it was at his place, I don't doubt that.
It's like on in front of it. If he sees me, he runs. Well, he said that he whooped some Aikido ass or something. I don't know. Come on.
Your personal opinion, Van Damme versus Seagal, a UFC match back in that era, who do you think would have won?
Here we go.
Personally, I think Jean-Claude would have won easily.
I disagree.
Yeah?
Yeah, Seagal, now I've known Seagal personally also. I've hung out with him. And Seagal just doesn't seem like, and I've known a lot of badasses, okay? I'm not one, but I've certainly known a lot of them,
Again, this speaks to the mastery of Zen of Seagal. I mean, again, we went into his interviews and the spiritual, mystical side that nobody even knows about. I mean, Seagal is so many mental levels higher than all these guys.
people that, basically you throw the wrong word in their direction and they're gonna throw a punch.
Yeah, I mean, those are people with poor impulse control, like little 4-year-olds. Obviously, Seagal is just on another mental plane of existence. I mean, this guy's a reincarnated llama. Obviously, he doesn't have impulse control issues, unlike the coked-up Van Damme, and I'm a huge Van Damme fan, by the way. I actually think Van Damme was probably the most entertaining and the best actor out of all the action stars. Not that Seagal was a bad actor, don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't know how... Seagal's such a phenomenal actor, he should have been putting on acting clinics. But his range just isn't within the realm of Van Damme's. I mean, can you imagine Seagal crying? I mean, that man doesn't know, Seagal doesn't know how to cry. He wouldn't have to. I mean, who could ever make Seagal cry?
They're not going to try to talk. They're not going to try to negotiate their way out of this. They're just going to punch. They're just going to hit.
I'm going to get you, man. I'll be back.
And Jean-Claude, of course, he had to be more circumspect once he became a movie star and had money that people could sue him for. But I've known a lot of his buddies also. I've met a lot of his buddies that he grew up with in Brussels.
I mean, Van Damme was quite dapper back in the day as well.
Who went to karate classes with him. They all studied karate under this guy named Claude Getz. I've met Claude Getz. So I've heard this from the real guys that were Jean-Claude's friends. Didn't read it in some tabloid, but they all said that you didn't want to mess with Jean-Claude. Jean-Claude was the real deal. He's a real ass kicker. Yeah. And I would think that if Seagal...
And how many of those guys ever met a seventh Dan in anything?
And of course, both of them would have been very careful once they became movie stars about getting into an actual physical fight where people were watching. But had they confronted one another in an earlier time when it wouldn't have been possible to sue one another as easily, or the tabloids or the news wouldn't have talked about it. Had they gotten into a physical confrontation back then, I think Jean-Claude would have put Seagal on the floor very quickly.
Oh, very quickly. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I laugh in your face?
I never saw any example of Seagal's actual power in his. Well, he didn't have powerful kicks or punches. He would use the Aikido, basically.
Again, Sheldon Lattich clearly ignorant because Seagal doesn't boast. He's clearly ignorant of Seagal's 7th Dan in Kyokushin karate.
Twisting a person's body around to make them do what they don't want to do. But as far as having a powerful punch or a powerful kick, I've never heard anybody say that Seagal could punch or hit powerfully. But
That's because most of them probably didn't survive. If anybody from back in his intelligence days, I mean, who could actually survive a Seagal kick or punch and live to tell about it?
Damn could. I gave you one example. We in Lionheart, there's a scene where he confronts those 2 Foreign Legion guys. One of them was this big rhinoceros named Voyo Gorik. Voyo, he was a proverbial brick shithouse. Voyo was a monster, okay? And we had a scene where Jean-Claude was supposed to give him a double kick to the chest. I mean, it would really take like a car hitting this guy Voyo to knock him down. But Jean-Claude gives him a double kick, and you see it on camera. It's in the movie.
Oh, I remember that scene. Yeah.
Yeah, and we didn't put like baby powder on his clothes to make the dust fly up. Jean-Claude gives him a double kick in the chest, and you see dust fly. And Voyo gets knocked back a bit. Knocking Voyo back.
I mean, clearly, like, I'm a big fan of Sheldon Lattich's work, but clearly he doesn't understand Seagal's pedigree in Kyokushin karate or how Aikido even works. The harder somebody comes at Seagal, the harder they're going down because he's going to redirect that energy back at them. I mean, Sheldon just doesn't seem to understand Aikido.
It really takes a lot of power. And Voyo was such a monster. We did it one time without Jean-Claude using full power. And Voyo was kind of disappointed. He says, Jean-Claude, you have to really kick me. So, okay, the next take, Jean-Claude said, okay, you asked for it. So he gives him that double kick that we see, where you see the dust flying. And Voyo gets knocked back like Frankenstein. And he's got the satisfied smile on his face. Says, Jean-Claude, much better. And then I think we might have, I'm not sure if we did it another time. Now, when I first met Jean-Claude, he was giving some karate lessons at some gym on Beverly Boulevard. And I had met Chuck Farr before then. And Chuck was a Navy SEAL, but not a bullshitter like Frank Dukes. Chuck was really a Navy SEAL for like 8 years.
How dare Sheldon Lettich blaspheme the one and only Frank Dukes. I got a podcast coming up on him as well.
So I introduced Chuck to Jean-Claude. And Jean-Claude ended up writing Hard Target. Chuck ended up writing Hard Target.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's the guy at the beginning of the movie who played Natasha's dad. He was in that movie, right? And he got killed. He was the first guy killed in the movie.
In which movie?
Hard Target. Like the guy that wrote it was the guy at the beginning who played Natasha's father who got killed.
I'm pretty sure that was Chuck, yeah. Well, anyways, so this is before any of this stuff transpired. I also introduced Chuck to Sam Raimi, and then Sam hit it off with him, and Chuck ended up writing Darkman for Sam also. But we're in a gym, and Chuck says, hey, Jean-Claude, so let me see what one of your kicks feels like. He says, Chuck, you really don't want me to kick you. Oh, yeah, no, I do. Come on, look, I'll even hold up a couple of pads, and go ahead and just give me a kick right in the chest as hard as you can. And so he's holding up like 2 exercise pads. And Jean-Claude says, Chuck, you need 2 more pads. Hey, come on, Jean-Claude, I was a Navy SEAL and all this. And like, no, Chuck, you need 2 more pads. All right, Chuck gets 2 more pads. And now he's got 4 pads in front of his chest. Jean-Claude basically gives him one of those Van Damme kicks. Chuck goes flying across the room. We're in a gym.
I mean, that's a cool story, but that's not the same thing as doing it in a fight for real on a guy who's not letting you kick him.
We're in a good-sized room. He actually goes, my dog's not there. Okay. He goes flying across the room, basically barely staying on his feet. Jean-Claude gave him a serious kick with 4 pads, and afterwards Chuck said, wow, I really felt that.
That's crazy, man.
So,
was it like a stepping side kick like he did in Lionheart against the dude in the racquetball court and he kicked him through the glass?
I would call that a stepping side kick. Yeah, I don't know exactly, but that's what it looked like. Basically, the foot goes out and goes boom right in Chuck's chest. He's holding these 4 pads up, and the power of the kick sends him flying back. So that was a good demonstration early on as to just how powerful.
Let's do a poll here. I kind of want to see where everybody's at. Would Seagal destroy Van Damme? What does everybody in the chat think? Seagal would defeat Van Damme at any point in their careers, basically, but I guess we could say during the early 90s to keep it fair. Wow, we got some Van Dammers in the chat. Okay. I mean, I think Van Damme would probably beat the majority of people out there. Like, obviously, I don't think he's a fraud act. Like, a lot of people think he's not legit. I mean, the guy's legit. I mean, he had a bunch of full contact fights, semi-contact, tons of karate experience, plus the ballet. The ballet gives him an advantage I think most people don't understand. Like, the level of athleticism that ballet gives, I mean, that's almost like another 1 or 2 black belts. Well, Van Damme has a second dan in Shotokan karate. Now, even Aikido aside, Seagal is 7th dan Kyokushin. 7th dan. I don't think he was that high back then, though, but he was still up there. Ballet gets you pretty far. I mean, some of those ballet guys, I mean, they can kick hard and fast, even without martial arts training, just the level of athleticism. So we have a pretty good spread here. 57% say yes, 29% say no, and 14% are too triggered to answer. Wow, okay, let's continue.
Jean-Claude's kicks were.
Yeah, for sure.
I was impressed. Chuck was impressed.
Yeah,
Chuck
I don't think Seagal would be impressed, though.
He did not ask for another demonstration.
Yeah, I think that was enough.
I want you to hit me as hard as you can.
Okay, so that's basically the story of Seagal versus Van Damme. There's nothing more to it. There's really nothing more to it. So let's examine Seagal. Okay, Kill the Bank in the chat here. I'm still going Van Damme. He's been my guy since Bloodsport, although you and my pops got me leaning more towards Seagal. Don't get me wrong, Kill the Bank. Did you just get here? Did you miss all of the credentials? Did you miss all the credentials? I will put them on the screen again. I mean, I had Seagal's receipts for his martial arts pedigree, the most impressive of pretty much any action star out there. He is 7th Dan Aikido, given to him by the founder's son of Aikido. And he's also 7th Dan Kyokushin Karate. He also has black belts in Kendo, Judo, and Kenjutsu. I mean, this guy's possibly the most credentialed traditional martial artists living today in the entire realm of Earth. Comparatively, Van Damme's only black belt is his 2nd Dan in Shotokan. Not exactly a fair fight here. Now, clearly he's got more athleticism than Seagal in terms of flexibility. But if you remember this clip, Kill the Bank, from yesterday's show, I'll put it on the screen again. The clip with Coburn, I believe this is from the TV show Eye of Hollywood. I don't know if anybody has the full show, but here's some clips of Prime Seagal. Prime Seagal that most people have not seen.
By 1974, he owned his own dojo or school in Osaka.
Something unparalleled. I mean, only Bruce. I've never seen anybody move this fast other than Bruce Lee.
Very fortunate for all of us.
I mean, this is somewhere around 5 to 8 punches in a half a second or something like that. I mean, watch this clip coming up right here. I don't think Van Damme can stop it. I don't think any human in existence can stop this other than maybe Bruce Lee.
Very light force to us. By 19...
I mean, what kind of recourse would Van Damme or anyone have from Seagal actually coming at them like this? I mean, how can they stop that? That's a broken neck, broken wrist, broken elbow. Watch this clip right here. What is Seagal gonna do? I mean, what is Van Damme gonna do when Seagal comes at him like this? I mean, he would just step into the kick and just deliver the punishment. I mean, Van Damme would probably be permanently injured. It is only for Master Seagal's graciousness and not wanting to end Van Damme's career. Van Damme's just not fast enough, Kill the Bank. I'm a huge Van Damme fan. I think he is the most entertaining action star with the best acting range, the most entertaining movies, the most consistent out of all the action stars. But in a real fight, I mean, nobody seems to be able to compete with Seagal, not just on a traditional martial arts pedigree and credential level, but his speed is just incredible. Okay, so let's get into Seagal versus Michael Jai White. Now, Jai White does boast, see, unlike Seagal, Jai White boasts, to inflate that ego, about his 7 martial arts black belts. But here's the thing. From what I could find, only one of them is actually in the upper dans, and 3rd dan isn't even that high compared to 2 black belts and 7th dan like Seagal has. Now, Michael Jai White's main art is Kyokushin Karate, 3rd dan. I couldn't find who gave him the belt, but Seagal's belt was given to him by Mas Oyama's main student in Kyokushin Karate. Mas Oyama, the founder of the entire art. So let's look. Viking Samurai also did a great breakdown on both of these guys. And we'll see what everybody thinks here.
But the thing is, Seagal was a legit Aikido specialist.
Steven Seagal is not a fighter.
That's kind of hilarious. It's just hilarious how Michael Jai White is saying Seagal's not a real fighter when Seagal is more than double his rank in his main art. It's just kind of hilarious.
It's on right now.
Because a guy seemed kind of silly, you forget. Like, he had a real, legit history with Aikido. He was the first American to ever teach at a dojo in Japan, speaks fluent Japanese, and he's a legitimate Aikido master. Like, 100% absolute legitimate Aikido master. The thing is, Aikido is just not something that...
Again, not just Aikido. Kyokushin Karate, Kendo, Judo, Kenjutsu... I mean, Seagal is as pedigreed as you can get.
Translates perfectly to MMA.
Of course, that's always the argument, and there's certain techniques you're not even allowed to utilize anyway, like small joint manipulation and some other stuff, but I do believe somebody trained can use the principles from Aikido, but you don't want to just limit yourself to one style regardless.
He is 100% legit, and Aikido's not the best martial art for self-defense. It's just not. But it has its applications, and in its applications...
Well, Rogan's also so utterly clueless, he doesn't know that there are so many different styles of Aikido. Seagal's Aikido is the legit combat style Aikido. It's not the McDojo Aikido.
He's a master at it, much like Jiu-Jitsu has its applications, but it's not great for kickboxing, right? Taekwondo has its applications, but it doesn't work if you kick the legs and punch the face. But if you learn how to do it, those techniques can apply if you know all the other stuff. Well, if you know all the other stuff, this motherfucker has some real shit.
But not only that, people do forget that Steven Seagal actually started with karate, and he is heavily trained in kung fu. So the karate kind of paralleled the Aikido training. I believe the kung fu did as well, and he talks...
I think his kung fu training actually came later, but I'm not sure, because again, Seagal doesn't brag. Seagal studied, like, I think he's also done Tai Chi, Kali, he's also done Jiu-Jitsu as well, and possibly some of the other kung fus, like Bagua Zen and some of these others. I mean, he's done so much, he doesn't really brag about it, though, so we don't even know how far the list goes.
About that. Great interview he actually did with Scott Adkins on The Art of Action.
He said, hey, do you know karate? I said, where are you from? And he said, I'm from Japan. He said, I'm from Okinawa. I said, do you know karate? And he said, yes, I do. Why do you ask? And I said, this is something I want to devote my life to.
You would have to be so good at all the other stuff that you could utilize this.
I think people just associate Steven Seagal as the Aikido guy because that's basically what he was known for in those films. Because you already had guys like Jean-Claude Van Damme and Chuck Norris doing karate in movies. You had Bruce...
That was funny. He actually used the clip of Van Damme training with Chuck Norris. I think that was for a German TV show, possibly. There's a whole clip out there. It's pretty funny.
Doing Kung Fu. We've already seen that Seagal wanted to bring something new to the screen. And he really blew things wide open with movies like Above the Law. I mean, even Michael Jai White gives him credit for stuff like that.
I was a big fan of the first movies that he had done. I thought that was something that he really blew it wide open. Steven's, you know, he's an entertainer, and I look at some of the stuff.
Again, it's just kind of hilarious. Michael Jai White talking trash on Seagal when Seagal has more than double the ranking of him in his main art.
And I can understand he's selling a product.
And then from Aikido, I started going into Jiu-Jitsu and sword. And I studied a lot of sword.
Yeah, so sword is Kendo and Kenjutsu. Now, he also mentions regular Jiu-Jitsu, but I couldn't find an official ranking. So I don't know if he actually has a black belt in it or not. He might. Again, he doesn't brag about any of this stuff, so it's hard to find receipts because he just doesn't brag that much. It seems like he downplays everything.
It sounds like you're on a quest to just become the best martial artist that you could possibly be and trying to seek out the best possible trainers that you could possibly find.
That is exactly what I was doing. And when I got older in Japan, I actually went into Hong Kong to study some Kung Fu there, and I went into Taiwan to study some Tai Chi there. So I did that kind of thing. I was always going around trying to find the greatest master.
Okay, so we know Steven Seagal has a very rich history in martial arts, very legit, and it's not just Aikido. He's pretty well-rounded. But now let's look into Michael Jai White.
Michael Jai White is absolutely legit. Michael Jai White broke the chain on the heavy bag at Legends Gym in Hollywood. He asked Eddie Bravo rather asked him to demonstrate the way he does a side kick. This dude does a side kick, a hopping side kick, slams it into the bag goes ka-tink against the chain, and the chain snaps.
Yeah, there's definitely not a single martial artist out there that could snap a chain on a bag. I mean, Bruce Lee exploded the entire bag. I mean, not that that's not impressive, but I mean, Joe Rogan, the goof Joe Rogan going all fangirl here is kind of weird. Well, but not surprising.
That's real? 100% real. We were laughing. He even did like a thing with Kimbo. They were working on a movie together, and he was explaining something to Kimbo about telegraphing things. And you could tell Kimbo was like, oh shit. It wasn't just like an actor was fucking around. It was like, oh, this guy's legit.
There's, of course, a little bit of...
That clip was kind of weird, though. I mean, basically, for those who haven't seen the Michael Jai White Kimbo Slice clip, Jai White just faked him out because he was going real fast, then he went slow just to show the difference in speed. It really was nothing impressive.
Controversy related to that.
Yeah, Lord Zed said maybe an old chain. Yeah, let's see him do that with a brand new chain and a brand new bag.
I know Mike Perry doing really good in the BKFC right now. Was a pretty good UFC fighter, but he's dominating in bare knuckle boxing. Recently destroyed Luke Rockhold. But anyway, I know Mike Perry got into like a big beef with Michael Jai White.
I see what his skill set looks like. He needs help.
Over the whole story related to the late.
Says the guy who never even had a real fight. I mean, Michael Jai White, I think he did compete in something. Let's look at his credentials. I thought he competed in something. Yeah, he did a couple different styles. Huh. He taught special education. Interesting. Huh. He graduated from Central High School in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, he did some karate tournaments as a teenager. But apparently nothing, nothing on the big stage in any way. He also apparently never claimed to compete in combat sports, so he wasn't counting those karate competitions himself either in older interviews.
Kimbo Slice, as far as like whether Michael Jai White can actually teach Kimbo Slice something, Kimbo who of course is a real fighter. And then of course there's controversy with Steven Seagal's front kick that he taught Lyoto Machida and Anderson Silva, which I don't know if Anderson Silva was just joking and playing around and giving Seagal credit, but Lyoto Machida still claims that, yeah, what Seagal showed him actually does help. So,
and this video from Viking Samurai's, I don't know, a couple years old now, we just went over in the previous 1 or 2 episodes of Steven Seagal absolutely putting on a clinic for current UFC fighter Pereira at 71 years of age. He was just manhandling those UFC fighters.
So as far as Steven Seagal and Michael Jai White showing things and training with UFC fighters, there's controversy related to it, though I do think they both probably showed these fighters something that was worthwhile. I don't doubt that.
Just something that I did to spend time and try to encourage and help and bring some kind of joy or anything I could do.
Steven Seagal could not teach Anderson a front kick that he can't do himself. Come on.
Well, I have 8 black belts now. So
no, are you serious? 8?
Yeah,
I think he has 7. He might be counting the two different styles of Taekwondo. But from what I found, there are 7.
You know, thus the age. I've been doing it for a long time.
And look how he brags about it. When have you heard Seagal brag, oh, I have this many black belts? It was kind of harder to even get the receipt on his Kyokushin karate. 7th dan. 7th dan. Jai White, in that same art, only has a 3rd dan.
So the background and history on both of the men, Seagal and Michael Jai White, very impressive. Great history, great background, very skilled. I would give the edge to Steven Seagal for the pure mastery of Aikido in moving to Asia, moving to Japan, training with the masters, seeking them out. Now, of course, Michael Jai White did that too. Back in the 90s, he sought out Bill Superfoot Wallace, a bunch of other fighters.
I've done that since I was a kid.
Very cool stuff, very great history, but if you were to open a school, which Steven Seagal did, by the way, and he also taught in Japan. So as far as like what I think is a more impressive martial arts background and history, I give it to Seagal for being the first Westerner to teach in Japan and then opening up schools in Southern California. And his level of mastery, at least in Aikido, is so much higher, in my opinion, than Michael Jai White's level of mastery would be in any of the arts that he's trained in.
That's bullshit.
Now, as far as fitness goes, because strength, power, endurance, physical attributes, it's going to help you be a better martial artist. I mean, Bruce Lee knew that back in the day.
Well, that's the thing about Aikido, though. That's the thing about Aikido, is that, Lord Zed, if you just got here, I actually put the images on the screen of Seagal receiving the 7th dan in Kyokushin. Not just from anybody, but from one of Mas Oyama, the creator of Kyokushin karate, one of his top students, Kancho Hatsuo Royama. I put that on this, one of Seagal's good friends. I actually found the photos of him actually receiving that 7th dan in Kyokushin. So, and his 7th dan in Aikido was given it to him from the son of the founder of Aikido. So not only is Seagal's pedigree more impressive in sheer numbers, but it's also impressive on who he received the dan from. It's not just about the numbers. I don't even know who gave... I couldn't find who gave Michael Jai White his 3rd dan. I don't know if it was a legit guy, a non-legit guy, but Seagal's were as legit as you can get.
It's not...
And regarding the fitness angle, for any martial art other than Aikido, that seems valid. But with Aikido, he's just going to use Michael Jai White's strength or anybody else's strength against them.
Not really a contest between Michael Jai White and Steven Seagal. I mean, Michael Jai White still looks phenomenal, especially given his age, but he was really fit his entire life, his entire career, pretty much, since he started in the movies, and obviously well before that. Steven Seagal, not really a gym guy, man. And I don't know how his diet is or if he has like a thyroid issue, but he's grown over time, not muscle growth. So obviously you have to give this category to Michael Jai White. Now, as far as like overall coolness goes, that's obviously going to be subjective. I think a lot of people will say Steven Seagal's got a lot of charisma, a lot of screen presence, which is true, which is why his movies were so good back in the day and he became a huge movie star. So there's a lot of variables and factors related to that.
Also, Michael Jai White might be jealous. I mean, what's Michael Jai White's highest box office rake in? I mean, Seagal was totally top of the A-list with Under Siege and some of those other movies. I mean, I liked Michael Jai White in Spawn. I mean, Blood and Bone is probably Michael Jai White's best movie, but it's such a low-budget movie, I don't think it even made that much money anyway. I mean, Michael Jai White does all these super low-budget movies. I mean, I don't know, was Spawn his biggest movie? And that wasn't even, like, really a martial arts movie. Never Back Down 2, The Beatdown. I mean, that was straight to video. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he had that minor role in The Dark Knight as one of the thugs, but doesn't really count. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess Spawn, Tyson was a TV movie. I mean, yeah, I think Spawn, I mean, that was way back, one of his first movies, 97. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think I guess Spawn was his highest grossing lead movie. Unless Black Dynamite, I don't think that was a theatrical release, was it? Let me check here. Maybe, but the budget was 2.9 mil, and its entire worldwide gross was $296,557. So, let's see what the gross of Spawn was. I mean, Michael J. White just might be jealous. I mean, Seagal's much higher ranked than Don's. I mean, he was a legit A-lister, much more accomplished in the world of martial arts than Michael J. White. Now, let's see what the Spawn grossed here. And again, not really a martial arts movie per se. Wow. Spawn had a $40 million budget with an 87 million gross worldwide. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's a huge movie. And Under Siege was a $35 million budget, which was actually lower than Spawn's, and grossed 156 mil worldwide, so almost double Spawn. So yeah, and then even Spawn, that really wasn't a Michael J. White movie because a lot of people didn't even know who he was. They watched it because of the character, the superhero Spawn. I mean, he's in the mask most of the movie anyway. So yeah, total night and day compared to Seagal's career. Absolutely night and day.
But his on-screen presence, like even Van Damme said in an interview that Seagal's got something. Like he really did. He's just very natural. He's very smooth. He's got that nice, mellow, relaxed.
I think the word Viking Samurai is looking for is dapper. Is anybody more dapper than Steven Seagal?
Voice. Whereas Michael J. White, he's a little bit different. He's a really like super alpha. He's got that really deep voice, and when he's acting, it doesn't quite sound as natural in my opinion.
Don't worry about Hillary. I'll take good care of her.
It doesn't sound that natural, man. I actually prefer just his normal voice, which, when he's in interviews, sometimes he'll even go to that deep mode, but then it'll be normal Michael J. White, and that's, it probably depends on the character he plays in film, but I think he should just play more his normal voice, honestly. So, and that's what Steven Seagal does. In a lot of his earlier films, he just played Seagal with his very calm, cool voice, right?
And I'll tell you why.
So overall coolness, I would give it to Seagal, even though he did wear some interesting outfits. He had a lot of different styles, right? Ponytail was interesting.
Again, the word he's looking for is dapper.
But overall coolness, I would give the edge to Seagal.
Kill her. I don't mind if you kill her, because I don't know her at all. Such a cool guy.
Now, of course, this kind of ties into the movies as well. And when I talked about, like, the voice, Seagal started doing more accents, right? I don't think that worked in a lot of those films from, like, the last 20 years. I don't know why he did that, but I don't think that quite worked. But the quality of the films obviously went downhill. So if you talk about the overall filmography, you have to give it to Seagal. He had amazing co-stars, amazing directors like Andrew Davis, for example. Look at a film like Under Siege and co-starring with Tommy Lee Jones and who's that psychotic blonde dude?
Do I look like I need a psychological evaluation?
How did he not remember Gary Busey? I mean, Busey is a legend. An absolute legend. Although, again, is that an Illuminati humiliation ritual? Or is Busey just might be out of his mind, so I'm not sure if that qualifies.
Not at all.
Yeah, Gary Busey. So Seagal's early body of work alone cements it. He had like a good 10-year run, 88 to 98. But really his first 4 films really kicked it off, and that was before Under Siege, right? So, yeah, I mean, Michael Jai White he has not been in any film that can compare to any of those. He did have a really good start, though. You know, he did the Mike Tyson straight-to-TV movie. He did Spawn, that got their theatrical release. He starred opposite Van Damme in Universal Soldier: The Return. He starred opposite Seagal in Exit Wound. So he got some pretty good roles, but see, the issue is that, and this obviously happened to Seagal and Van Damme and Stallone and Arnold and all those guys, were coming into 2000, the movies were just getting lower budget, the quality was going down, and all those guys were going straight to video. So of course, Michael Jai White was never able to like maintain himself being in like theatrical release movies. So the bulk of his career is in that straight to video section, where I would say over the last 20 years, his films in general are actually better than Seagal's over the last 20 years. But the thing is, the 10 years prior to that, and just you could even just count 4 films that Seagal did. That alone, if Seagal didn't do anything else, I mean, his legacy is cemented, and his filmography is always going to be better than Michael Jai White. So you got to give it to Seagal. There's no question about like the actual movies. But like I mentioned, over the last 20 years, if that's all we're counting, you know, last 20 years, then Michael Jai White would win. Because as bad as I think Welcome to Sudden Death is, for example, which I made a video about, it's still better than pretty much what Seagal's done in like the last 20 years.
Can I laugh in your face?
Now, as far as an actual fight between the guys,
me taking pride in hurting Seagal, I find no gratification in that.
Do I think Michael is a tough guy? No. Do I think he's a martial artist? No.
They don't see eye to eye.
it's pure speculation because we don't really have anything to basically judge, at least a competitive fight on. And obviously there's a big difference between a sport fight with rules and an actual street fight. But as far as like a competitive fight...
There's a big difference between people that make the walk, get in a ring and a cage, train for that specifically, and fight in an MMA bout.
Which is true because you could really only speculate from sparring. We know Michael Jai White, at least there's good indication, actually does spar. Steven Seagal, he puts on a lot of demonstrations. Michael Jai White puts on demonstrations as well. I don't know how much actual sparring Seagal has. Michael Jai White has some, obviously. But if
yeah, but I mean, how do you spar with Seagal? Because he just puts you down in half a second. Like, you can't really spar with a guy so technically advanced.
If it were a sport fight, I'll tell you why you would probably have to give the edge to Michael Jai White, simply because he's the better conditioned athlete.
But the fight's only going to last a half a second, so I don't think conditioning is really going to be a factor in this one.
He's going to have better endurance. He's going to be able to go the distance. I don't think Steven Seagal, at least in this state, would really do that great in a sports competition. Like, he might be able to finish it very quickly, but, you know, under specific rules with specific techniques that are banned, Steven Seagal is going to be very limited.
I don't think that matters, because like as we went over those clips, if Seagal just comes in with a straight punch, he does that faster than anybody other than Bruce Lee, so I don't know.
Plus the physical capability of him.
Come on.
Now, if you're actually talking about the street, I actually think Seagal could take him, man. I think Seagal could take a lot of people in the street just because he's got a different mindset and philosophy.
Breaking spines.
I don't care who you are. You're dead.
Yeah. And ways of doing things, and obviously different techniques. And yes, it's not a dig on Michael Jai White. I just think Seagal could beat a lot of people in the street.
If I have to fight, I don't care about the law.
Yeah.
I care about ending it quick.
Oh, those are some ice cold words from the one and only master, Steven Seagal, possibly the most incredible, most accomplished, most pedigreed. I mean, this guy is martial arts royalty.
And Michael Jai White, he would actually do pretty...
Wow, that is not impressive from Michael Jai White's old karate footage.
damn good in the sports competition.
I believe that's an official tournament, so I guess he did light contact tournaments. That was not impressive at all.
Anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments, obviously. Who's got it, Seagal or Michael J?
So yeah, let's do the poll. We did one on Seagal and Van Damme. Everybody picked Seagal, except for I think 1 or 2 people. So let's see what everybody thinks here. I mean, a better question would be, is there anybody Seagal wouldn't destroy? I mean, that seems like a better question. So we have here 80% yes, 20% too triggered to decide, 0% stating Seagal would not destroy Michael Jai White. Lord Zed says no, he destroys all. I mean, it's kind of, other than Bruce. I mean, and it wasn't really fair either, because what stage of Bruce was this? Because if Seagal would have been a teenager, I think 20 at the oldest. So that's almost not fair, because this is a 30-year-old Bruce Lee. I mean, we would have to get a time machine to pit 30-year-old Bruce against 30-year-old Seagal. And I have no idea what would happen in that situation based on, I mean, just based on all of the receipts in the past 15 hours of examination of the life and times and alleged crimes of Steven Seagal. Yeah, kill the bank. I'll be going over Van Damme's anti-Illuminati position in the Van Damme deep dive as well. But Van Damme's just nowhere near as accomplished. I mean, Van Damme is awesome, but he's nowhere near as accomplished as this reincarnated llama. I mean, and it's just that simple. Alright, so the YouTube stream's actually lagging quite substantially. I'm only going to go over a couple more clips here. We're actually going to save the mastery of Seagal's comedy for the next episode, perhaps tomorrow, so we can finish up this entire Seagal series. But I'll just go over a couple more clips here in just demonstrating the greatness that is Steven Seagal. Here's a funny clip of Seagal on the Tucker Carlson show a couple of years back. I mean, even Tucker Carlson has to respect the man, Steven Seagal. Man, myth, legend, reincarnated llama.
I want to get to your film first. I just read one critic say it was the best you've done in a very long time. Tell us about it.
Well, I also think it's the best film I've done in over 20 years. It's a kung fu movie, but really it's just the wisdom of what I consider to be a man who rises to the occasion of helping those who are in tremendous need and becomes, reluctant hero. It has all the...
I mean, and again, Seagal really doesn't get the credit he deserves. I wonder if I have a graphic here. YouTube's probably not going to allow me to show it. It is way too controversial. Yeah, wow. Let me see if I can find it, because now I really want to find it. Whenever YouTube doesn't want to let me do something, I have to spend a lot of extra time figuring out how to do it. I mean, it's not even, I guess it's kind of, I mean, it's pretty anti-Illuminati, I guess. Perhaps too anti-Illuminati for most. They don't want this stuff out there. Just give me a minute. I'm really gonna try to get it. If I can't get in another minute or so. Oh man, this is annoying. Oh yeah, baby. Okay, I think I can get it. It just won't let me put it on the screen if I can sometimes save it as a different format and just brute force spam it. So let's look at the history here. So of course, we have Seagal putting his life on the line. He was a police officer, literally putting his life in the line on saving people, you know, from Katrina onward and even before that. And then he was doing border patrol until approximately 2016, 2017, when he moved to Russia full-time. So look at the explosion of illegal immigration as soon as Seagal gets off his border patrol. I mean, look at this. This is astonishing. Because we can't give credit to Trump here, because look at the spike even under Trump. The spike of illegal immigration started as soon as Seagal got off the border. I mean, look at this. Even under Trump, it spiked. Now, obviously, it spiked even more once Trump left office. But with Seagal, it was at least under semi-control. I mean, look at this. I mean, Seagal really kept that border secure. As soon as he moves to Russia, I mean, it's all over. It is all over. I mean, this is just absolutely mind-shocking. He just does not get the credit he deserves. He takes down the mafia single-handedly, doesn't even need witness protection. Soon as Seagal testified, all of a sudden the mafia doesn't seem to have any kind of grip or control in the U.S. Thanks, Dub, for the super chat. Thank you for streaming. Love you guys, both MINDSHOCK and chat. Kind regards and best wishes. Right back at you, Dub. I mean, we really have to bring the greatness of Seagal back to the surface here. This humble guy. I mean, when have you even heard him bring up the fact that he kept immigration under control while he was with Border Patrol? I mean, when have you even heard him mention that?
Those different scenes in it that kind of pull the heartstrings of the people, the public, and it's got great action, great story, some great characters, some great Chinese stars. I'm proud of it. It's a wonderful movie.
Well, there are a lot of people who need rescuing right about now, I would say. So tell us the other...
And of course, his movies bringing awareness to human trafficking, 2018. 2018. I mean, this is well before The Sound of Freedom, which only came out in 2023. I mean, Seagal was exposing this way before. I mean, he exposed the Illuminati cabal on Piers Morgan as early as 2017. He wrote a book about it. I mean, this guy has just been... He's done more for humanity, possibly, than any living human being on Earth right now. I mean, who's done more? Who has done more for humanity than Steven Seagal?
News story about you recently is that you are considering running for governor of Siberia.
I've noticed that.
Yeah, that's for sure. You're considering running for governor of Siberia. Tell us about that. Why, if that's true, what you would do if elected.
This is one of the millions of fake news sort of stories. I was at a film festival in Vladivostok, which is where my father's family is from.
I believe he actually won that film festival. Do we need a fact check? Do you guys want me to fact check that? And notice how he doesn't mention it, but I believe he won that. Might as well put the receipt on the screen. I forgot where I saw that, because again, none of these receipts are all buried because he never brags about anything. Like, even the Wikipedia only has his Razzie Awards and none of the real awards that he won. I mean, the Illuminati fix is in, and all these goofs who just jump when the Illuminati says jump and, you know, attack and hate a guy who's actually possibly done more for humanity than any other human out there. I mean, Steven Frederick Seagal stands head and shoulders above all these other humans out there. He also won a whole bunch of music awards. Interesting. I mean, if you just look up Steven Seagal awards, I mean, there's a whole bunch that come up. Yeah, I just had this before. His award-winning. He won quite a few awards, and he never posts about it. It's so tough to find it. Oh, I forgot one more receipt. From his martial arts pedigree. I'll put it on the screen right now. Steven Seagal also friends with Ip Man's, the Ip Man Wing Chun school. This is Seagal with Ip Man's youngest son, Ip Ching. So for the people who say that he never met him, he never knew him, I mean, again, I forgot to put this receipt up at the beginning when talking about their martial arts pedigrees, but here's Steven Seagal with Ip Ching, youngest son of Ip Man. Okay, so, yeah, I wanted to put Seagal's wins here. He was also at the International Action Film Festival in Kazakhstan. I mean, this guy's just so worldly. Man, I'm gonna have to put this one up in the next episode. Yeah, he was also in the Moscow International Film Festival. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put it up in the next one. I had it here before at the beginning. He was also in Australia in 2020, helping people during the fires in Australia that destroyed 2,000 homes. Let me see. I don't think he even mentioned that anywhere, but he also supports quite a bit of organizations against human trafficking and, of course, environmentalism. And then he also did videos in support of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean, the guy's just done so much humanitarian things that he just doesn't brag about. Yeah, I had that film festival bit before. Can't get it now. I'll put it up in the next one then. Let's continue here.
And somebody in the audience said, "Hey, man, we don't have a governor here. You want to become the governor?" I said, "Sure." And there it went.
Yeah.
So, but at the same time, we said 30 times, guys, we were joking. And, Vladivostok, had a friend of mine become governor there the next day. So it was just a joke that the press enjoyed doing bad things to certain people with.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all. So you are a Russian citizen. You were awarded Russian citizenship. You're in Russia now. Give us your perspective on the debate over Russia taking place in the United States right now.
Well, I mean, I said this before. I believe this is a situation where
I believe this video is from 2018 as well.
There's a tremendous amount of propaganda against Russia. And in my opinion, most of the things that are being said is fabricated and untrue. And I think that this whole thing with Russian collusion and the President of the United States being involved in Russian collusion, all this, I think it's all a fantasy. And I think that this has more to do with the great divide between Republicans and Democrats and the conservatives and the liberals, and how at this point, certain groups will do anything in the world. They don't care if it's legal, illegal, immoral. They don't care anything to win this battle where their agenda triumphs. And so, I really think, and I've said this before, we're at a tipping point in the United States of America where if people don't realize that Republicans and Democrats really at one point have to start to work together in a more civil fashion and agree to disagree and understand that, the truth and civility will really, really help the process of true politics instead of destroying our nation.
Wise words from Steven Seagal. Wise words.
So you're in Russia a lot. You talk to Russians. What do they make of this? Are they following it? What do they think of it?
They're just completely bemused. They are, some of them are laughing and some of them are crying, but the basic consensus is that they're finding it astounding and hard to believe that so much is being made of this, and a lot of these, accusations against people like Kavanaugh, and they just are finding it, the people I talk to are finding it just incredulous.
Yes,
So.
I feel the same way. You know Putin. What's he like?
I think he's a brilliant strategist. I think he's an intelligent man. I think he is a great world leader. And I think that if we would come to terms with trying to deal with Russia and some of the other countries in Eastern Europe and so forth and so on, as if they are equal partners, I think that this would really go a long way in world peace.
I mean, there you have it. The audio cut out there. Man, they really wanted to shut this guy down. They cut off his mic. Wow. This was a news clip. They cut his mic. So, anyway, or maybe it was an accident. Who knows? I mean, this guy really knows how to bring about world peace. But obviously the powers that be want none of it. Want none of it. Let's watch one more clip here. Actually, two. He's also... he really doesn't get enough credit for his absolute mastery of the sword. I mean, I mentioned this before. He really should do a lot more movies where, you know, he could have been a really good American, a samurai, like The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise. He could have done a movie like that. I mean, his swordsmanship might be second to none as well.
When I was in Japan, I practiced one technique only for 2 years.
So he practiced one technique only for 2 years. I mean, that seems a lot more impressive than getting 7 different black belts and 7 different styles like Michael Jai White.
And that technique I practiced 8 to 12 hours a day. Menguchi? What we're going to do now is use Bokken and the wooden sword and to talk about some techniques that embody the styles that I've studied. I'm going to show one technique of decapitating him. Go ahead and draw.
I mean, Steven Seagal is about to show us a decapitation technique. We are in for a treat here. The master himself.
As he comes, it's just like that. If I come slow motion, boom, cuts his off, and that's to decapitate, but I'm stopping.
I mean, look at that mastery.
Lost your right to let you live.
Absolute mastery.
Real speed. The next one I'm going to show, I cover and I'm going to cut his Achilles tendon, which really stops him.
Man, cutting that Achilles tendon, that's just nasty.
From fighting.
Steven Seagal has absolutely no mercy. And look at that speed. He's probably not even trying.
That leg would buckle there.
He's probably not even trying at all.
And he's finished.
And wow.
Again, I can cut his head off, or I can just say you get to live. Let's do a Menguchi now. Come very slowly. It's very subtle. It just slides in. Straight into the throat. As it comes a cut.
I mean, look at these underrated sword skills. I mean, this guy's just a master of swordsmanship as well.
I come right in here. Goes right through his neck.
Right through the neck. Wow.
There is no forgiveness on this one. No.
There is no forgiveness on this one.
Mercy.
No mercy. Wow. Steven Seagal is just stone cold. You know what I didn't mention earlier is I think Steven Seagal, I think the world was really robbed because I think Steven Seagal would have also made the greatest pro wrestler. I mean, I know Mike Tyson did a couple appearances in maybe WCW or WWF at one point, like 1 or 2 appearances. But I think Steven Seagal would have really wrecked shop in pro wrestling. I mean, his character is just so incredible, and he would have just destroyed all comers. I mean, can you imagine a Royal Rumble with Steven Seagal coming out first and just mopping the floor with everybody? I mean, it would just be really incredible. I mean, Steven Seagal in pro wrestling in the late 90s, I mean, that would have been fantastic.
Like that.
Absolutely deadly.
It's a very dangerous move. Again. The way you reach a master level is by practicing hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hours.
Hundreds of thousands of hours.
That's the kind of devotion that it takes.
And I got one more clip here we're going to check out to round this podcast out. We're going to be doing another episode because obviously Seagal, also one of the greatest comedians that has ever lived, doesn't get the credit for that as either. So this is actually Celebrity Homes. This is an interesting clip showing Steven Seagal at home. What a nice house.
Hello, my darling.
Hi,
Welcome to
Steven. How
Arizona.
are you?
Nice to see you again.
So good to see you. How have
Haven't
you
seen
been?
you in a long time. Come on in.
I can't wait to see your home.
He hasn't seen her in a long time, so is he also like really hooked up at HDTV or all of these home channels?
Oh my gosh, Steven, this is beautiful. My kind of home. An impressive entrance. Look at those
Come and
columns.
stay with us
That's a nice house.
anytime you want.
Well, I will take you up on that invitation.
This is a old Chinese water vase from the temple.
Isn't it good luck to have water at your entrance?
It's great feng shui.
I mean, he's also a feng shui master? I mean, can you, Steven Seagal, interior decorator. I mean, is there anything this guy can't do? He's a master of all trades, jack of none.
Wait a minute, though. I see some swimming in here. You have koi at your
we
entrance?
have some koi in there, yeah.
That's kind of fun.
I love this place because I feel like I'm out in the middle of the Sonoran Desert. And that's the way I think the architect had drawn it, using all the natural elements that are indigenous to here. We're all Arizona rocks.
Wow.
The whole house is made out of these.
I like the open
Interesting.
staircase. It makes the house very open.
Yeah.
You got a lot of glass everywhere. Do you like seeing a view? And
Well, that's
an
what
open
this house
ceiling?
was designed for, I think, was for the view.
Yeah.
You know?
Wow, that's a nice view.
These are gorgeous.
Thank you so much.
And of course, Seagal's just collection of art and, I mean, it's just absolutely incredible how this guy's just mastered everything. I mean, he's got, what, 3 or 4 world-class collections, swords, guitars, art, artifacts. I mean, just absolutely incredible.
Got to be some special meaning behind these.
This is Palden Lamo. She is a great Tibetan protector deity.
Huh? Is that why you put it at the end of the staircase, to protect your family?
Right. Here is sort of a stylistic painting of Fujisan, the most important mountain we have in Japan. So I just wanted to show you my dining room here.
Oh, wow.
Let me sit over here and let me just...
Does that mean I'm invited for dinner?
You're invited for lunch, breakfast, dinner, snacks,
right.
high tea.
Look at this table.
High tea with Steven Seagal.
This is one whole tree. Can you see that?
I mean, he's even got fancy tables.
Did you carve it yourself?
Well, I mean, it's not really carved. It's just kind of...
I just could picture you doing that all. I know you act, you sing, you know. I figured you could carve a tree, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, so he does carve? Wait, he's a carpenter as well? I mean, wow. I mean, this is just absolutely incredible.
I could try. The table is just one of those old Chinese country tables that, you know, I got out of the countryside.
Do you enjoy doing that when you travel, collect a lot of the pieces that will inhabit your home?
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, and you certainly get to travel a lot.
Well, you know, I'm like you. I think that if you've been traveling most of your life, we've been doing this for long, and if you'd rather not traveling, go down south and spend some time with your family.
That's right. You were a Southern boy, too,
Yeah,
which I love. I'll make you talk Southern right now.
You get into it, it might come out.
We can tell all of y'all watching. We're going to have Steven Seagal talking in Southern.
Yes.
Yes, I like that. Very good. Another gorgeous room.
A real Arizona Western theme.
But with a lot of Asian decor.
I mean, think about just the juxtaposition of just, I mean, he's of the American South, the American Southwest. He's got Native American, he's got Tibetan, he's got Japanese. I mean, the juxtaposition here is just absolutely incredible.
I didn't think that the Asian decor would go, and it blends beautifully.
Thank you. I custom made all this furniture because
He custom made all his own furniture? I mean, is there anything this guy can't do?
tall, and I hate it when it's so low down. You have to, like, you know.
I know the feeling. You're way taller than I am, but for a girl, I'm tall.
Yeah, what you like, 5'9" or something like that?
5'10" and 5'10", yeah.
There you
5'9" and 3/4.
There you go.
I stretch it to 5'10". Whoa, what is this?
These are just little tiny trinkets, nothing much special.
Little tiny trinkets?
This is a dinosaur bone.
Really?
You know, several 100-million-year-old dinosaur bone.
I'm just kidding. No.
Hey, you can drop it. It probably wouldn't break. It'd break the tile is what it would do.
Is that strong, huh?
Yeah, because I have a lot of the most interesting and deep cultural things from around the world that I've brought, you know, to remind me of my life, I guess.
Wow, look at the windows in this room. It's like bringing Arizona inside.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that we really loved about this house. You really get to see the country and feel like you're right inside the mountains.
It really kind of frames the whole house almost. It's like having a big giant painting of real stuff.
This is called a hibachi, and this is ashes in here. And the warlords and the emperor and people like that would warm their hands over this when they're sitting on the tatami.
Wow.
It's an authentic
How old
piece.
is this?
This is at least 400 or 500 years old.
Are the ashes 400 or 500 years old?
Could be.
You might want to empty and clean it out.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Those ashes are worth something to me.
This is where your whole family enjoys sitting and watching TV? People don't know. They think Steven Seagal, big action man. They don't know, like, what a sweet, tender dad you are and good husband.
You know what? I sure enough love my children and my wife, and I love the family time. That's the most precious thing.
Steven Seagal, Family Man. They need to remake The Family Man with Nick Cage with Steven Seagal. Can you imagine? That would be a big hit.
Can you give your daddy a kiss? Oh.
Okay, let's go. Let's go to LA.
You know what? I gotta say, this is the best thing in your house. What a fantastic outdoor space for you to be able to come here after a long, hard day at work fighting crime. You're posse deputy chief here in Arizona, aren't you?
That's right. That's exactly
That's
right.
impressive.
He's deputy chief in Arizona. Yeah, I think this was this when he was with Border Patrol before he left for Russia. This was when the illegal immigration was under control. Soon as he left, seems to have skyrocketed.
So being the crime fighter that you are, does that mean you're actually armed right now?
I happen to be, yes, ma'am.
You are?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
Right over here.
Let me see. Whoa, okay. I'm gonna stay over here in this nice, safe concrete chair.
Yeah, so...
Now, do you use these kind of weapons in your new Real series?
Yes, this is exactly what I'm using in the Real series. I wanted to try to make it the most authentic cop show I could. The other thing I use on the Reels show is an M4, and this is my duty weapon.
What is this? This just kind of walks out into your house? Steven, I gotta go. The house tour's been fantastic.
I wonder if they're going to show... I guess they're not going to show his armory. Who can imagine what Seagal's armory looks like?
I'm kidding.
You look at the beautiful cactuses, the flowers.
This is why you live in Arizona.
This is real medicine for the soul. Well, Nancy, I'm so happy to see you again. It's been a long time.
So good to see you, too, and I love your view. I can imagine coming home after all that you do and just relaxing with this view.
Such an honor to be here in nature like.
Sure is. Well, so good to see
Bless you, and please give my love to your family.
I will.
All right.
Save my dinner chair, okay?
I will.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
What a great family, man. There's actually one more clip we got to go over, which is an environmentalism. This is from a 2018 conference. And here he is speaking on the environment.
The reason why I'm here is because I believe that there are well over 1 billion automobiles in the world, and they're saying 1 out of 10 people have automobiles. I think it's more. And I think that there's no secret, up until now, a lot of the automobiles that we have been using around the world have not helped the environment. I believe that today is a good day to show you all examples of the future. And I believe that the future can hold for us, mankind, vehicles that can make the world a better place, that can change the world, that can, in effect, make the environment better.
So he's also like a futurist environmentalist here. I mean, just absolutely incredible.
Believe it or not. Some of the technology you guys know about and some you don't. We have automobiles right now that can fly. We have vehicles that can go on the water, go under the water, hover, go high, go low. We have sustainable automobiles that can
Yeah, I don't know if Seagal ever felt for the climate cult. He was just mostly against polluting with toxic chemicals, if you've seen On Deadly Ground. And here, the vehicles, he's mostly talking about the just not polluting. I don't think I ever heard him fall for any of the climate cultist thing.
outsmart the average computer that most of us are using for normal laptops. So with this kind of technology, you will see AI, you will see intelligence in the automobiles that will work with human beings as if they are an important, sustainable part of life that will aid them in not only where they want to go, but making the world a better place. And just as people go all over the world in many different remote places and common places, automobiles do the same thing. What that means is pollution does the same thing. I'm going to predict to you now that in the not too far away future, you will see automobiles that have the capability of AI, that have the ability of detecting pollutants and problems, that will also even have the ability to neutralize certain toxins and pollutants in the air. Therefore, really, really, really changing the world. That's my prediction. And finally, as people, all the people here who are representing all the people in the world, in a way, to keep in mind that what you guys aspire to become, what you guys want in terms of automobiles, tell your car manufacturers, tell your representatives, tell the world what you're looking for, and make sure you tell them that you're looking for something that is not just comfortable and stylish, but something that's going to help the world. Thank you.
I mean, absolutely incredible. I mean, is there any more of a virtuoso in so many different fields than Steven Seagal? In the next episode, we will be going over his comedic genius. Is he also the greatest comedian of all time? That's in the next part. In this comprehensive, the most comprehensive Steven Seagal series ever produced here on MindShock. with logic and reason at the forefront, bringing so many receipts that we've pretty much drowned all the Seagal haters in them. Hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the Mind Shock podcast. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to Mind Shock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Steven Seagal series, The Man, the Myth, the Legend, Part 5, with even more receipts from possibly the most prolific individual that has ever existed. Possibly the greatest savant in the most amount of fields in the history of Earth. Master of all trades, jack of none. The most illustrious martial arts pedigree of any living human. We went over all that in previous episodes. We will be providing even more receipts tonight. I mean, if all the haters weren't already drowned in receipts, I have scoured not only what remains on the internet, but what has been purged from the internet in an attempt to censor the greatness of Sensei Seagal. But here on Mind Shock, we dive deep and upturn every stone, and the truth will be revealed despite the propaganda of the Illuminati. I mean, when does the Illuminati not want to paint the greatest humans on Earth in some kind of villainous light? I mean, is this all par for the course? And is Steven Seagal really head and shoulders above absolutely everyone else? As always, if you enjoy the podcast, want to help support logic and reason, return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, as is clearly evident with all the Seagal hate going around. I mean, we might really have to examine whether or not Steven Seagal is the Messiah at the end of this one. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. So let's go through a stroll down memory lane first, as we provide the receipts. I mean, I'm going to provide receipts that nobody even thought of providing. I mean, I'm going to bring up more receipts than for anything Steven Seagal has even ever claimed is true. I mean, I'm going to bring up receipts for accolades and accomplishments that Seagal has never even mentioned a single time. Because this guy's so humble. He appears to have downplayed absolutely everything. He appears to have only revealed somewhere around 1% of his true experience and greatness. So I'm going to leave it up to the chat here. Do you guys want to go in reverse chronological order or chronological order for another round of receipts before we dive deep into 2 additional fields that Seagal is an absolute savant and extraordinaire in that nobody gives him credit for? And one of which he himself has only mentioned on one occasion that has been purged from the internet, and I will be bringing it all back to tell the truth about Steven Seagal. Do you guys want to go in chronological or reverse chronological? Or a mix? Okay, how about we just do a free-for-all of receipts? Okay? So here, Justin Johnson says Dewey Decimal System. Okay, let's just do a free-for-all for receipts, and then we'll get into these two additional fields, one of which is comedy, one of which may or may not surprise everybody. I'm going to be bringing up another field of domination that nobody gives Seagal credit for. But this is MINDSHOCK. We are completely comprehensive and exhaustive here. All right, I mean, I hope everybody is sitting down for this, because I don't think anybody's going to be ready for this level of receipts. You guys thought the other receipts were extreme? I mean, there is so much more. Okay, first of all, I dug up this photo of Sensei Seagal in his earlier years. And please bear with me, YouTube does not want the truth of Seagal getting out. So it's going to be tough. There might be some lags, but here's one of the earliest known photos, if not the earliest photo, of Master Seagal. I mean, look at that brow. I mean, he was probably, he's probably the king of babies. I mean, does anybody think any other baby could have taken out baby Seagal? I mean, he's a massive baby there. He was no small infant. And you can already see that intense glare evident in Seagal's younger years. I mean, just absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Now here is another photo taken a little bit later, but you can already see the intensity of Seagal here. I mean, look at that mug. He's already mean mugging at a young age there. He's got a Wyatt Earp shirt on. Now, if that isn't foreshadowing, I don't know what is. I mean, obviously, Seagal's mastery of firearms and his marksmanship might be second to none. I mean, maybe he was better than Wyatt Earp himself. But think about just is this Seagal's psychic prowess at play here? Or is it just some kind of weird synchronicity, echoing the greatness to come from Steven Seagal? Also, for the people, we're going to be going all over the place here. I did manage to find a behind-the-scenes still of Steven Seagal stunt coordinating on the film The Challenge, 1981. Some people say, he didn't really work on the movie or whatever. Here's another receipt of the great Seagal overseeing the action on the movie The Challenge. Here's a photo of Seagal, sheriff duty. Some people actually think he wasn't really a Border Patrol agent. There was some kind of conspiracy to not air the final season of Steven Seagal Lawman. And there are even more receipts here of Seagal on Border Patrol. I mean, look at that badge. Look at that badge. who's going to mess with Steven Seagal on the border. If you're joining us here for part 5 without looking at the previous parts, I mean, we got so many receipts here on Seagal. I mean, just look at the illegal influx. So Seagal works the border until around 2016, and then all of a sudden, the amount of illegal spikes. As soon as Seagal gets off that border, it gets out of control. Absolutely out of control as soon as Seagal gets off the border. And for those claiming that he had nothing to do with it, I'm going to bring up a clip here. This is another clip of him on Piers Morgan. This was an earlier episode. I'll have the date here. And Piers is on best behavior here. I've actually never seen Piers Morgan be this polite. This was 2012, actually. Then he came on Piers Morgan again in 2017, blowing the whistle on the Illuminati, and then within weeks, all of these allegations come out of the woodwork against Sensei Seagal. So here is this clip of Seagal. Piers actually didn't even appear that mentally disabled here, which is curious, because his mental disability is quite severe.
Steven Seagal on Law and Order in the Trayvon Martin case.
If he really did follow this guy after dispatch said, you know, do not follow him, and then started an altercation with him, I would arrest him in a heartbeat.
Stephen, quite knowledgeable of the law, of course.
And standing his own ground. You still fight?
Yes, I do.
You still dangerous? Steven Seagal isn't just an action movie star. He's also been in law enforcement, working as a reserve deputy chief. He's with us tonight to talk Hollywood, life, keeping America great, Trayvon Martin, and other issues. But let's start. Let's talk about Trayvon Martin briefly, this case that sort of gripped America at the moment. This young black teenager killed.
Did you hear what Piers Morgan just said? Keeping America great. This is back in 2012. This is way back in 2012.
In the street, unarmed, under a law which at the moment has protected the guy that killed him. It's called Stand Your Ground. Now, you're a tough guy actor. Right. You've stood your ground toe-to-toe with the best of them. What do you think about this case?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I don't have all the details. I've been a police officer for over 20 years, and I've investigated murders and all kinds of different crimes. Originally, you know, I was told that this was a situation where this guy was a neighborhood watch person who saw somebody that he thought was sort of shady and suspicious. He called it in and dispatch told them, do not follow him, leave him alone. And then the guy continued to follow him, came up on his porch and started an altercation with him. Now I'm being told none of that is true. So if you can tell me what really happened, I can give you my opinion.
I mean, how often do you see a guy with this kind of intellect where he's basically saying we actually don't have all the facts and information? I mean, think about that. Like, all these clueless goof mouthpieces like Piers Morgan himself, they're always just going into verbal diarrhea of what is or isn't true in their opinion on it. I mean, how often do you see a guy call this BS out and simply say, well, we don't really have all the information. So how can he give an opinion without having the information? Give me a second here. YouTube is lagging like crazy. This might take a minute or so for me to sort this, then we'll get right back to it. guess I come up. Almost done. Got it back. Couple more seconds here. YouTube really does not. The powers that be really don't want the truth of Steven Seagal coming out here. Okay, let's get back to it. Everybody's still with us here? All right, so let's continue.
My feeling is that he should at least be arrested. You know, the legal process has to at least start, doesn't it? If somebody's dead,
I mean,
lying there unarmed and dead.
You know what I can tell you? Any of the guys on my team, if they did that, they would be on suspension and possibly in jail.
This issue of stand your ground. Florida is one of the states that has, quite a few states have it. I think there's 20 now that have this. But Florida has the most pronounced version of this law, the most generalized. And they've seen an explosion in cases of people using it to get off, effectively killing people. What do you think about the right to defend yourself? Where are the parameters? You've been on the law enforcement side.
I think
you've been in tough movies. What do you think?
Everybody certainly has the right to defend themselves. That's not to say that they should defy common sense by avoiding or diffusing confrontation. And that's very, very important. You know, in other words, if somebody comes up to me and calls me any name he wants to and talks about my mama, I'll say, I'm happy you feel that way, and I'll turn around and walk away.
I mean, look at the maturity and Zen mastery of Steven Seagal. I mean, and he basically executed this with Jean-Claude Van Damme, which we went over in the previous episodes.
Conversely, if he starts swinging at me or pulling out a weapon, then stuff's going to change right away. And I think everybody really has to understand that. This law doesn't say that you should look for altercations. What it really should say is you should do anything and everything you can to be able to avoid confrontation. However, as a last resort, if you're really indeed in fear for your life, you have the right to defend your life. That's what that law is. That's the spirit of that law.
Let's talk movies.
I got tired of coming up with last-minute desperate solutions to impossible problems created by other people.
All of your ridiculous, pitiful antics aren't going to change a thing. You and I, we're puppets in the same sick play.
I mean, look at Seagal's complete understanding of statism and the Illuminati cabal. The same sick play.
Serve the same master. And he's a lunatic and he's ungrateful. There's nothing we can do about it.
It was Under Siege, a terrific action film that grossed $160 million worldwide. Made Steven Seagal an international superstar. You had this huge, huge hit. I think it's fair to say you haven't had one quite like that since. Do you care? I mean, once you've had a huge hit like that, is that enough for a movie star?
For me, if God blessed me with that one great hit, I'm satisfied, but I still got a lot in me, and I'd still like to get out there and tell a lot more stories cinematically, and if God willing, I'll get the chance to do that.
What do you think of your country right now? What do you make of what's happening to America?
I think one of the biggest problems that we have right now is border security. And I think that, you know, it seems to me that there are certain administrations in Washington who...
Now, keep in mind, this interview was this 2012? This interview, 2012. So this is the beginning of the graph here. Now, Seagal leaves for Russia, and then it goes out of control. I mean, look at this graph here. As soon as Seagal gets off the border, there's the border crisis. I mean, this guy knows what he's talking about when he's talking about the border.
Are probably thinking that they may like to have open borders, and therefore a lot of what's going on in the borders, in my opinion, is under-publicized, to say it lightly.
Because you live in Arizona.
Right. And I think that there's well over 50,000 people that have been killed in the border wars in the recent past. That's more than Afghanistan and Iraq put together. I work for Joe Arpaio, who I think is a great sheriff and a great man, and I think that what's happening down there is not at all racial. It's not an immigration problem. It's really a matter of national security, and our borders need to be checked and monitored. I think that, you know, there's...
Given that, who do you want to be president?
Well, I mean,
November.
I mean, to be honest with you, I am kind of on the fence now, because even the people that are opposing Obama are not necessarily, you know, brilliant in my opinion. But right now, in my opinion, when you have cartel members coming in and recruiting children off of the playground, they're recruiting people who no longer have the tattoos, no longer have criminal records. They're people that are going to be undetectable to come and work for them, and you have them with their, you know, they've been established all over the United States.
I mean, these are bold predictions from Seagal, but man, the prophesizing here. I mean, is Steven Seagal a prophet messiah?
America now, it's a huge problem. If you know, I'd like to be able to bring a panel in here of some of the great experts on what's really happening on the border and let them tell you for your show, because it would amaze you.
It would be a fascinating show. Be part of the problem with the whole debate.
Also, I've never heard Piers Morgan not interrupt people before. I mean, this is very mind-shocking to me. I mean, it's almost a shame Piers Morgan didn't have an attitude here, because it would have been hilarious to watch Seagal handle him, but...
Is there anybody that argues in the way that you're arguing immediately gets labeled racist and so on?
It's nothing to do
It
with
becomes a
that.
different debate, doesn't it?
In Maricopa County, you know, if somebody commits a crime, like we get these high-risk warrants for murder, for rape, for armed robbery, whatever it is, and we go after those people. When we arrest somebody in Maricopa County, we don't care if they're Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Mexican, French, Italian. If you commit a crime, we arrest you.
I mean, this is clearly a fair man, but just another point here. How many multi-millionaire celebrity actors are also sheriff's deputy, or even deputy chiefs, whatever his ranking was? I mean, how many multi-millionaire celebrities are putting their life on the line in active duty? I mean, this is crazy.
You know.
Your new project, coincidentally, is called True Justice. It starts on March the 30th on the Reels channel. Right. Tell me quickly about that.
Well, I mean, I wanted to set up a situation where I could do kind of a show that would be based on things that I've seen in my career as a police officer and my friends, and derive a lot of the stories that I thought were important, and create a police show that was realistic and a little bit different than the average stuff that's going on.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Well, what great ambition do you have left? What's the one thing, if I had the power to give it to you, you'd take it?
You know, I've been in Abu Dhabi for the last few months working with them. Very, very honorable people, the people that I've been working with. And they're talking about building a huge multimedia fund to make movies and televisions and different things, and television shows and different things like that. I want to be able to work on a project that will give people around the world the chance to represent their own people, their own culture, their own stories, rather than just Hollywood really, you know, dominating Hollywood.
I mean, look, I mean, he's already rolling out the anti-wokeism to combat wokeism before wokeism was even a thing. This is 2012. Like, he's already exposed, well, I mean, he's exposed Hollywood in certain bits and pieces. He does a much bigger job in the years to come, and the Illuminati cabal. But yes, Joyce B in the chat here, amazing when you look back with new eyes to see. He is completely right. Yeah, and a lot of this has been scrubbed from the internet, especially his Alex Jones appearances, which I played in the earlier episodes. It's all been scrubbed from the internet, and now I'm bringing it back. We're bringing the truth back into the light.
And that's a dream of mine.
Do you still fight?
Yes, I do.
You still dangerous?
Let me tell you this, the guys that I'm training in UFC, you know, some of them have gotten their championship belts, world championship belts, because they've attributed that to me and me teaching them, so I still know a thing or two.
I've always imagined if you're Steven Seagal, every single bar you ever go in...
I mean, look how humble he is. I still know a thing or two. I mean, you know, and then he's basically just repeating what others have said about him.
In the world, there'll be some jackass in a corner who wants to come and try it on with you. Does that actually happen?
Once or twice.
and what happens to them?
Bad thing.
For that reason, Steven Seagal,
Joyce B says there's something wrong with the sound. Is it dropping again? Hold on a second. Actually, on my end, it's a little jumpy, but should be okay. It was jumpy for a second. Looks okay again now.
I'm wrapping up this interview and wishing you all the very best for your day, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good to meet you.
So yeah, even the usually obnoxious Piers Morgan on his best behavior with Seagal, not interrupting at all. What a goof though. Okay, let's continue here with the receipts. So here's a photo from 2012, 2013 that I found. It's much older. I actually do not know the context of this photo. If somebody does, feel free to mention it. But I do not know where this came from. Can anybody, I mean, if anybody knows any of the individuals here, or where this photo is actually from. The only thing, I found this in an old cache. I've never seen this photo of Seagal before. And the date of this photo recovered from the internet's 2011, 2012. Obviously, this looks like it was taken in the early 90s, if not the late 80s. So I do not know the context of this photo. Is this a film set? Is it something else? I don't know. Heracles in the chat says that was when the U.S. surrendered to Steven Seagal. Yeah, I do not know anything about this photo. So perhaps another Steven Seagal aficionado can pinpoint what this is from, if it's from a movie or whatever. Now, Steven Seagal, for those that claim that he's always about the action and the violence and the guns, I've also uncovered a softer side image of Seagal that I think all the MindShock listeners will appreciate here. I mean, look at this gentle, gentle man here. Just sniffing the flowers of life as he walks through a fairy tale life. I mean, this is absolutely wild stuff. The softer side of Seagal, quite rare to witness this. But here on MindShock, we are comprehensive and exhaustive. So obviously everybody's seen these photos of him with the Dalai Lama. So people claim that after he got his status of reincarnated Lama recognized, and it was just all some publicity stunt. I actually found some old candids. If it'll let me put them on the screen. Check this out. 1996. I mean, these are candid shots here of Seagal and the Lama. It's got January 7th, 96 on the timestamp. Not sure that's accurate, though, but... yeah, I found quite a few candid shots of Seagal. I mean, for those that think that he only became a diplomat after meeting Putin, I do not know the source of this photo here, but clearly this is some kind of diplomatic meeting of sorts. And this was prior to 2009. Again, I've done a deep dive through the cache of the internet, so I do not have the sources of a lot of these. Dave Scott in the chat says that Dalai Lama is a CIA plant. Well, if he is, perhaps Seagal's also CIA. Here's Seagal chilling with his friend in Japan in 2003. For those that think that this was all like some kind of paid-off publicity stunt, there's a bunch of candid stills of just him hanging out with his fellow master buddies in Japan. I mean, I found some dark stuff, but before we get to that, we're going to be going all over the place here. Seagal was also teaching at a Dharma school, so this would be Indian, is this Indian Buddhism? Indian Hinduism, right? Well, Buddhism and Hinduism. Dharma. And when does he ever brag about teaching Dharma? I mean, he's doing seminars and all of these things. I don't even know if he brought it up ever. We went through so many interviews. He doesn't even bring up how much he gives of himself to educate the world. Here's an image of Seagal in a Russian magazine. This is before he even knew Putin, allegedly. I mean, I don't have the year here. I don't even see it written on the cover here. It's a Russian magazine. Seagal's clearly very, very trim here. So this is probably either for Above the Law in 88 or 89, or early 90s, very early 90s, 90 or 91 maybe. So clearly Seagal's really big in Russia before he even met Putin, although if the CIA rumors are true, perhaps Seagal knew Putin from way back in the day. Who knows? Who knows? But for the people that think the whole Russian obsession just started after he met Putin, late into the 2000s, here's another receipt of Seagal with connections to Russia. Now, here's another receipt of his connections to Mongolia way back in 2002. These are some pretty cool shots I'm going to put on the screen now, if YouTube allows, of course. Man, should I have just not done that NASA occult patches episode? Because everything kind of went downhill with YouTube after that. Just give me a second here. So this is 2002 Mongolia. He seems to be pretty popular in Mongolia, and this is before this is way before he mentioned anything about having Mongolian heritage or Russian heritage. So I don't know what to make of this. He also did a trip to Mongolia in 2002 here. I don't know if these are Mongolian diplomats or whatnot, but this is from a trip to Mongolia 2002. And just look how celebrated this guy is everywhere he goes. I mean, celebrated by the monks, celebrated by the common man, celebrated by the martial artists, celebrated by all world leaders everywhere. Meanwhile, some obese soy goof keyboard warriors tarnish his name and the Illuminati smear campaign against him in full swing. I thought I had one more cool shot of him in Mongolia. YouTube playing some serious games trying to limit Steven Seagal truth from coming out. This is Steven Seagal in Mongolia 2002. So he's obviously been a well-traveled individual for quite some time. Not sure what he's doing here, though. I mean, I wonder if he started learning Mongolian archery and horseback archery back in 2002. Wouldn't be surprising. Would not be surprising. We're just getting started here, by the way. It's kind of like a free-for-all Seagal receipts. He also has quite a number of trips to Tibet and Nepal. Here he is being honored with some kind of statue. I mean, this guy seems to be honored everywhere he goes. I mean, who can say that? Which celebrity can say that they're honored to this level in all of these different countries, on all of these different continents? Here's Seagal in Thailand, 2003. I mean, what a common man. Just fitting in with the common folk. I mean, a lot of people just say that Seagal lies about all the places he's been and everything he's done. I mean, it's really crazy that the hate that Seagal gets. I mean, he's just beloved by all the people, everywhere he goes, of all ages, all walks of life. I mean, this is just crazy. I mean, I've never seen any other celebrity this well-traveled, this embraced by common folk and world leaders alike. I mean, he truly is a very, very unique individual. We really might have to ask the question, is he the Messiah? we have to start asking, at this point, we really have to start asking the question. We at least have to start asking. I mean, just the level of respect everywhere he goes, especially in outside of Illuminati-controlled areas. I mean, where is he more hated than in Hollywood at this point in time? I mean, we'll be going down memory lane of back in the day where even Halle Berry wants a piece of Steven Seagal. For the people listening, make sure you also watch the screen. I'm posting all of these receipts from all of the decades of Seagal's dominance in many different fields, some of which might shock even the most ardent MINDSHOCK listener. There was one or two more images I had of Seagal in Nepal and Tibet. Oh, here we go. This is Nepal 1997. It's just crazy how people think Seagal made this stuff up. It's weird. I think Joyce B. asks, are his movies more popular overseas than they are in America? He was very popular in America, from Above the Law to maybe even Under Siege 2. And then, yeah, then not so much. But he continued to remain popular overseas as well. We're actually going to be, I actually found some very interesting interviews from other countries that we'll be going over. But one step at a time, people. One step at a time. I mean, we got to stay on track examining the greatness of Seagal here, because it's very, very multifaceted. Here's Seagal in India. I mean, he never even brags about going to India. This is Seagal in India somewhere before 2005. Couldn't even find an exact date here. I mean, is any celebrity more well-traveled than Seagal? Not just for making films. Most of these travels are not for making films. And look how humble Seagal is. I mean, even when he's in India, he's eating in a common hall with common people. I mean, come on. I mean, most celebrities would have their entourage, demand first-class luxury, everything. I mean, this is Steven Seagal, man of the people. Man of the people. Yeah, I'm going to ramp it up in a second. I'm just setting the stage here before dropping some major mind shocks on Seagal here. I don't think anybody's going to be ready for these, even after what we've gone over in the first 4 parts. So I guess we could jump in with some of his awards here. So a lot of people thought he made up his connection with Native Americans and the First Nations. Here he is receiving an honor from the First Nations tribes. And for those that think this image is doctored, I even found a video So here we're going to go. I believe this is 2011 now. Let me get this video. This was the Dreamcatcher Gala.
Absolutely.
I mean, Seagal recognized and respected by the First Nations as well. I mean, just the amount of anti-Seagal propaganda is probably more than against any other person. And Seagal is clearly the most accomplished out of all of them. And clearly the most humble relative to what he has accomplished.
I really had no words.
In your professional life, you've dedicated a lot of time throughout your career to helping those who need the medical attention, as you've just said.
Hand in friendship for the. We are now have a special presentation to one of our featured guests this evening, Mr. Steven Seagal. Most people know him as a rugged martial arts who has take no prisoners attitude approach on camera, but we have learned that he's been very active on off-camera humanitarian projects around the world, in particular with tribes in the United States. He has offered his hand in friendship for the Dreamcatcher Foundation to assist and support us in the growth and our development. For this, we'd like to offer him a special gift on behalf of the foundation. This gift is a replica of the Friendship Wampum Belt. Wampum belts have been inspired and the awards to have given earlier this evening. This particular belt signifies peace and friendship. It was struck to show how we could be in harmony between Iroquois people and the newfound brothers. Mr. Seagal, on behalf of the Dreamcatcher Foundation, we'd like to make this presentation to you as a gift of a symbolic of the three tenets of Six Nations people: peace, friendship, and respect.
I mean, how many more receipts can there be? The answer is actually a lot. I mean, we're just getting started. We're going into hour 20 of examining, of an encyclopedic dissection of Seagal's accomplishments and experiences. And the more we look, the more we realize this guy really wasn't lying, was he?
Thank you very much. Say something? Yes, definitely.
We talk a lot tonight about children. This is just my opinion, but my opinion is that what's the main thing that's wrong with the world today is the degeneration of the family.
I mean, look at Seagal in 2011 prophesizing the fall of the West. I mean, if only everyone had listened to Seagal. I mean, wow. 2011, I mean, he gave all the warnings. He gave them all. The border, the degeneracy, the Hollywood cabal. I mean, this guy put his life on the line for everybody. And what does he get in return? A propaganda smear campaign against him.
I've been a police officer for 25 years. I've seen in the last 25 years the world get worse and worse in terms of crime, in terms of children turning to gangs and drugs and violence. I've seen the world get worse and worse in the last 25 years in most of the major cities. It's my opinion. The reason for this is the degeneration of the family. More and more parents who don't give their children the love and attention and respect.
I mean, if Seagal thought the cities were bad back in 2011, I mean, I wonder what he would think of Seattle, New York, San Francisco today. Some of these Democrat murder capitals with just astonishing crime rates. Crazy.
And guidance that they need.
So Stephen, tonight is obviously a big night, and Hamilton's happy to have you here. We're happy to have you here. Tonight, guests are going to be treated to some special performances, including your own band Thunderbox, which will be great. How would you say your connection to your own heritage, how has that affected your music, or vice versa?
Well, I think that, you know, one of the things that I've always thought about is how important it is to allow people their culture, their religious beliefs, their spiritual beliefs, and to help them flourish in society, because if they're left alone and allowed to be themselves and support their own lineage, their own culture, their ancestors and their forefathers and all that they've learned from them, people become gradually greater and greater, in my opinion.
Tonight's theme, as you know, is heart and soul. Will we see that theme permeate throughout your performance tonight?
You bet. I mean, I haven't had any time to rehearse, and it may not be perfect, but one thing I promise you, my heart and soul will be in it.
What a humble, humble man. I mean, this guy's wisdom is just off the charts. I mean, I think here's the main issue. Here's the main issue. Seagal is literally off the charts ahead of everyone else in every field. So what other cope can they have other than hate on the guy? Especially in Hollywood, like the most insecure location in the world. Yeah, I forgot Philly, Denise. Philadelphia, or Philadelphia, as they're calling it these days. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy how he's so much more talented than literally everybody else he encounters. All of these jealous people, what other cope do they have other than hate on him and pretend he's lying?
Do you have any words of advice, any words of encouragement for people in other Aboriginal communities that might encourage them to affect some positive change within their own neighborhoods?
Well, I've said this over and over again. You know, many of us in this life have been given challenges. And, you know, I myself was born, you know, very, very poor. My mother was found in a shoebox when she was born, you know, so I never once said, man, I'm poor, I need to go steal or become an alcoholic or a drug addict. I just did the very best I could with a pure heart and a pure mind to work hard and overcome my shortcomings and hardships with hard work. And my advice to everyone is to know that anyone can accomplish anything with a pure heart and hard work. You don't have to resort to dishonesty or immorality or anything like that.
Can you imagine if everyone just listened to Seagal? Like, what kind of a world would we be living in? I mean, there might actually be peace on Earth if everyone just listened to Seagal, ironically. Ironically, the guy that dishes out the most amount of violence possible in the most skilled fashion could be the guy that could have been bringing about peace on Earth, and perhaps he still will. He still will. He might not be done yet, people. This guy might not be done yet. For people new in the chat just joining us, I posted the receipts here. I'll post another one. For the people calling BS on Seagal being a police officer or helping out on the boots on the ground post-Katrina, here is the master himself with the New Orleans SWAT team in the Katrina aftermath. This was Seagal. Guess who showed up to save everybody post-Katrina? It was Steven Seagal. Even Anderson Cooper backed up the fact, in his book, he backed up the fact that he saw Steven Seagal on the ground under the radar during Katrina. I mean, absolutely incredible. It's just funny because Seagal doesn't provide his own receipts. I mean, people think he brags. He's the least braggart out of any of them. I mean, think about it. Seagal clearly has all these photos and videos. He could clearly shut up everybody. But he doesn't care. He doesn't care to prove this. We have to go digging through what has been scrubbed from the internet over years to find these receipts that Seagal could have easily thrown in anybody's face. But he's so humble and so graceful, he chooses not to throw the mountains of proof in everybody's face that he could easily throw.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Thunderbox.
And for those that don't know, Seagal is also a master guitarist. And the way he plays the guitar is also a very signature style. Most people don't play the way Seagal plays. He doesn't use a pick, and his fingers are spread out in a strange, what mere mortals might consider strange, but... Thanks for the super chat, Dave Scott. Dare I say it, hashtag Maxwell Army. I don't think Maxwell could handle the greatness that is Seagal. And obviously Seagal's a master vocalist as well. He does have 2 albums out. We went over this. I even played some of the music videos in part 1.
That concludes our coverage of Heart and Soul, the 7.
So there's the receipt on Steven Seagal being recognized and honored by the peoples of the First Nations. I mean, absolutely incredible. Seagal's also an expert marksman, by the way. We'll be getting into that. We went over that in episode 1 as well. Here's another throwback image to Steven Seagal being taught some kind of secret breathing techniques in the 70s. This candid shot, a rare shot from inside the dojo of Seagal has long said that his masters were mystical, trained in the mystical arts as well. It appears they're teaching him some kind of secret breathing techniques here. Dave Scott will be getting to whether or not he's a comedic genius. We're still taking this brief trip, not so brief, trip down memory lane because there's just so many receipts. I mean, there's so many. I don't even know what to do. I mean, this is going to be hours long. I mean, this might be the longest, this might turn into the longest running series in MindShock history because the amount of receipts, I mean, there's just so many. There are just so many receipts. Here's Steven Seagal, November 20th, 2017, becoming an honorary citizen. I don't think anybody's seen this photo before. I'm a pretty big Seagal fan. I've never seen this one before. This is him becoming an honorary citizen of this republic. Let me see if I can get the name right here. This is a tough one. Kalmykia, the Republic of Kalmykia. I mean, this man is honored everywhere he goes. Thanks for the super chat, Clona Steve Dreamkiller. But how does he tie into the Hoth mythology and lore? There must be a connection in the midst of time. I actually touched upon this briefly in episode 1. Clona Steve, I can't help but wonder, are you talking about Steve Seagal in your name, Clona Steve with a Z? I mean, is there anyone other than Seagal who's becoming this honorary citizen of all these different republics? I mean, this is just absolutely incredible. I mean, I'm not easily shocked, but this is absolutely incredible. He's just honored everywhere he goes. Absolutely everywhere. I'm going to get to the mind shocks of even in the U.S., but I mean, I don't even know where to go. I have so much here. I have so many receipts here. I mean, here's Steven Seagal with Geek Squad. I don't think anybody has ever seen this image before, but even Geek Squad respects the master that is Sensei Seagal. Yes, that is the Geek Squad. I mean, honestly, we might not even be able to get to the comedy tonight. There's so many receipts to get through. I mean, there's just so many receipts. Steven Seagal with his badge here. This is Steven Seagal at the International Music Products Association in Anaheim, January 2005. He's always up to speed in the music industry on what's going on. Kelowna Steve Dreamkiller says more receipts than a CVS. Way more. I mean, we're going into hour 20 of Steven Seagal receipts. I mean, these are just the general receipts for the intro of the episode here. These are just the general receipts. Just a quick stroll down memory lane. So Steven Seagal, for those that don't know, he also won the PETA Award for his humanitarian efforts in South Africa. And people said he just did that as a stunt in the 90s. Here he is in 2005, way post PETA, still helping the elephants in South Africa, 2005. And these are candidates. There's no camera crew. There's no newspaper squad. He's not looking for recognition. He's not clout chasing. He is simply doing his part for the betterment of the world and the animals in it. I mean, these are candids that people took because there is no camera crew. This is simply Steven Seagal advocating for animals in South Africa on his own dime, on his own time, away from movies. Can any other celebrity claim to have done this much for the world and all the living creatures on it? I mean, if somebody knows somebody who's accomplished more. I mean, Steven Seagal is so talented. He can even play guitar on horseback. He's also a master horseback rider, and he never even brags about it. If you've seen the movie On Deadly Ground, I mean, his horseback skills are incredible. Very, very impressive. I mean, some people think he's a fake cowboy. Can a fake cowboy play guitar while riding a horse? Has anyone even tried? Here's Seagal. I believe this might be on his own ranch. You know, people think he's a fake cowboy. I mean, he's lived on a cowboy ranch for decades. And I hope you guys brought water and snacks because we're just getting started. We're just getting started. Here's another image of Seagal in South Africa, 2005, handling a snake. The man obviously knows no fear. Here's Manny Pacquiao respecting the great one himself, Steven Seagal. I mean, is there any... Steven Seagal does name drop a lot. But does he ever actually lie? It appears he's done way... He knows way more people than he's even claimed to have known. Here he is with Holyfield. No way. Clona Steve Dreamkiller in the chat saying, when I was in grad school getting my PhD, the Dalai Lama came to visit our department, and Seagal came. Knew all sorts of stuff about various types of Buddhism, Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, and Shinto. Wow, that's impressive. Was there a camera crew, or was he just doing that of his own volition? Just to give back, Clona Steve. It appears he's just been involved in so much, and he never mentioned it, so it's actually even hard to find all of this. And Lord Zed saying he's done more for Africa than Oprah. Well, you want to mention Africa other than South Africa? Here's Steven Seagal on a humanitarian trip to Ghana. I mean... Again, the amount of stuff this guy has done. Yeah, Clona Steve Dreamkiller said no cameras. He just showed up. That seems to be his MO. He does things for the good of doing them, not for credit or clout. That's why it's so hard to find these receipts. Because these have all been scrubbed from the internet. Everybody wants to pretend he never did any of these things. He did everything he claimed and more. I mean, when does he ever brag about going to Ghana? This was May 1st. 2005. I mean, look how celebrated he is everywhere he goes. And that is one snazzy umbrella there. That is a snazzy umbrella. I'm pretty sure some of these images have never been shown anywhere before. I found them in caches and archives of old websites. I don't think anybody has ever showed them on any kind of documentary or podcast. I mean, this is a first. We are, of course, pioneering the first honest Steven Seagal podcast in history. Joyce B says he looks good in the native attire. Is there any attire he doesn't look good in, Joyce B? That's a better question. That's a better question. All right. Let's get a little focused here. Let's round out some of his music before we get into additional receipts. This is a super cool shot of Steven Seagal. Seagal has one of the biggest and best guitar collections in the world. Wow, Clona Steve Dreamkiller with some very interesting stories in the chat here. He said, stating, he kindly asked us not to take pictures because he was, quote, just a student like many of you, end quote. Yeah, I'm gonna post a couple more shots of him and his music. I mean, look at him absolutely shredding this guitar solo here. Actually, I think now would be a good time. I have another video here. There was a YouTuber, I don't know if he was joking or half joking. He put out a video wanting to be a guitar master like Steven Seagal. Yeah, here's a video. Merman 84, this is a new episode. This is episode 5, my friend.
You still...
I'm actually somewhat insulted you're not up to date on this Seagal series, the most groundbreaking series in MindShock podcast history. This is a video on the guitar mastery of Steven Seagal.
Fine?
Yes, I do.
You still dangerous?
Look at him absolutely shredding with no pick.
Sean Baby asks, can someone send me a good guitar lesson vid on finger tapping? But you can do that.
Look at him absolutely shredding there. And he does this finger tapping technique.
Sequence, but yeah, that's tapping.
Some of the old guys that I play with, you know, a lot of them have nicknames, you know. So somebody started calling me the Mojo Priest, you know.
What is the essence of Zen?
Look at Seagal imparting wisdom to that young kid.
The way I took that, what they called me was blessed, you know, somebody who's blessed to play the blues or can give blessings with the blues, you know. And give blessings with the blues, you know.
I was born and raised in the blues. And so if you really play blues, I think you have to be able to play an acoustic also.
You teach that.
I mean, the absolute mastery of Seagal in literally every field he attempts. I mean, is there anyone more talented at being talented than Steven Seagal? Can anyone name someone who has mastered the amount of fields that Seagal has mastered? And we haven't even gotten into 2 additional fields.
Where'd you learn that?
Where did I learn it? Almost 50 years. The last 35 years or so to perfect it.
Now, some Hollywood actors, they do have bands. They really do. But are they top in their genre? I mean, the absolute mastery of the guitar by Steven Seagal is just truly incredible. Absolutely incredible. He's got 2 albums, etc. Respected by all the masters of the blues as well. A lot of people thought he was lying. They really did. They thought this guy was lying about all of the blues masters that he knows and plays with. They thought he was lying. Steven Seagal, Joyce in the chat, Steven Seagal is huge. He's 6'4", possibly 6'4.5". We're really jumping all over the place here, but I mean, that's what you get when you're fact-checking Seagal. He's just been involved in so much over the years. Just absolutely so much with so many people in so many different fields. And I'm going to repeat my question as well. Again, Is anybody more talented at being talented than Steven Seagal? This is Steven Seagal hanging out with Sam Kala and Al Anderson at Seagal's own house here. I mean, it's almost like he lived 20 different lifetimes. Like, he's accomplished, most people, they don't even accomplish as much as Seagal has in a single of these fields. Seagal accomplishes it all. Clona Steve Dreamkiller in the chat says, this isn't about the guitar, but the guy was debating intelligently with the best scholars of Tibetan Buddhism in the country about the most insightful books. This was Harvard genuine intellect. I am not surprised at all, my friend. I am not surprised in the least. In the least. I mean, Seagal's just buds with all of the top legends. And they all respect him as well. I actually brought up sound bites and all that in episode 1. We're not going to get into any more of that here. I'm just going to put up a couple more images here. This is Chuck Popcorn Loudon. I mean, Seagal knows them all. I mean, I even found some, I even have some unknown receipts. I have receipts of Seagal with people he's never even claimed to be friends with, even though he is, or at least appears to be. This is Seagal with blues legend Coco Taylor. I mean, they all seem to really love and respect Steven Seagal. Man, when I said this was going to be a free-for-all, you guys probably weren't thinking it was going to be this much of a free-for-all. This is Steven Seagal with the queen of R&B herself, Ruth Brown. I mean, the amount of receipts, I don't think anybody's prepared for this. I mean, this is just crazy. This is just absolutely crazy. I mean, at this point, would it be easier to ask, is there anybody Seagal doesn't know and isn't friendly with at this point? Alright, we're almost done with the music side of this. We went over it a lot in episode 1 as well. But I just kept finding so many more receipts. Oh, I have one more receipt for his... Oh, actually, I have a couple more here. Okay, hold on. This is just absolutely crazy stuff. Again, I think most of these images are what people have never seen before. This is Seagal 2005 with Terry Lee Bolton, a Detroit area musician. A lot of people said that Seagal made up all his Detroit connections. I mean, everybody in the chat, be honest. When I first announced this series and I said I'd be bringing the receipts, who thought I would actually bring this many receipts? In the chat, they're asking, does Seagal know Kid Rock? What do you think? What do you think? Do you honestly think that Seagal and Kid Rock aren't buddy-buddy? I mean, how dare you even ask such a question? How dare you even ask, Lord Zed? How dare you? Clona Steve Dreamkiller, I put up a bunch of pics of him with the Dalai Lama as well. So, Lord Zed, does this acquiesce your curiosity on the Steven Seagal Kid Rock connection? All right, I had one more image here, and this is something Seagal, again, Seagal could brag about so many things, but he doesn't. He downplays everything. So Seagal also had, let me get the date here. YouTube's getting laggy again. Oh, here we go. This is Steven Seagal hosting a Hawaiian luau with former Miss Hawaii Iwalani Walsh Seu, and there were actually a lot of legendary Polynesian musicians who performed at this luau hosted by Steven Seagal. This was in 2008. Dave Scott in the chat saying, I feel like I'm in the Truman Show right now, so I'll just keep doing jazz hands. I mean, how many more receipts are possible? The answer are actually a lot. Because I'm bringing receipts for stuff Seagal never even claimed but did accomplish. Yeah, we got fact checks. You guys want to bring up... I didn't even bring this up. And Seagal never even really talks about... about his relationship with Donald Trump. But you guys want some Trump receipts? I'll bring the Trump receipts. Obviously, Seagal knows Donald Trump. Obviously, he knows the Donald. And he's known him for quite some time. This is going all the way back to 1995 here for this image. This was 95, and then the image behind them might have actually been post-2000. So yes, obviously Seagal knows the Donald. Wow, no way. Clone of Steve Dreamkiller said, check this out. At the reception after the meeting with the Dalai Lama, Seagal actually told the first chair cellist that his cello was out of tune, and he tuned it for him. Okay, I'll shut up now. Wow. See, you know what? After this Seagal series, is anybody shocked by that story? That Seagal also is a master cellist that knows how to tune the cello? I mean, I think we really have to start asking the question, is Seagal the Messiah? I think it's time. I mean, we're over 20 hours into this. I think we have to start asking, is Seagal the Messiah? There's also an interesting interview. This was actually in Real Media. I don't know if I could actually, I was trying to recover this. Oh wow, let's see. If I can get this to work, it would be incredible. Let's see if I can get this. Ah, man. I have a custom AI that recovers deleted videos, audio, and photos from the internet, but it's, you know, it doesn't work excellent, and I couldn't get this one. Oh, that's a damn shame. That's a damn shame. But hold on. I'm not going to give up yet. Let me see if I can get it. It's a 20-minute interview, I believe from 1991. It's given me some problems, though. Okay, not gonna give up yet. I'm gonna try to get it for another minute or so. They really don't want the truth on Seagal out. Why do people think that? Man, this is so annoying. I've managed to recover so many things, and it doesn't want to give me this one. I wonder what's on it. The powers that be do not want anybody to listen to this interview from Steven Seagal back in 1991. That is disappointing. Okay, I'll try to get it. I can't get it right now, but oh wait, hold on. Come on. Work. Ah. Yeah, I don't think I can get it yet. I have to tweak this AI. It's gonna take a while. Alright, if I can get it. I think I can, but it's gonna take a while. So we'll save that. We'll save that for next time. Obviously, this is gonna be a long-standing series. I mean, we might have to do a weekly Seagal podcast at this point. I mean, just the amount of receipts that there need to be, and are. I mean, is there anyone more talented at being talented? I mean, that's my question here. That's my real question. All right, so let's Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I might be able to get it. Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on. Bruce McGuire's technical skills are going to be put to the test here. I think I can actually get it back. All right, hold on. And now my whole computer is getting shut down. Uh-oh. I think the CIA's getting me. They don't want this. They really don't want this interview out there. And now I'm more determined than ever to get it. I think I can. Hopefully. Actually, if you give me one more minute, I might be able to get it. Come on, come on, come on. Wow, this is really annoying me now, but I think I can get it. It's just gonna take a while. Alright, we're gonna have to save it for next time. I think I can get it, though. Okay, so let's get back on track here. The reason I wanted to play this interview was because he mentions I have a transcript of it. I just, obviously, everybody's going to want the receipt. So that's why I wanted to get the actual audio from it. But I think at this point, I think my track record's pretty good with the receipts. So maybe I'll just I'll give the transcript here. Just give me one more second. So just regarding Seagal's musical talents, he plays several different instruments. The reason I am bringing this up now is because of Clona Steve Dreamkiller in the chat mentioning him tuning a cello for a first chair, and Seagal actually plays quite a few different instruments. Obviously the guitar, but he also plays the harmonica and different drums as well as keyboards. And I actually have another receipt for this. I'll put up the receipts here. I don't know if anybody has ever posted these images before. Like I said, it was kind of hard to get them. But this is MINDSHOCK. We are comprehensive and exhaustive here. So here is a very rare image, because again, of Steven Seagal playing the drums. Just absolutely incredible. There's a video somewhere too. Wasn't able to recover it, but I did have this. And who knows, once I tweak that AI that can recover all of these scrubbed from the internet images, video, and audio, I could probably find a lot more. I mean, as the AI gets better, can you imagine the amount of receipts that are actually out there on Seagal? I mean, this is just scratching the surface. This is just scratching the surface. And what a lot of people also don't know, apparently Seagal wow, this is weird. Yeah, here we go. Apparently Seagal also mixes and masters music as well. And again, these are all things he doesn't even ever mention. He doesn't even mention any of his mastery of all these different crafts. I mean, like I said before, this guy's a master of all trades and a jack of none. Nobody in the chat answered my question. When I first announced the Seagal podcast, how many people thought I would be bringing this many receipts? Here's just a couple more of him and Anderson Silva. For the people that thought that Anderson just brought him in as a gag for a one-time training session, here's yet another image of him having dinner. I believe, is that Machida's father? But this is Anderson Silva and Seagal hanging out at a dinner. For the, for all the goofs that thought that Anderson just brought him in that one time so he could say he brought in Seagal as a gag, clearly they hang out and, he's been out to see him multiple times. There's actually another image. Lord said in the chat, says, I knew I'd be mind shocked, but didn't know my entire life would be completely changed forever. I'm never getting mad again. Staying cool like Seagal. Yeah, I have another Anderson image here. Somewhere. Here we go. Yeah, I think that's Anderson Silva, Lyoto Machida, and I think that's Machida's father there as well. So clearly there's been, you know, he's been out, he knows them quite well. I mean, I don't know about Anderson. Let's not fall for false dichotomies. Maybe Anderson Silva really did bring him out as a gag, and when Seagal beat him like a redheaded stepchild, he knew that Seagal was the master. Machida seems to have always respected him. I mean, Machida even used Aikido in his own MMA fights. And then recently, we actually saw Seagal as recently as last month, March 2024, being brought out to help Pereira, UFC champ, former kickboxing champ. So clearly, everybody takes Seagal seriously. Man, there's so many more receipts, too. I mean, how long do you guys want to go? I don't think I'm going to be able to get them all in here. Well, this is probably going to take a lot more than an hour, I love Trump, in the chat. I mean, we're already on hour 20 out of all the Seagal podcasts combined. I mean, we're going into hour 20. We're past hour 20, I believe. I mean, there's just so many receipts because he's made so many claims. Sigma LaFleur mentioning Seagal teaching both Machida and Anderson the front kick, and then they beat Vitor and Randy Couture with him, yes. And Seagal just worked with Alex Pereira. So we'll see what Pereira does in his next fight. This is Seagal in Bulgaria, 2004. I mean, look at Seagal styling and profiling on this bike in Bulgaria, 2004. Yeah, Sigma LaFleur, I actually went over those videos in the first episode. I also brought this image up. Somebody mentioned Seagal and chess. This is Seagal playing chess. Clearly a master of chess as well. I mean, again, who is more talented than Seagal at being talented? Alright, we still got, there's so many more receipts here. Wow. Clone of Steve Dreamkiller says, my son attends West Point. Seagal came to teach the Zen way of warfare and death. I'm dead serious, but I just remembered it. Do you have any photos? We gotta fact check this. Let me see if I can find some. Well, I can't find any receipts of Seagal teaching at West Point. Then again, there you won't, if you search for most of the receipts I posted here and all these images, you won't find any mention of them anywhere. So again, I'm not doubting your story. I just thought it'd be cool if there were photos. All right, who's ready for more receipts? So we also have Seagal here with Johnny Bones Jones. I mean, Seagal is so much bigger than John Jones. John Jones is a pretty big guy himself. Clone of Steve Dreamkiller says, I wasn't there. It was a guest lecture. Let me see if my son has some. That would be cool. Kill the Bank asked, are you a chess player, Bruce? What do you think, Kill the Bank? I mean, we might, I don't know how, this episode's either going to be 10 hours long, or we're going to have to, you know, do another follow-up episode pretty quick, because I'm not even through the general timeline receipts, and we still have to get to these 2 fields of domination, comedy, and yet another field, which I haven't named yet, but... Oh, here's Seagal with Eric Clapton. For those that mentioned Shaq earlier, here's Seagal and Shaq. So Shaq is huge, but notice how he's not that much bigger than Seagal. Like, people who think that Shaq would just wreck Seagal based on size alone. I mean, yes, Shaq is bigger than Seagal. Shaq is bigger than a lot of people. But Seagal does not look like a midget next to Shaq like most people. Look at that stylish jacket by Seagal. Dapper. Very, very dapper is Seagal. You guys are not going to be ready for all this, because I didn't even get to some of these big receipts. Here's Seagal with Nicole Kidman and Stallone. Look how nervous Seagal, I mean, not nervous, but this is as nervous as he looks. Was he picking up the vibe of the Kidman bloodline and its connection to the Illuminati when standing next to Nicole Kidman? I believe this was 1995. Alright, who's ready for this? So this is Steven Seagal, October 28th, 2008, with Princess Dalal. For those who don't know who Princess Dalal is, now this is again pre-Putin. I mean, Seagal was clearly a diplomat way before even meeting Putin. Oh, wow. She actually just died September 10th, 2021, age 64. So she was born 1957 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. She was a Saudi Arabian activist and philanthropist. Member of the House of Saud, she was known for her activities concerning the welfare of youth and children at risk. So here is Steven Seagal. I mean, this looks like almost like a family picture. Is that her family? And, I mean, just this major activist and philanthropist from Saudi Arabia. I mean, come on. I mean, how many people are more of a philanthropist than Steven Seagal? I mean, this series is just going to run forever on Steven Seagal receipts. I mean, this is just the amount of receipts that exist. There are just so many. And can you imagine all of Seagal's accomplishments for which no receipts can be found, but are still true? I mean, that's enough to just splinter your mind. Here's Steven Seagal with Sophia Loren. I mean, everybody respects the master that is Steven Seagal. Master weapon handler as well. He also appears to be a master of styling hair. I mean, just look at the expertise he is engaging in here. I mean, just the expertise. Is there anything he hasn't mastered? Slow your roll in the chat, Dave Scott, there, continuing to ask if he's a comedic genius. I mean, I guess, oh man, we'll try to get to it. We just have so much to go over. I mean, just the fact, there's just so much. There's so much. We're already going into the second hour here, and we haven't even finished the introduction. This was just, the supposedly brief overview of Seagal. So here he is, getting his fingerprints, his handprints in Hollywood. And it's an absolute travesty that he doesn't actually have a star on the Hollywood Hall of Fame. I mean, that's how you know the fix is in. This is July 10th, 1995, when he got his handprints here, post Under Siege 2. Oh, Dave Scott, you know there's no shortage of comedic genius receipts. Absolutely no shortage. But probably one of the greatest travesties in Hollywood, that this guy doesn't have a Hollywood star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I mean, that really exposes how much of a sham Illuminati Hollywood is. Okay, I think, are we done? Oh, we're not done. Oh man, we are not done. I thought we were done, but we're not done. Okay, so, how many people knew about Steven Seagal Day? Steven Seagal had an entire day declared in his honor. In his honor. In Staten Island by Borough President Guy V. Molinari. This was December 30th, 1991, honoring Steven Seagal on Steven Seagal Day. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Steven Seagal Day is December 30th. Now, the other point here, how humble is Steven Seagal that he's shoveling snow on his own holiday dedicated to him for shooting films locally in New York City? How many other actors shovel their own snow? Well, keep in mind, Kill the Bank, this was 1991, before there were random holidays given out like candy. This was 91. This was still back when things weren't completely off the rails. Now, how many actors would shovel their own snow? I mean, how humble is Steven Seagal? Lord Zed in the chat says December 30th is my new favorite holiday. Yeah, New Year's Eve is Steven Seagal Day. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And has anyone ever heard Seagal brag about having a whole day dedicated to him? As far as I know, he hasn't mentioned it once, a single time, in any of his interviews. Not a single time. And now we learn, Lord Zed in the chat saying New Year's Eve, Steve. Well, technically it's New Year's Eve, Steve. New Year's Eve. The eve of New Year's Eve is Steven Seagal Day. I mean, mark your calendars, people. Mark your calendars. I don't think you guys were ready for this amount of receipts. I mean, how many people out there actually knew that I'd be bringing up Steven Seagal Day? I mean, you can see the poster hung in the back there. It says Steven Seagal Day. All right, we're still not done with the receipts, my friends. We are still not done. And this is Seagal being honored in the U.S. here. So here's another receipt that I don't believe you'll see anywhere else other than MINDSHOCK. Steven Seagal, so incredible, so absolutely incredible. He even had his own float in 1993 Mardi Gras. I mean, look at that. Look how elaborate and royal this float is. 1993 Mardi Gras. I mean, wow. Wow. Steven Seagal honored at the Mardi Gras in New Orleans. I mean, people were saying he has no connection to the city, that he made up all of this stuff. Yeah, that's him standing right there at the railing in a dapper black and tie. I mean, look at the ornate gold. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. Merman 84, how dare you? He actually exposed trafficking himself. That's why the Illuminati cabal went against him. And that's why he's one of the most slandered so-called celebrities out there. I mean, how many people knew? I mean, how often do you hear Steven Seagal even mention his 1993 Mardi Gras float? I mean, all the haters are going to be so drowned. I mean, are there any haters left that haven't already been drowned in receipts? Because there's still more. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. There's still more. There's a lot more. I mean, we're just getting started here. We're just getting started. I mean, that's one of the most ornate floats I've ever seen. And here's Seagal hanging out 2006 Mardi Gras. He seems to like Mardi Gras. Alright, are we done with the receipts yet? I mean, how much more general receipts can there be? I mean, the answer is a lot. The answer is a lot. Alright, so are we going to move on to Steve's comedic genius here? I got a couple more here. Here's Seagal in 2002 on vacation. I mean, look at that style. Look at that fashion. This is in the French West Indies, January 13th, 2002. I mean, look how dapper Steven Seagal is. I mean, if you look up dapper in the dictionary, is it not going to come up with Steven Seagal? Just a very well-deserved vacation. Just Steve hanging out in French Polynesia. I mean, is there anybody more well-traveled than Steven Seagal? Alright, so here, before we get into the comedic genius, I want to go over another field that Steven Seagal is given no credit for, and he is one of the top pioneers ever. Perhaps this image from South Beach, Miami, of him walking around not being happy with the degeneracy surrounding him in South Beach, Miami. This was somewhere between 2000 and 2004, maybe. This is Steven Seagal walking the streets of Miami South Beach. He does not look happy about the degeneracy around him, does he? So here's the other field that Steven Seagal has absolutely mastered. Obviously, for those that don't know, and how dare you for not, I mean, how absolutely dare you for not knowing that Steven Seagal, the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, the possible Messiah himself, man, YouTube's dropping signal on this one. Hold on a second. We're about to get cut out before I reveal this other field that Steven Seagal has completely mastered. Are we back? I think we're back. Steven Seagal, fashionista extraordinaire. I mean, can anyone name more of a fashion icon, a fashionista legend, a fashionista pioneer, unparalleled in the juxtaposition of native wear, cowboy wear, Tibetan, Buddhist, Japanese, Asian, Nepalese, Italian, American, trench coat, sunglass wearing combinations. I mean, there is literally no one with this kind of diversity. I mean, look at this fashion master. Anywhere, anytime. I mean, this guy's fashion acuity is possibly unparalleled. I mean, he can combo leather, jeans, this Western wear with Asian wear that the world has never seen before. I mean, just look at the combination of style here. I mean, look at the combination of style here. Is there anyone else who can pull this off? I mean, even his trench coats have an Asian flair to them. I mean, look at that Asian flared trench coat. I mean, is there a greater fashionista legend than the one and only Steven Seagal? I mean, he's even got Asian scarf wear down to a science. I mean, he can pull off any color. Turquoise, neon. I mean, this guy can pull off anything. I mean, who is more stylish than Steven Seagal? You think I'm kidding with these receipts? We're just getting started here. I mean, look at this guy. Black leather trench coat, jeans, and a nice Asian shirt. I mean, is there anybody that can pull this off? Is there anyone that has even tried? Is there anyone that has even attempted? I mean, look at the color variety. I mean, the palette of Seagal's fashion is absolutely unparalleled. I mean, the diversity. I mean, look at that. With weapons, without weapons. I mean, this guy pulls off every look in the book and then some. And then some. I mean, his combination of styles is just absolutely unparalleled. I mean, this guy can mix in Inuit, Alaskan. I mean, is there anything this guy doesn't look good in? I mean, he's a mastermind genius in so many different fields. But I think fashion is the one field he really doesn't get the credit he deserves. I mean, this guy can pull off absolutely any look. Absolutely any look. I mean, this is probably my favorite shot here. I mean, look at the color palette here. Look at this color palette. And look at his sheer genius in posing with the classic car. I mean, can anyone name someone that is a fashion icon the level that Seagal is? Is anyone more of a fashion icon? I mean, this guy pulls off do-rags, beanies, backward baseball hats, every single possible known combination of headwear, sunglasses, and trench coats, while simultaneously maintaining Asian, Tibetan, Buddhist flavors. I mean, again, I ask the question, can anyone compete with Seagal in any of these fields? And of course, he can also pull off the classic suit and tie. He doesn't often, but he can. I mean, just look at the revolutionary fashion here. This is from Hard to Kill, but he's got the bandana, 80s style black tee, and this really, really high cut, some kind of crop top, zip up, I don't know what that kind of top that is. But look at the fashion icon that is Steven Seagal. I mean, how much more receipts do I have to bring into the just incredible fashion of Steven Seagal? He might also be the first guy to ever wear these Asian-styled shirts with only one arm rolled up to mid-elbow. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. This is absolutely incredible. Kill the Bank says no one knows what kind of top that is. I mean, it's a Steven Seagal top. I've never seen anybody wear one. I mean, just look at the fashion mastery. I mean, this is as early as 1991. I mean, is there any look he can't pull off? He can even pull off the Abercrombie and Fitch type look. I mean, look at this guy. I mean, he practically invented the sleeveless Asian shirt. I mean, has anybody even seen anyone wear a sleeveless Asian shirt before Seagal did? Is there anyone more dapper than Steven Seagal? I mean, he pulls off any color. Any color. I mean, the entire rainbow is at the command of Steven Seagal. I mean, just the Native American, Asian, Tibetan combinations are just crazy. Nobody's even thought of blending these styles, let alone pulling it off. This is Steven Seagal, 1994, in Paris. I mean, look at that stylish flair. I mean, is there any type of attire that Seagal can't pull off? Or a better question, not only can't pull off, but hasn't pulled off. He's even got the classic Texan look. I mean, does anybody do classic Texan better than Seagal here? I mean, look at that belt and everything. I mean, horseshoe mullet. I mean, look at that. Horseshoe mullet, classic Texan. I mean, this guy's incredible. This guy's absolutely incredible. All the colors of the rainbow bow to the one and only Steven Seagal. I mean, look at the style here. Very, very glamorous. Once again, I ask, is anyone more dapper than Steven Seagal? I mean, just the combination of looks this guy can pull it off. I mean, he just pulls off everything. I mean, absolutely every look this guy pulls off. I mean, just look at the combination Seagal can pull off. Even the tinted sunglasses. I mean, he's got baseball hat, do-rag, bandana, sunglass combinations down to a science. I mean, here's a classic collared shirt and jeans look from 1988. Classic country western type look here with the guitar. Very, very dapper, as always. I mean, he can even pull off these basic jeans, jacket, plain t-shirt type looks. Obviously, he's a master motorcycle rider as well. And here's the money shot everybody's been waiting for. Seagal can even pull off the man purse. I mean, this is just absolutely incredible. I mean, who else can pull off the man purse other than Steven Seagal? And who's going to walk up to Seagal and even say anything about that man purse if they have a problem with it? Lord Zed in the chat says, would be a bad day for a purse snatcher. I mean, from a distance, he actually kind of looks like a regular guy in that shot there. YouTube's dropping, getting some major lag here, because I'm about to provide the biggest fashionista receipt for Seagal. I don't think anybody's ready for this fashionista receipt. So Seagal does have his own fashion line. And he's even had his own fashion show. Bollywood actually recognizes the greatness of Steven Seagal and his fashionista acuity. And I'm going to drop the receipt right here in another interview that has been scrubbed from the internet. But of course, I will bring it. Is anybody actually surprised that Steven Seagal is a fashionista legend?
From P. Diddy to Regis Philbin, the line between fashion and entertainment blurring these days. And now you can catch Steven Seagal on that same list. The action star showing off his latest clothing tonight at Bollywood Fashion Awards. And he's with us here in Studio B.
The Bollywood Fashion Awards. And here he is sitting in a dapper athletic wear. Interesting style choice. As he reveals his fashion line for the Bollywood Fashion Awards.
How you doing?
Very good, thank you. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming. What's with the fashion line? How'd you get into that?
Well, you know, I spent a lot of time. I was kind of raised in Asia. I spent a lot of time over there in the Orient, and was moved by a lot of the clothing in India and Tibet, and just got together with some fashion designers. You know, to work on some of the different textures and colors and stuff like that, having to do with Tibet and India. And Kamal and Sonia have been nice enough to sponsor this fashion award. And just, you know, had a good time coming up with some different stuff that, you know, looks pretty interesting.
Yeah, cool. The movie's doing great.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's #1 in the box office over the weekend. Some mixed reviews, but some great stuff there.
I think this was right after Exit Wounds 2001.
Well, you know, nobody ever gets great reviews all the time.
No doubt.
But the money speaks for itself, and I think that in and of itself is at least, you know, something to be happy about.
You were maybe the first American ever to start a martial arts, open a martial arts facility over in Tokyo, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
How long ago was that?
Gosh, that must have been about 1970 or so, right around in there.
Around what, 72?
Yeah, right around in there.
And then there were all these rumors that at the time you might have been a CIA agent too. I heard David Letterman ask you about it one night. What's up with those rumors? Any truth to that?
There's nothing. There's no truth to that at all.
So you weren't a CIA agent?
No.
Yeah.
Interesting. He says, so it's actually kind of funny. I think this is the first interview where he was directly asked if he was a CIA agent instead of asked if he worked for the CIA. Because Seagal never claimed to be an agent, ever. He said he may have worked with people who worked for the CIA. So I don't know what, I don't know if he's just taking this guy literally here, but we'll see.
Still major league into martial arts, and help me along here, because I don't know, but it's like judo, which uses where you use the other person's weight as leverage against them, except you're bringing them into what would be a mortal blow sort of stand, right?
Well, not exactly. You know, Aikido is more of a spiritual art, and my teacher was a kind of a mystic. And he believed that the martial arts should be to develop the physical man and perfect the spiritual self simultaneously. And that, you know, of course, no man should have to give his life to someone who is, you know, a bad, you know, just some kind of, you know, bad person or whatever.
Good point by Kill the Bank in the chat. All CIA say they're not CIA. Rule number 1. That is also true.
In other words, you know, we all as people, even if we're pacifists, should have the right to defend ourselves or protect, you know, innocent and helpless people. And so that's kind of what Aikido is about. We don't have blocking, kicking, or punching in the classic sense. It's more just redirecting the force and the energy of an attacker, also using anatomical weak points and joint locks and flips and stuff like that.
Cool. All right. Well, good luck at the Fashion Awards tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Good to meet you. Thanks for coming.
Nice to meet you.
I wish you'd done it outside, though. It's nice out there.
Yeah, just the people get crazy, you know?
Yeah, sometimes they do.
Yeah, and I didn't bring anybody today. And as soon as I stood there, they started coming. I thought, oh, fuck, this is going to get crazy. We're not on now.
Oh, yeah. We are.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
See, now that's what would happen if we had been outside.
Yeah, they're out there. They're talking to Jenna, though, actually. Well, interesting day. All right, 15 seconds now. 15 seconds, we'll hit a commercial break. Coming up on Your World, little business action. I hope to see you tonight, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific. For the Fox Report, your news fair and ballot. Another journal entry. Have a good one.
So there you have it. Steven Seagal at the Bollywood Fashion Awards. Steven Seagal, fashionista extraordinaire. I mean, this is pretty incredible, isn't it? Most of this stuff has been scrubbed from the internet. But this image right here is from... Actually, you know what? This might... I don't know if this was the Bollywood Fashion Award or it was... It says Vogue Fashion Awards. So this might possibly have been a different fashion award. But I'll put this image up on the screen. So this is from some kind of fashion awards. I mean, quite the dapper individual, is he not? I mean, is there any look this guy can't pull off? He also had a cologne And that got pulled. I mean, it's just very interesting how there seems to be a concerted effort to hide the truth regarding Steven Seagal. Got a couple more images here of Steven Seagal with some legends. But yeah, nobody gives Seagal credit for being the legendary, pioneering fashionista that he is. I mean, look at all his different types of looks. He's just got so many different types of looks. He pulls them all off flawlessly. Even had his own fashion line at the Bollywood Fashion Awards, possibly other fashion award shows as well. Here's an image. I believe this was from the same 95 event. This is Clint Eastwood, Stallone, Nicole Kidman, Seagal, and the one and only Arnold Schwarzenegger. Some people think Schwarzenegger would just crush Seagal, but he's actually not really bigger than Seagal. He's not taller than Seagal. I mean, has bigger muscles, but in terms of frame, Seagal's bigger than all these guys. Taller, anyway. I mean, look at all these legends here. People think Seagal doesn't belong amongst the greats. I mean, look at all these legends here, absolutely honored to be posing with the one and only Steven Seagal. Lord Zed saying Arnold's awesome but would lose to everyone in the pick but Nicole. Yeah, I actually don't know what would happen between Arnold and Stallone. I don't know. Dave Scott in the chat says, I've shaken hands with Arnold. He's not over 6 foot. Wait, not? What's he billed at? He's billed at 6'2". Yeah, that's what I thought. What year, though? Because I mean, people do apparently look like they change heights. Seagal's definitely the tallest. He's taller than all of them while standing the furthest away from the camera. What year did you... Oh, 89? Wow, so that was close to his prime. So Dave Scott says he's 6'2". So Arnold was a little bit shorter than you, or a lot? Or approximately the same height? What kind of shoes were you guys wearing? Yeah, Arnold was always... See, Arnold's taller than a lot of people, though, so I would say... I would put Arnold at probably 6'1". I mean, everybody rounds up. They've rounded up Seagal to 6'5", but I think he's closer to 6'4". He's listed as 6'4", but people mentioned that he was about 6'5". But I mean, he's kind of towering over everybody while standing furthest away from the camera here. And Nicole Kidman's not that short, and she's in heels. Yeah, Nicole Kidman's 5'11", and she's in heels right there. But Arnold is standing a bit closer to the camera than Nicole. So yeah, I don't know. Do we need to do a deep dive into Arnold's true height? Wow, Arnold was actually billed as tall as 6'4" back in his Olympia days. But most people actually put him at 5'11", actually. Interesting. Wow, interesting. On Reddit, a lot of people who met him also say that he's about 6 feet. Very interesting. I mean, everybody kind of inflates their height a little bit, but Arnold's jacked, so he's never really going to look small. But yeah, interesting. We got a lot of legends in the chat. Legends who have been witness to Seagal. Legends who've shaken hands with Arnold. Dave Scott puts him at 5'10". Wow. Yeah, if I had to guess, I'd probably put him at 6. But yeah, interesting. Back in '89. But yeah, Seagal is as much of a fashion icon as you can be. I mean, I wonder why he didn't do more clothing lines. I mean, he'd probably be the GOAT of fashion. I mean, he's just got so many different looks. I mean, look what this guy can pull off. Can anybody else pull off an ensemble like this? I mean, he's got some kind of green scarf with a native black leather jacket and a gun in his hand. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. I mean, Seagal can just pull off absolutely any look here. Got another receipt here of Seagal visiting sick children in Taipei. Not quite on the topic of fashion, but this is, I believe this is 1998 in Taipei, Taiwan, for those who say that he never really visited any of these places that he claimed to. But what a dapper, dapper individual. Now, this was 2003 Victoria's Secret launch party, 2003. I mean, just look at this guy's fashion prowess. I mean, this is just absolutely incredible. Is there a greater fashion icon than Steven Seagal? Now, apparently, Steven Seagal is also a golfer. This is Steven Seagal. This is Steven Seagal 2005 at the FedEx St. Jude Classic for charity. I mean, this guy's just so giving. So absolutely giving. Here's another image of him masterfully lining up his shot here. But who is more of a fashion master than Steven Seagal? I can't think of anyone. This guy is a master of all trades, a jack of none. And we're actually going to have to continue we're going to get into his comedic genius in the next episode. Plenty of receipts there. But I got one more image here. This is Steven Seagal with the mayor of Besiktas. And, I mean, just a very, very dapper look here. The fashion icon that is Steven Seagal. Look at this fashion icon. I mean, his level of mastery in literally all fields is just absolutely incredible. This is in Turkey. He's hanging out with the mayor in Turkey here, with quite an ensemble. Just absolutely incredible. As we continue examining the endless receipts of what is possibly the Messiah, Steven Seagal. Is Steven Seagal the Messiah? Is it time to ask that question based on everything we've examined in the past 5 episodes? Is it time to ask the question? Dave Scott wants a teaser of his comedic genius. Yeah, I guess it's only fair. I mean, we kind of went a little overtime. I thought this would just be some, a couple extra receipts. We ended up going hours and hours on additional receipts here. Yeah, I'll leave you guys with this. A teaser. This is just a little, a teaser of Seagal's comedic mastery. Here, combination of movies and interviews. This is a teaser of the next episode, where we will be doing a deep dive into the comedic genius of Steven Seagal. He may very well be the greatest comedian of all time.
You're the star of a few of these as well, Mr. Boyd.
This is Steven Seagal and Anthony Anderson in Exit Wounds. A fantastic film. In my opinion, the last great movie of Steven Seagal.
Lucky move. Unlucky face.
I mean, the deadpan delivery. Does anybody do deadpan delivery better than Steven Seagal?
It's like a monkey trying to fuck a football now, really. This whole thing, it's just a fucking mess. Wow.
I think that kind of behavior is an embarrassment to the human race.
I want results or I'll take these fucking rose clippers and bury them in somebody's motherfucking eye.
Did you ever kill anybody?
Oh, man. So when I came back to America...
This might be one of the funniest fight scenes of all time right here. I think this is from True Justice's TV show. Pay attention to what he calls this Asian guy.
What the fuck are you doing in my place?
And no, we're not sure if those are prop walls or prop glass or anything.
Listen to me. Get up!
He just power slammed that guy into a wall.
Watch. Yeah. Come on, white trash.
Did you hear what he just called him? He said, "Come on, white trash." He called this Asian guy white trash. Let's replay that.
Trash. Come on, white trash.
I mean, if that's not comedic genius, I don't know what is.
What's on your mind, baby?
Are you really as good as they all say you are?
Every once in a while.
The delivery, I mean, just absolutely incredible from Steven Seagal. And that's just scratching the surface of his comedic genius, which he has been revealing for decades. And I, of course, dug up quite a few interviews from quite a few different continents that have all been scrubbed from the internet, but I got them back. And that's your little teaser, Dave Scott. We might actually be able to do it tomorrow. Let's see. Depending on if this one gets removed for copyright, I'm going to try to get it back before doing episode 6. Just because I don't like to do episodes if the previous episode is not currently available. So we'll see what happens with this one tomorrow. So we can do part 2 either tomorrow night or the night after. Or part 6 rather. Revealing Seagal's comedic genius. Steven Seagal, the greatest fashion icon of all time probably, might also be the greatest comedian of all time. Hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting, informative, and entertaining, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.